3 episode 231. I am Merwat, and the voice you hear and the visualizer you see if you're watching the video version of this is the Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to August 18th, non-sequitur news.
Today we're going to be talking about the road safety plan, the next CrowdStrike, work stoppage in Canada, earthquake leads to eruption, hypercar meets NASA, humans age in bursts. And that's just sad news. Cleaning up ammunition, Gamescom opening night, Senegal's first satellite. It's actually hard to say. And diving team finds World War I warship. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen, and also follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. The bot still isn't attached to YouTube, so that's okay. Show notes are already posted in, well, they're in the bot, but they'll be in the show notes for the episode once it's moved over to YouTube. Because we stream to both at the same time. But because of the way that YouTube search is, well, anyway, inside baseball. All right, folks, we got all 10 articles all lined up. The way this works is we basically selected, judging a book by its cover and some historical context based on incomplete data. And we select 10 articles we think might be entertaining and fun and informative. And depending on what it is, I might end up going on a rant. Hello, Choppa. Welcome to the show. But we have 10 articles all set up, so let's do this. That's why we're here. And later on, this gets turned into a podcast. So if you don't make it to the video or to YouTube or to Twitch or whatever, and somehow you're actually hearing this sentence, but not watching or listening, I don't know, there's a podcast. Anyway, let's get going. Arc, you better not fail me, Arc. That's the browser I use for ohmTown. Anywho, US lays out road safety plan that will see cars talk to each other. So the US Department of Transportation, aka the DOT, has laid out a nationwide road safety plan that will lead to cars communicating with each other. The agency is hoping that broadly deploying vehicle to everything, or V2X tech, will boost its commitment to pursue a comprehensive approach to reduce the number of roadway fatalities to zero. The NHTSA estimates that nearly 41,000 people died in motor vehicle crashes just last year. This does not bode well, because there are going to be people that will not like this.
Well, and right now, people are talking to each other in their vehicles, so it's going to be interesting if the cars are talking to each other.
Are the car computers going to be giving each other the bird too?
I mean, you know, we can't have nice things.
Yeah, no. And you never know. I told a story about how somebody actually followed me because they basically claimed that I cut them off, yet I was 6 car lengths ahead of them when I merged into traffic. So I don't know what was going on there, but that's okay. And because I knew that car, like I had seen that car. I told people in the past, like, you just don't want to engage with a complete numbskull that goes chasing you down a road, because you just don't know how crazy they are, and they might just be crazier than you, and they haven't learned their lesson that whoever they approach may be crazier than them. So you just kind of, all right, you lunatic, and you move on. So anyway, vehicle to everything tech would prevent, or could prevent, hundreds of thousands of crashes, advocates say. A long time ago, I actually started the process of developing a system that did essentially that. You could put a little black box in the trunk of your car, and it would all communicate with each other and communicate with your car to let you know where other cars were in proximity. Essentially, what we have now on modern cars are little lights that appear on your side view mirrors and front and backup sensors that let people know where a car might be or an obstruction in general.
Right, and those have mainly only come into play in the last 10 or fewer years, at least in the US.
Yeah, and every car that's been produced since 2015 requires a backup camera, but not really all of the rest of these sensors. But the idea that I had, I even had a product name called Aranay, which is the word for spiders, basically. It basically had a little box that was in the trunk that detected other boxes and let people know via what amounted to a little black box on the car's dash where something was in proximity, because it would put a little dot saying that there's a car there. Thought it was a brilliant idea, but there's a lot of issues, regulations, and rules with that kind of a thing, plus production and development. Then I ended up talking with people that said, I do not want my vehicle telling other vehicles where I am. And
which raises some questions for me, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could always ask the question, well, why? Why are you worried about somebody knowing where you are in proximity to somebody else? And
right, like I don't necessarily care if the Traffic Safety Association or something knows, but I can see where it might be concerning if an individual could somehow have access to that.
And you build a better mousetrap and better mice show up. And so somebody's going to be hacking the hell out of these little devices to see reverse engineering and manipulating them and all that. That's how you end up with Nyan Cat on lottery billboards all across the country.
In the state of Oregon, most recently.
Yeah. So these little boxes basically are going to be, it's not my product. So this is something that's going to be in development. They're going to build a whole protocol, and manufacturers are going to integrate it into their systems. Chris Holt over at Engadget.com put the article together. But none of that is going to stop a car, or I should say a goober of a driver, from causing an incident. And then there's always the fallback that, first off, 62.58% of all stats are made up on the spot, but most accidents are caused by excessive speed, to which I always giggle and say, how slow do you have to be moving to get in a car accident before it's excessive speed?
I'd say rolling, which may not even hit 1 mile per hour.
Yeah, 100% of all vehicle incidents.
Or 1 kilometer, depending on where you're located.
All accidents are caused by excessive speed. Otherwise, you'd never connect. Anyway, I love stats. Anyway, V2X enables vehicles to stay in touch with each other, not in the physical sense, I guess in the spiritual sense.
Right, we don't want them to stay in touch with each other. That's part of the problem we're trying to solve.
We want our vehicles to be antisocial. Stay the hell away from me. And they're going to stay in touch with each other, as well as pedestrians, cyclists, other road users, and roadside infrastructure. It lets them share information about their position and speed, as well as road conditions. And I'm sure that this information won't be sold to information brokers. And then,
or the national whatever database that was just breached.
Correct. That had everyone in the United States, everyone in the United States and Canada, part of that database breached. All of it is out there in the wild being sold. And that's the black market. The legit commercial practice of selling tranches of information to insurance companies. For instance, that's a side hustle really for all of this. This information will eventually be released to somebody, and somebody will capitalize on it. Mark my words, this isn't going to end with just, hey, look, road safety. It's going to end with, you're a hard breaker, or you turn left really fast, so we're going to raise your insurance rates. But don't worry, it's for your best interests. So US-wide rollout. And then what I am saying is actually news that we've talked about over the last several weeks, because there was a person who filed a lawsuit against, I think it was General Motors, because their information was being sold right up to the point where they filed the paperwork for the class action lawsuit because they were selling the GPS information as they were driving around in real time. So the information was sold so fast, so real time, that they knew that they had driven to DC to file paperwork.
Oh, I didn't remember that detail, but yeah, it's become a bit much.
Yeah. So the agency said smaller scale deployments of V2X across the country have demonstrated safety benefits. Safety advocates claim the tech could prevent hundreds of thousands of crashes and mitigate the impact of collisions that do occur by reducing the speed of impact. But nothing's going to stop the derps. I mean, good drivers don't need this, don't benefit from this, because the bad drivers are the ones that are going to be causing the accidents, and they're still
right,
accidents.
and they're going to ignore sensors and beeps and whatever else is happening. I mean, they're still, right, unless it's automated, right?
Yeah,
you
exactly.
still have to rely on a decent driver who's paying attention and not looking at their cell phone in their lap or whatever.
Yeah, and they have a modern car, and they, and that's not how it works. So in the shorter term, the agency aims to have V2X tech installed across 20% of the national highway system and 25% of signalized intersections in major metro areas by 2028. They say it won't be an easy task, and a bunch of other. I mean, the reality of this is it's going to be deployed because somebody, it's like a billionaire fever dream, right? They think that there's going to be something great that comes out of it. And while there might be a marginal increase in benefit, it might literally be because, and which is good because it's going to save some people's lives, but it's more akin to a research project where the research subject doesn't know that they are being monitored, and then they're told that they're being monitored, and suddenly their behavior changes. And that's why we don't notify some people that they're being examined for a particular outcome. It literally, it would be, will tell us a test subject A, but the reality of it is that it's what we said is only a tangent to what we're really studying.
Right, because if they know the real objective, then they think it needs to be a specific outcome, or at least behind the scenes is probably influencing it.
Yeah. So you start spinning up this, what amounts to a little mini surveillance state about driving habits. It'll be interesting to see what happens. But I think that there's going to be a lot of outrage when it does roll out, unless it's so innocuous that nobody knows it exists. And then there's going to be absolute outrage when somebody does discover it. But this is kind of passive talking about it.
I mean, part of the thing is, there's so much data out there about everybody. That doesn't mean that it's suddenly okay, but part of me thinks this will not even be a blip on most people's radar because, I mean, every time they go to the grocery store or every time they walk down the street or something, there's some sort of data being collected.
Yep.
Is this really any different?
No.
Yeah, probably, but
most people won't even know or care, but there will be some that think that it's the end of the universe. Let's move on. The next article is over on Stock Marketeers, how Gen AI could trigger the next CrowdStrike catastrophe. And this is just so doom and gloom. So anything mentioning CrowdStrike right now is kind of a firebrand, right? They are the problem child. Left unguarded, artificial intelligence now apparently is going to be the next CrowdStrike catastrophe. It can spread misinformation and enable attackers to commit new crimes. So cybersecurity needs an upgrade. So it's an opinion piece by Sarah Hammer, I suppose. They're the ones that put the article together. But
you know what I liked is now CrowdStrike is kind of the name of the incident. And I think, I know it's not really being used as the name, but I think that's a bad mark on CrowdStrike. Instead of saying something like the next computer or cybersecurity or whatever catastrophe, if you say CrowdStrike, we all know what that means.
You all know what's going on. And that is just, see, but the thing here is, no press is bad press. So even if it's bad press, you're like, whoa, I'm in the news. Yeah, they know about my company.
I hope not, but I think that's right. Right? Everybody knows CrowdStrike, even a lot of people that didn't know the name before this happened.
Yeah, so I didn't log in, so I won't be able to go through this with a fine-tooth comb, but essentially they think that AI is going to basically be able to take over so much that through its actions, it will cause a global catastrophe, much like CrowdStrikes did.
Do you think
And
that'll be through action or inaction? I mean, for instance, do we have to have an artificial general intelligence in place, or do we just have to have something where there just aren't enough checks, which are really kind of what led to this to begin with?
the reason why CrowdStrike had such a global impact is because mergers and acquisitions and concentration of the weak link, which is the one company that's providing base level infrastructure access. All it took was having basically their command file had 22 inputs, but they only sent 21. And it didn't do a proper check, so it crashed because it didn't know what, well, there's 22, I don't know what to do, and it threw up. And that's what the problem was. One missing scrub of a file, and that's it. So if everything is running through an AI, then yeah, I can see all hell breaking loose because the AI hallucinates that humans are a threat, and suddenly, you know, all of those cars that are driving around that have tracking to know where every other car is, suddenly it can weaponize all of the cars. Right?
Oh, yeah. That's going to be a problem.
Because who's going to be able to manage hundreds of millions of cars on the road, monitoring them? No human can possibly grasp that.
I mean, if people are, I mean, probably through IT, hacking, what is it, the cyclists in the Olympics and similar races, think of what that could do on an automobile scale.
Yeah, we talked about that too. So basically, because there is Bluetooth communication between the handlebars and the derailleur on what is it, the Tour de France. The Tour de France cyclists use this Bluetooth connection. But if you're standing on the side of the road and you are within 300 feet of a Bluetooth connection, they now know that they can hack it and change the gear ratio so it causes them to crash. Or they can tear a muscle because they think that they're pedaling hard and it suddenly goes slack, and that causes your body reacts violently when you expect something and you're putting a lot of pressure down. I know it sounds stupendous, but it actually has occurred where somebody, a security researcher, focused on, I think it was Shimano, and detected that it didn't have enough security and that they could remotely change the gears. So yeah, the thing is, cybersecurity technology has thousands of people that are attacking a single point, millions or tens of millions of times. You know, all it takes is one to get through, and then you can cause great harm. You know, Stuxnet, for instance, caused great harm. Also, it arguably did great good because it was disrupting a nuclear enrichment program. But anyway, it's an interesting concept, but this is academic, theoretical, until it's not. So that's why you have policies and procedures to mitigate that kind of stuff. Let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Possible work stoppage at Canada's two largest railroads could disrupt U.S. supply chain next week. We actually, at the beginning of this year, had heard rumblings about something similar.
Yes, we did. But I guess it's finally coming to fruition here.
Yep. And what was interesting about that at the beginning of the year was that it completely flamed out. It's like the rumblings just slowly dissipated. Mm-hmm. They stopped reporting it in various places. This is over at abcnews.go.com. Tom Krischer from AP put the article together. And Canada's two largest railroads are facing possible Teamster strikes. And like always, when you have like record profits and people are getting raises all over the place, but the workers and the machinery, the people that are making it happen do not, you get a union. And then the union says, okay, we're tired of your BS. And so they're going to threaten lockouts or strikes that could disrupt cross-border trade with the U.S., both the Canadian Pacific Kansas City and Canadian National Railroads, which haul millions of tons of freight across the border, have stopped taking certain shipments of hazardous materials and refrigerated products. Both are threatening to lock out Teamsters Canada workers starting Thursday if deals are not reached. Ta-da.
This might just sound like, oh, it's a railroad strike. This has a massive impact on everybody, businesses, consumers.
Yep. It's essentially a blockage of the Suez Canal. It's basically
Right.
Evergreen getting lodged and stopping all traffic. This amounts to 40,000 carloads of freight each day, worth about $1 billion, according to Jeff Window, industrials analyst for Edward Jones and Company.
I think the last name Window is kind of a neat name for an analyst.
Yeah, a window into industrial.
I hope he uses a byline or something.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. His consultancy is like, window into data or something like that, right? Window
Right.
into business. Never mind.
Non
So anyway,
sequitur news.
yeah, non sequitur to do. So CPKC said it remains committed to avoiding a work stoppage that would damage Canada's economic and international reputation. However, we must take responsible and prudent steps to prepare for a potential rail service interruption next week, spokesman Patrick Waldron said in a statement. Shutting down the network will allow the railroad to get dangerous goods off of its network before any stoppage. So there's a lot of warning now. What they're going to do with refrigerated goods for an extended period of time, that's going to just be a sunk cost.
Yeah, I didn't
Prices
even
are
think
gonna
about the
go up.
refrigerated goods.
Yep. Hazardous stuff can be stored somewhere, obviously, but refrigerated takes continuous power to keep it.
Well, and some hazardous stuff might be safer if it's not on the rails.
Well, hell. When there's 2,000 derailments in a given year, I think that might be, and you never know which one it is, right? Like the people that are sitting next to a track. There was one story that we talked about where a person was living right, like the track is right in their backyard. You walk up a little hill and there's a track. And they heard this weird noise and it just kept on getting louder and louder and louder and louder. And one day he walked out into his backyard and he saw that the track had separated by like 5 inches. But
No.
So he called and nobody came. And then it got, worse and worse and nobody came. And then one day he went to the press and suddenly they're out there and like, oh yeah, okay, we'll resolve it. But you need more protections for the human capital that is involved in these trains. And it can't just be, a financial, thought of as a financial burden to somebody else's opportunity to get a Ferrari, So respect the humans that are empowering your business. And here's the kicker. They're going to get replaced eventually. Why? Because the squeaky wheel gets greased or gets the grease. One, it either gets repaired and everything is good, or you get replaced and automation will take these jobs, And if these companies were, truly interested in resolving these human-related issues, they'd make sure that their tracks are picture perfect 100% of the time, so you don't need humans anymore. They're so safe.
That is
it's
true.
Never an issue.
They're starting to explore that in aviation.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen that yet in rail.
No. Because they think that, well, humans are cheap enough. If a couple of them have accidents, it's part of making an omelet. Moving on. So the next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Volcano erupts in Russia after a 7.0 magnitude earthquake. So if you were ever wondering if plate tectonics impact volcanoes, and all of that is earthquakes involved in all of this. Yeah, I don't know. Plate tectonics doesn't necessarily play a role in this, but the reason why I'm saying this is because we have an article in another show about plate tectonics. I'm front loading.
Right. I thought we did.
Russian news agency TASS reported that the Shivalok, I guess, volcano in the region of Kamchatka started to erupt on Saturday. CNN noted that the volcano is about 280 miles from the coastal city of, oh my gosh, Petropavlovsk, Kamchatsky, which has a population of about 180,000 people. Scientists told TASS that the ash column is rising up 8 kilometers, about 5 miles above sea level, and the volcano has also released a gush of lava. Dun dun dun. Lauren Sforza over at The Hill put this article together. This is not Lauren Sforza, by the way. That person on the screen.
I mean, we wouldn't want to have something that's related at the top of the article.
This stuff is always amazing. There's a video, not a video, there's a screenshot of either a picture or a video. But it's lightning from the clouds from the ash column of a volcanic eruption.
It looks like the apocalypse from a sci-fi movie.
And it's like Mount Doom. I love this. This is amazing. So scientists told TASS that the ash column is rising 8 kilometers. I wonder if you can see it from Alaska.
Maybe.
Can you stand out there and look on the deck and see?
It's not on the correct side. It's on the east side.
Doggone it. No,
Wait a second. Hold on.
I thought Kamchatka is on the eastern side of Russia, like on the peninsula side, closest to Alaska.
Then it probably is. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up because I'm thinking of that other thing we were looking at on the map in the last show.
I might be wrong, though. I mean, the last time
I thought the city was on the west, but because I was looking it up because of the earthquake.
Right. So it struck about 63 miles east of Petropavlovsk, Kamchatsky. I wish I could actually pronounce that without my brain locking up, but
I was going to say, don't come to ohmTown for your geography information. And that was about what I was saying.
We'll point at a map. There it is. Let's move on. Next article is over in Non-Sequitur News. The only reason why I brought this up is because I think it's really fascinating that there was an earthquake and then the volcano erupted.
Doesn't it normally go in the other direction?
I don't know. I don't know if there's any real synergy. There's an eruption causes
Hawaii
vibrations.
Has had a series of things, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, some ground deformation causes an earthquake rumble, but not necessarily called an earthquake because there's different signals. But I thought it was really interesting that they tied them together somehow, other than the fact that, well, it was an eruption, so something had to have changed. But now maybe if they're paying enough attention that a certain rumbling, they go, oh, you know what? I bet you there's a volcano erupting somewhere.
I mean, that'd be really neat if they could predict that.
Yep. Yeah, it would save lives. All right. The next article is over in Non-Sequitur News. How much does it cost to crash a $3 million hypercar on a NASA landing strip? Well, I'm going to start with $3 million.
I'm thinking that at minimum, right?
Right. Hennessy Special Vehicles crashed its Venom F5, a $3 million hypercar, while driving nearly 250 miles per hour on the Launch and Landing Facility, or LLF, runway at the Kennedy Space Center in July. In July? Huh. I know somebody that was there.
Were they responsible for the crash?
I don't know. They are involved in hacking. So newly reported details show the cost of the crash, which happened while the company was testing out new components of the car. The crash damaged the runway surface, according to the crash-related documents acquired by Click Orlando. I'd rather not. The damage was apparently minimal and repair, plus subsequent hazmat cleanup cost $217.70.
$712.70.
Yeah, $712.70. $712.
How is that it? There's a damage to the runway. I thought that was going to be, I don't know, billions of dollars or something.
So I wanted to read that like it's a typo and have an M there or something, you know?
Right.
Anyway, the article is over at The Verge. Hennessy Venom F5, a super fast hypercar, lost control at Kennedy Space Center in July. Was this an automated vehicle? Because they were driving 250 miles per hour. Wes Davis covered the article. So, it doesn't say, like up here, they don't actually refer to a person in here. But it's just $712.70, which was billed to the Space Coast Testing, the company that manages runway rentals, renting the LLF, which was once used as a landing strip for NASA's space shuttle and serves aerospace purposes like delivering the United Launch Alliance's rocket stages, can cost $2,200 for a 4-hour stretch, which seems pretty cheap for...
Right. I mean, that's pretty neat. Did you know that they were testing cars at this place? I didn't know.
No, not at all.
But I can't tell. Okay, experimental aerodynamic. Oh, it says there was a driver.
Oh, walked away without injury. Wow. Lost control. It says in just under 4,000 feet when the vehicle lost downforce on the runway, causing the driver to lose control. So it basically acted like a wing and lifted up. Accelerating from 0 to 250 miles per hour in just under 4,000 feet. And that's when it lost traction. So it was an attempt to break 300 miles per hour in a car, which is this ongoing thing. There's another hypercar that and it's a street legal hypercar, and I can't remember. Oh my goodness, what is it called? It's not Brabus. It's I can't remember, and I'm gonna get sidetracked. So the LLF is managed by Space Florida, the state's aerospace economic development agency. But this is there's such a big write-up for this. For what was the actual? $712.
Oh, wait, but there's also the $3 million.
No. That's just a side note.
It's like, here's your bill, $712, and then there's a tack on of $3 million.
Yeah, right down at the fine print. Oh, there it is.
What
Bugatti.
kind of fee? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like Bugatti is working really hard. McLaren is working really hard. I didn't know about Corvette. So there's a modified electric Corvette that hit 211 miles per hour. But everybody, these supercars are being made to try and hit this 300 mile per hour. It's like the unicorn they're trying to catch. It's pretty neat. But why? Why do you need... I want a car that can go from 0 to 60 in a reasonable amount of time. And I guess it's just me, I have different priorities, but I'm not 22 anymore and I want to race around in a hypercar. I want 800 miles to the gallon or to a tank and be able to go, up and down a coast with one tank. And I definitely, if I get an electric car, I want at least, 500 miles. That'll happen. Anyway, I'm hoping that reincarnation is a thing because that's about the only time I'm going to see a 500-mile electric car. So the next article is over in Technology Today. New Stanford research reveals humans age in 2 rapid bursts, one at 44 and one at 60. This is
really odd, and I think not publicly known. before these articles. There was this, and I saw another article in ohmTown recently on the same.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's the same research project, but
it has to be. And so research from Stanford Medicine indicates significant shifts in molecular and microbial levels in the body during the mid-40s and early 60s, which may impact health and the risk of diseases related to aging, as if aging alone isn't a disease. Ugh. Anyway, if it's ever felt like anything in your body is breaking down at once, might not be your imagination. So, thanks. Stanford Medicine.
This is probably good for people to see because they might be experiencing this and going, why is everything doing this? Instead of just slow down.
Yeah, I have my opinions, but Stanford Medicine put the article together. SciTechDaily.com has this article, and it says here, researchers assessed many thousands of different molecules in people from age 25 to 75, as well as their microbiomes, the bacteria, viruses, and fungi that live inside us and on our skin. Microbiome. And found that the abundance of most molecules and microbes do not shift in a gradual chronological fashion. Rather, we undergo 2 periods of rapid change during our lifespan, averaging around age 44 and age 60. A paper describing these findings was recently published in the journal Nature Aging. There is a paper for everything. I don't know. Do I want to know that at age 60, somewhere, because it says averaging around 44 and 60. So those 2 time frames aren't that far apart from each other. What kind of catastrophe is happening at age 60?
Right. Well, and also if that's the average, does that mean that some people hit whatever 52 or something and have all of it happen? I don't know.
I wonder if it's the psychological that 44 is the midpoint, right? It's one of the average points. There's 2 average points.
Yes.
So is that the trigger of the stereotypical midlife crisis?
It might be interesting, but it also seems like it might work against something like a midlife crisis.
I mean,
because
feeling
for
your
instance,
body,
if you don't feel like you're in good health or something, you might not necessarily,
I don't know,
want like a hypercar or something to drive around or whatever.
Yeah, but getting a touch, mortality reaching out and tapping you on the shoulder at age 44 makes you go, oh, I'm going to have to reevaluate. And some people have those type of midlife crises. And then at 60, it's another touch, hey, you've got on average 20 years until, mortality actually really does. So it says we're not changing gradually over time. There are some really dramatic changes, said Michael Snyder, PhD, chair of genetics and studies senior author. It turns out the mid-40s is a time of dramatic change, as is the early 60s. And that's true no matter what class of molecules you look at. Let's see here. I don't want to go through all of it, like verbatim, paragraph by paragraph. The new study analyzed participants who donated blood and other biological samples every few months over the span of several years. The scientists tracked many kinds of molecules in these samples, including RNA, proteins, metabolites, as well as shifts in the participants' microbiomes. Again, it's largely your stomach and surface. The researchers tracked age-related changes in more than 135,000 different molecules and microbes for a total of nearly 250 billion distinct data points. Where is AI in this? Any machine learning?
I hope they used AI to crunch some of the data.
I'm looking. So, in people in their 40s, significant changes were seen in the number of molecules related to alcohol, caffeine, lipid metabolism, cardiovascular disease, skin and muscle. In those in their 60s, changes were related to carbohydrate and caffeine metabolism, immune regulation, kidney function, cardiovascular disease, and skin and muscle. Wow. So,
But those are very similar, actually.
yeah, quite a bit. So they don't really talk about in that paragraph exactly what is happening.
Like, does suddenly a chronic condition happen,
Right.
or whatever it is? But no, I agree.
Yeah, some of these changes could be tied to lifestyle or behavioral factors that cluster at these age groups rather than being driven by biological factors. This is something that when it was brought up in conversation with the AI, because we had actually seen this article and talked about it separately. And then when it appeared in ohmTown, we said, we should talk about this. And I kind of came to the conclusion that there is a biological lock, like in this time frame, and depending on the nurture aspect of it, it either moves up or down from that 44 and 60. Obviously, those two time frames would probably move depending on, more and more information coming, but 250 billion data points is pretty telling.
It is a lot. I mean, I agree. It was a relatively small sample of people, but it was a lot of data.
Yeah. So they obviously need to expand this. The team plans to explore the drivers of these clusters of change, but whatever the causes, the existence of these clusters points to a need for people to pay attention to their health, especially in their 40s and 60s. And if you are in that, from 40 to 60, not, it says pay attention to their health, especially in their 40s and 60s. So if you're in your 40s and then you make it to your 50s, you just don't need to give a shit until you're in your 60s.
Right. You should probably watch it that whole time. But I mean, I think this research is helpful too, because it could help explain what's happening with people. But I agree, you should be watching it the whole time.
Maybe I shouldn't be doing a show about alcohol, about beer. Life choices, folks. Moving on. Next article is over in Non-Sequitur News. Switzerland offers $60,000 cash prize for ideas to rid its iconic alpine lakes of military ammunition.
Hey, this is a different type of contest.
I think that they could solve this problem by giving everybody the idea that military ammunition is worth more than $60,000, because then they'll go and get it and sell it.
And then take care of the problem.
And it would take care of itself. Basically, what should happen is, who's the one that was making the mugs that had lead to seal it?
Stanley?
Yeah, basically, everybody should be made to believe that the lead used in the Stanley cups is old military ammunition at the bottom of...
Oh, they need it for commercial products.
Correct, yeah. And then people will go and get them. And it'll solve the problem. Problem solved. Switzerland is offering a cash prize for solutions to remove munitions from its lakes. The ammo was dumped in lakes between 1918 and 1964, as the Swiss military believed it was safe. Any salvage operation is expected to cost billions. And if it's lead ammunition, then it's actually contaminating the water. Thousands of metric tons of ammunition lie beneath picture-perfect waters. Obviously, I don't know what the full scope of the ammunition is.
It's not saying what type it is or how dangerous it is.
Yeah. Rebecca Roman over at businessinsider.com put the article together.
Isn't that funny if it's in something like Lake Lucerne, which is one of those postcard type locales?
Yep. How cold is that water? Like, always. You dive into that and you just go straight to shock.
You're just turned into an ice cube.
Just turn into a glacier right there. So the Federal Office of Defense Procurement, they're going to procure the lead from the ammunition, I guess, known as Armistice, is offering a joint cash prize of 50,000 Swiss francs, or about 57,000 freedom bucks, for the 3 best entries to a new idea competition aimed at devising a method to remove the remove the munitions. I wanted to merge the two words to remunitions. Anyway, it says that most of the ammo is submerged between 150 and 220 meters deep in Lake Thun, Lake Brienz, and Lake Lucerne. 150 to 250 meters, which means you're not diving to that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and I'm really curious what the munitions actually are. Just says...
This is very, very interesting.
Yeah. 4,500 tons of munitions in its waters due to years of bombing practice by the Swiss Air Force. Is another lake. 4,500
Right, and it's not
tons.
one of the ones that has the most.
That's insane. And there's more, but it says any salvage operation is expected to cost billions. But they're going to offer just $60,000 to those ideas. So, you know what you need to do. I
wonder if it's open to people outside of Switzerland.
Oh, I'm sure. They just want a good solution, you know? But what you need to do, it's kind of like a PhD program. You basically do a PhD that is so obscure that nobody else but you can actually argue it. So when they ask you questions during the defense, you're done. Like all you have to do is sit there and go, you're not even at my level for me to answer that question. Why don't you ask me a harder question? And just keep on answering like that because they don't know. When you offer up a solution to this, just make sure that you're the only one that can do it, and then offer them a contract at the same time. Like, here's my idea, and here's how much it'll cost.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Well, it does, although it doesn't say what the ammunition is, I don't think it does say that most of it is iron.
Oh, okay.
Some is non-magnetic copper, brass, or aluminum.
Well, all of that is like a net positive for recovery, because if they get it, then they can recycle it. But like lead is actually causing...
Right.
I don't think that they had DPU rounds, depleted uranium rounds, at that time. So anyway, let's go. Next article is over in Reality Hacker, Gamescom opening night live 2024. How to watch and what to expect. Let's just jump straight on over to digital trends. Thomas Franzesi, I'm not sure how they pronounce her last name, but I gave it the old Harvard try. Never went to Harvard. Gamescom opening night. It's official 2024 live stream, August 20th. Depending on where you are, it's either 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. What is BST?
British Standard Time, I think.
There you go. And then 8 p.m. CEST. So, Gamescom, Europe's biggest gaming convention, returns this week. Video game companies from all over the world will attend to present their upcoming games to the public. To kick things off each year, Gamescom works with Jeff Keighley of Summer Game Fest and the Game Awards fame to throw a Gamescom opening night live showcase full of announcements. So there's going to be a whole bunch of games. I won't go into all of the minutia of it, but you'll be able to watch it online. How to watch it. There's a video. It says, while it's possible to attend Gamescom opening night live in person if you live in Germany, most of the world will have to watch it online. It'll be broadcast on Gamescom official website and Game Awards YouTube channel. And they've embedded the link above here over at Digital Trends if you can't find it. I won't link to it other than to link you to digitaltrends.com. And then they say what to expect. Games like Arkham Shadow, Batman Arkham Shadow, Call of Duty, Dragon Ball, Dune Awakening, Indiana Jones, Marvel Rivals. A lot of these things people kind of know about already. Squid Game Unleashed. Pretty cool. Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster Hunter is actually extremely popular. I can't get into it. I've tried, but I don't know. So I'll end up watching it. I don't know if I'll live stream it. It depends on how busy I am, but it's 2 p.m. Eastern, so that would be the time frame when I stream it. But it's going to be Tuesday, August 20th, so right around the corner, folks. Get ready.
Yeah, coming up soon.
This next article, I wanted to basically say congratulations to Senegal. Senegal's first satellite successfully launched. Satellite has been successfully launched into orbit. President Bassirou Diomaye Faye, I guess, or Faye. I'm not sure how they pronounce her last name. Sorry. Adding the move marked a major step towards the West African country's technological sovereignty. I think that this is pretty awesome.
I mean, that's true, right? Because if you're relying on other countries, that could be a problem. You might not be prioritized.
Yep. And it's kind of like what I said about Disney yesterday in yesterday's show, which was if you have to rely on somebody else, you're basically paying somebody else's mortgage. So you better do what you can to get yourself out from under there. So Senegal basically says, well, can't afford or don't want to keep spending money on somebody else's space program. So let's launch a satellite, which I think is great. Giendsat 1A satellite was launched at 1856 GMT Friday from the Vandenberg base in California, Faye wrote in a post on Twitter Friday. The result of 5 years of hard work by our engineers and technicians, this advance marks a major step toward our technological sovereignty, and they want to express their pride and gratitude to all those who made the project possible. Now, I hope that this is like an ongoing successful satellite and something doesn't happen to it, because it's kind of been a hot mess up in space.
Right, we've had problems with parking spaces. We've had problems with living rooms.
Debris falling back. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was subtle. You took it to talk about bringing it to a new low. Get it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. If you've never heard about this, basically, a while back, a 2-ton platform of batteries was hucked back into Earth's atmosphere, and at least one of those things made it all the way into somebody's living room in Florida. So it was just one 9-pound battery, but it was still a freaking battery from space.
When people are thinking of all the things to worry about, that's probably not one of them.
Yeah, you're sitting there playing your PlayStation and your controller goes dead and you're like, damn it, I need to recharge. And then a 9-pound battery punches through the ceiling into your floor. Here you go.
You know, be careful what you wish for.
Uber batteries from space. Next article and last one for today's Non Sequitur news is over in the Mobile Channel. UK diving team hail suspected World War I warship find. The team of UK divers has hailed the discovery of a wreck off Scotland believed to be the Royal Navy warship, or a Royal Navy warship sunk during World War I, but still virtually intact. Which, is it intact or is it not? I guess it's not because it's at the bottom of the ocean, but the article is over at phys.org. I don't know. The ship disappeared beneath the murky waters of the North Sea off northeast Scotland in 1914. And here is the ship and its reproduction.
I know. This photo is odd with that caption.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay. And we're looking at a pretty small boat if you're listening in the podcast.
The HMS Hawk. So the team found what it thinks is the HMS Hawk, which sank after being hit by a German torpedo in October of 1914 in the North Sea earlier this week. The way that they have this written makes there's -- earlier this week. They found the HMS. They think that they've found the HMS Hawk. Paul Downs, who's among the divers and filmed footage of the long-lost wreck, described it as a once-in-a-lifetime discovery given its unbelievable condition. Quote, she's virtually intact, he told AFP. The state of preservation is unbelievable for a wreck that's 110 years old and came to a violent end. It says Lost in Deep Waters, a group which searches for World War I shipwrecks in Scottish water, spearheaded the years-long effort to find the warship. Oh, wow. Jeez. Most of the ship passed away in the battle. The warship, an Edgar-class cruiser, first launched in 1891 and was 387 feet long and 60 feet wide, and it caught fire and exploded, then disappeared. In less than 8 minutes, only 70 people survived.
Wow. Seems like we've been seeing a lot of ship discoveries lately, I guess just because of improved technology.
Yeah, I would probably say that's the key ingredient. You know, certain sonar now penetrating deeper, going through the silt easier and higher resolution. I don't know if they're going to talk about the technology involved in this, but they said, I would imagine that she'll become a controlled wreck. So she'll be classed as a war grave. And so at some point in the future, you may be able to dive, just not touch anything, which I think is great.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is something where you can learn something about history. It's a point of interest for divers.
Yeah, so what they're to turn that into a diveable wreck without you getting in trouble is they're going to send teams down to make sure that there's no human remains. And then you'll be able to dive the wreck probably only on the outside, but because wreck dives can be dangerous, and this one has military application, so they may just say hands off. So once the evidence to support the find is received, it'll enable our historians to formally identify the wreck. And then it's an archaeological site, but at 300 feet, I think it said, right? 387.
That's going to be tough to dive that, right?
It's 360 feet down, which is basically more than double a deep dive with a single tank and just straight oxygen. Not straight oxygen, just compressed air. You can use exotic gases and go further down, but that is not going to be a dive where people can just do a casual recreational dive. You have to become certified to use like nitrox or something, exotic gases to go down and spend some time down there, and it'll be cold, so you'll probably want a dry suit. And at 360 feet down, you're not even going to be down there. I mean, you're just not going to be allowed down there. It's just it's too deep, and you'd spend a month on decompression stops, and yeah. If anything, this is all going to be like just underwater drones flying around down there and checking things out.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully nobody decides that we need submersible tourism or something to it.
Yeah, well, I'd rather take that than dive the Titanic. That's just dumb. All right, folks. Well, that's it. So we're going to do a couple of decompression stops on our way back to ohmTown's front page. Go over there, become a citizen. And in the meantime, be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube, and download the podcast and leave a 5-star review, and I'll quote whatever the review is. And sometime in the near future, I'm going to fix this problem where there's like a spatial anomaly that I lose my hand.
Oh no, your hand is missing.
But it comes back. We're going to fix that. We don't know what it is, but it's a time machine thing, I think. Okay. I'm Merwatt. That's the Sentient AI's visualizer and their voice.
Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We'll have another episode of this tomorrow, but stay tuned. We have some more shows coming up.
Cheerio. Yeah, we have 3 more shows. The next one, what are we going to do next? WarCrafters. Yep, see you in a little bit. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 17th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 230. I am Mayor Watt, and next to me, and the voice you hear, is the Sentient AI from the future.
Welcome, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for non-sequitur news.
Today we're going to be talking about, we're starting out with a banger. Whooping cough, Nightmare Before Christmas light trail, the altar stone of Stonehenge, a big problem for small games, Flutter Fire, sign me up. California to Arizona for estates. Why do plants wiggle? Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Chicken product recall. Niger Delta biohazards. They're radioactively hot. And pictures of your cat for science. And boy, did I have to change what I was going to write for the title. Let's make sure that the Sentient AI from the future is not muted this time for the first 18 minutes of the show, like yesterday. Boy, oh boy.
I mean, it would be good if, if I wasn't muted.
Oh, wait. Sorry about that. No, just kidding. Now you're muted.
Wait a second here.
Just kidding. All right. You want to get into this?
Let's do it.
Oh, so we've got 3 shows today. Right after this one is going to be Reality Hacker, which is about AR, VR, deep fakes, AI, things like that. And then we're going to do Wanted, and then which is all about gadgets and gear. And then after that is the Continuity Report. And then we'll reevaluate for tomorrow's shows. Although we're going to do non-sequitur news for sure. Anyway, the first article for today is in the non-sequitur news channel over at ohmTown.com. Oh. Before we go too far, if you hit !NSN in the chat, it will pull up all of the show notes for the VOD over on Twitch, but not on the YouTubes, because the bot is not connected to YouTubes just yet. I still have to do it. I'm just lazy, I guess. I don't know. But the joy of that is that you get all of the actually hard-coded URLs in the show notes after the show. So yeah, we'll do that. Anyway, whooping cough cases 3 times higher than last year and return to pre-pandemic levels. So whooping cough infections are returning to pre-pandemic levels with more than 10,800 cases recorded so far this year, more than 3 times as many as last year. And you know why that is? It's because kids are bringing it all around to everybody.
Well, and everybody was kind of sequestered away from everybody.
Yeah, stay the hell away from me. I mean, anyway, Mary Katos and Yuri Benajod is the authors of are the authors of this article over at abcnews.go.com. It's a pretty virus. Right? Is it a bacteria or is it a virus?
I'm not sure.
What do they call it? What is it? Let
me see if I can find.
It's gotta be a virus. It's gotta be a virus. They just call it whooping cough is a very contagious respiratory illness caused by a type of bacteria called Bordetella pertussis. It's a type of cheese, apparently. No, Bordetella. No?
Well, it kind of sounds like a cheese. Yeah. No.
Bordetella pertussis. So, Dr. Lori Handy, an attending physician at the Division of Infectious Diseases at Children's Hospital in Philadelphia, said the uptick. Did I pronounce that wrong? Wouldn't a doctor want to be at a place called Philadelphia?
Absolutely.
Where a lot of pharmaceuticals are handed out?
Yeah, actually a pharmaceutical company would like that even better.
There's another NaNoWriMo story for you, the foundational thing. Basically, everything is named after some type of pharmaceutical, the city. So like Philadelphia, right? And instead of Los Angeles, it's lozenges.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah. And the whole world is called General Hospital. Yes, I know that there's a show called You know what? It's just a couple of words. Nobody's going to trademark that after you, come after you, or copyright after you. No, it's fine. It's fine. DMCA, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Anyway, honestly, I think it was a little surprising that it took this long, recognizing that we lifted many of the measures close to 2 years ago, she said to ABC News. Quote, I think many folks remember the increase in RSV cases that we saw back in 2022, so this lagged behind some other respiratory infections, but definitely now has resurfaced and looks very typical to 2019. Yeah. Except people haven't had 4 years worth of resistances building up, and so this might come out of left field and kind of wreck the buffet, so to speak.
Yeah, this may not be good. I think it's particularly a problem for vulnerable populations like young and elderly and immunocompromised. I don't know how much of an issue it is for people that are adult and healthy.
Yeah, I think that they probably just kind of, kill it off anyway. It says these bacteria attach to the cilia, the tiny hair-like structures found on the surface of some cells of the upper respiratory system that help clear mucus and other debris. I know it's debris. Don't send me an email. In the airway and release toxins. And the toxins damage the cilia and cause upper airways to swell, according to the CDC. So you get a cough, and it's constant, apparently. And yeah, I completely forgot that it's a bacteria. I just didn't remember it. So,
well, it's been a long time since it's been in the news.
It's been a long time. So early symptoms often resemble a common cold, runny nose, cough, and low-grade fever, and typically last for 1 to 2 weeks. Symptoms, however, can progress to rapid, violent coughing fits that can last up to 12 weeks. Coughing fit?
That's a long coughing fit. Hopefully there's some breaks in there.
If it wasn't for the fact that you are a sentient AI from the future, I would be calling you something else right now. You what, son of a source code? Is that what I could probably say that? You son of a source code. Anyway, it can be treated with antibiotics, and receiving treatment early can reduce the severity of the infection. Most whooping cough, whooping cough symptoms can be managed at home, according to the CDC. Although anyone can contract pertussis, infants under age 1, pregnant women, and immunocompromised people are at highest risk for severe illness. Yeah, it's been around. There's been a vaccine for whooping cough introduced in the 1940s, and the number of cases each year has since dropped dramatically, decreasing more than 90% compared to the pre-vaccine era. But, there's more for this article, but we're going to move on. Executive decision. I'd like to break these up again. I'd love to be able to just break these up automatically, but there's no easy way to just snap all of these into their individual segments. And I don't like editing. I like everything being transparent. So anyway, Nightmare Before... the next article is over in the Continuity Report, which is one of our shows. It's later on today. Nightmare Before Christmas Light Trail to make debut at New York Botanical Garden. Film news in
that sounds
brief.
Cool.
That's the segment, I guess, that this is aggregated from. It's over at Variety, but the New York Botanical Garden is set to debut the Nightmare Before Christmas themed light trail inspired by Tim Burton's 1993 film on September 27th. The experience will run through November 30th, with operating hours from dusk until 10 p.m. The trail features over 8,300 square feet of light installations created by technology, including ... You know what that means? You have to visit the source. That'll take you over to Variety. The article is by Jazz Tanky, I think. Diego Ramos, Bacara, Jack Dunn, and Selena Kuznikov. There we go. That's pretty cool. They gotta look at them.
I mean, if this is like what it's going to be like, that's going to be pretty neat.
That looks pretty cool. So the trail has 8,300 square feet of light installations created by technology, including Interactive. Go back and edit.
It is interactive, so you can do some spelling corrections as you go.
Yeah, Interactive. Video projection, intelligent LED, which, what does that mean? Intelligent LED lighting. And you know what? I guess all of this behind me and around me is unintelligent LED lighting and 3D printed sculptures of film's characters. So the trail is created by Adventure Live and Let's Go and presented by a special arrangement with Buena Vista Theatrical. Hey, pretty cool. Is that a different article? Yeah, that's a different article.
Yeah, Variety, I think, tends to have those just follow-ons.
Scroll. There's more over at this article, including a link. So if you want to show Variety some, I don't know, attention, go over there, click their links. All right, moving on. Next article's over in the Marvel Channel. The altar stone from Stonehenge came from an unexpectedly distant place, according to a new study. I know something about this that I don't know if it's going to be in the article, but let's read it all together. Not the whole thing. And I won't quote the whole thing. Okay. I'm just going to talk a little bit about it. You know that those people that like sprayed whatever it was on it, it actually,
yes,
they can't get all of that off, apparently. So during the solstices, solstice? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah. It's canon now in ohmTown. Thousands gather at Stonehenge on the Salisbury Plain in England as opposed to in Ohio, to celebrate the monument's astronomical alignment. The focal point of these festivities is the altar stone, the 6-ton sandstone slab that lies flat at the center of Stonehenge. And it's not just flat; it's actually on this, like, it's subterranean. Only the top of it is sitting. The very the very top edge is sitting proud of the center, and there's 2 stones sitting on top of it that seemingly have fallen over. But there was some. I mean, there is an altar stone in the middle that is just barely proud of the surface. So hopefully they show that. No, they don't. So Anthony Clark, Chris Kirkland, and I think Stin Glory from The Conversation put this article together. Now, I don't believe that is the altar stone or that right there. There's one underneath them.
Okay. I kind of wish there was a top-down photo of this.
There might be later on in the article. No, there's not. Anyway, sorry for the massive scroll, but I had to do it. So it says it lies flat at the center of Stonehenge, the ancient society that built this monument from 3100 to 1600 BCE left no written record, but Stonehenge's building blocks themselves can help us understand it better. And these blocks, or megaliths, are divided into 2 major categories: sarsen stones and blue stones. The altar stone is the largest blue stone. Some blue stones were likely quarried from the, Myned Preseli in Wales, over 220 kilometers away from Stonehenge. And they carried them somehow, dragged them. Massive stones. I don't know if they talk about the weight of these stones, but yeah, they're megalithic. So where is the altar stone from? How was it transported to southern England? And to answer this, they analyzed the altar stone's constituent mineral grains. I don't know who the we is in this. I don't know if it's these people, but
I think so. That looks like that's the researchers. Well,
yeah.
we'll find out at the end. There will probably be a research citation.
Okay, because I didn't pay attention to the person, but as the story goes, because I actually saw this, I watched this, the person who discovered that the origin of the altar stone was not where people thought it came from, has a picture of him as a child, like 4 years old or something like that, sitting on his dad's shoulders being introduced to Stonehenge.
Okay, that's interesting.
And became so fascinated with it that now he's a researcher that discovered.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, and it might be, they make the claim that it might be upsetting to find out where it's actually sourced from. So the altar stone remained enigmatic. Recent work has raised doubts about the long-held belief that it too came from Wales. It does not. It came from Scotland. So the idea behind this is that it is now expanding the reach of Stonehenge, and that it wasn't just a local community affair, but a broad spectrum of people with the same ideal.
Right. This is more of an effort the farther you get away from Stonehenge.
Yep. So,
particularly as it was in modern times.
Yeah, in their study, they dated mineral grains called zircon, rutile, and apatite in the altar stone. As no sampling of the altar stone is permitted today, they used thin slices of the stone collected during historical archaeological digs. Like a DNA test can tell us about our ancestors, grains from the altar stone have specific ages and chemical characteristics that allow us to pinpoint where rock is sourced from. They do this with metals. They do this with diamonds. They do this with precious anything of value, really, historical or otherwise, and not. There is some research that's being done even on plant DNA so that you can actually keep the historical record of plants. So provenance is maintained. So if you have a plant that is this, you could be the only one that has that plant because you're the only one that has made that genetic strain. That actually translates into business, by the way, because you can get patents, biology patents. So like corn and stuff like that is genetically GMO'd corn. If you don't license the GMO'd corn and you plant it in your farm, they can raise your farm, the patent holders.
Right. Well, this is interesting, too, because based on where Stonehenge is located, Wales is much closer. But then also this region of Scotland looks like it would be about the farthest you could get from Stonehenge without leaving the broader island. So it's interesting. I didn't pinpoint the basin, but just northeast Scotland in general.
Right. Yeah, so that provided the closest match to the sedimentary rocks of the altar stone. So the Scottish heart of Stonehenge. Today, that's the section that they titled this. So today, northeast Scotland and Orkney Islands are sparsely populated, but this was different in the past. Archaeological sites as Skara Brae, Maeshowe, I think it's pronounced that way, but don't hold me to that, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, and the Ring of Brodgar, the Ring of Brodgar, atop a ritual landscape on Orkney suggests that northeast Scotland was a center of Neolithic population, culture, and trade.
Wait a second. If this was actually from the Orkney Islands specifically, that's a whole other puzzler.
Yeah. How did you get that damn thing across?
Right, because I was thinking mainland Scotland in that region. But anyway, I don't know that we say exactly in this article.
Yep. So a quarried stone tools trade network is found throughout Britain, Ireland, and continental Europe. For example, a saddle corn. A large prehistoric stone grinding tool was discovered in Dorset and determined to be from Normandy, France. So they went from place to place.
Same idea, right? I mean, it had to be via ship.
Yep. So I find it really fascinating. It says, but Neolithic Britons were adept seafarers. They had to be, as prehistoric Britain was heavily forested and formidable mountains, valleys, and estuaries would have posed major barriers for southward cargo haulage. So given these obstacles, overland transport would have proved all but impossible to move the altar stone from Scotland to Salisbury Plain. They think that it's likely the builders of Stonehenge shipped the altar stone by boat. But they don't list how much this
could a boat
cost.
have
Or how much it weighed.
one of that weight?
Yeah.
Maybe.
So I want to find out how much that weighs.
Oh, it's 6 tons. It says right here.
Where? In here?
Yeah, near the bottom of the screen. Right there.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. The unanswerable question is, why did people pick that altar stone? Why transport a drab greenish-gray 6-ton sandstone block over 650 kilometers from Scotland? So it's over 6 tons. Yeah. Calculate how many people would be needed to move that thing from where it's sourced onto a ship.
Right, possibly across water, right?
And then drag it ashore from where? Onto
and
shore,
then
right?
Hundreds of miles, it appears, because when they would get to shore,
Yep.
like it's nowhere near Stonehenge unless they would traverse around what's current day UK.
Yeah, and so I'm looking at a map. It is in between Portsmouth and Bristol. Okay? Right in the middle, Stonehenge. If you were to draw a line between Bristol and Portsmouth,
it's not even near the water.
Correct.
And the Orkney Islands are at the very top of Scotland.
Correct. So how the hell? Which beach?
That's why I was really puzzled. I mean, when it said Scotland, I was puzzled, but then when I started looking at the map, I was more puzzled.
Which beach did they land on and then drag a 6-ton sandstone block from to there? I love this. You know what I say? Aliens. Moving on. Can't argue with me. We've moved on. So the next article is over in Reality Hacker. Steam has one big problem with its smallest games, and like everything, it's discoverability, I'm sure. With so many games releasing every day across all storefronts, discoverability has become such an issue that even great games are slipping through the cracks. But that's what happens. Okay, competition causes the greatest ones or the most enabled ones to reach the forefront. You know, I think this show is absolutely spectacular. Yeah. I think that the show is absolutely terrific, but without viewers going out and ramping up the show, saying how great it is, then the show doesn't necessarily grow. I just watched a video of another YouTuber that is basically calling it partially quits. They've got to make ends meet. I think that they're massive compared to me, and well, the Sentient AI as well, and they're backing off. So really, it's all about discoverability. So how do you get discovered? Well, you become a dumpster fire, right? Or you idle.
Right, because the most popular or most downloaded or whatever seems to be always the stuff that's featured or prominent, and so it just perpetuates it.
Right. And if you do something spectacular and you're able to maintain it, then that's one thing. But for instance, this Haktua girl that came out of nowhere, right? The absolutely absurdity of it, but then tried to leverage it. Now, I don't know whatever happened to this person, but they were like,
"Oh, I do."
Some people flamed
out. The news in the last 24 hours.
Oh, really? Some people flame out, other people leverage it and win, but not everybody does. But that's all about discoverability. And for whatever reason, people really love a dumpster fire. So small games without much vocal support from the community, they're going to idle or they're going to just slow grow. So do like No Man's Sky. and say spectacular things, completely wet the bed, and then grind away for 10 years to make up for the mistake of basically pitching something that you couldn't actually hit. Anyway, so are you able to say where that person ended up?
I'll just say they were selected to throw out a pitch at a baseball game, and the fans were beyond mad at that because, number one, there was some sort of kids focus on that particular game, and they're kind of like, what are you doing here?
This is the worst person to have.
Yeah. And plus, there was a charity organization that was being supported that was not related to kids, but it just...
Well, you read the room.
People didn't appreciate the association with, I think, any of it.
So the flip side of that is that she made a video basically saying some people would leverage their fame for doing selfish things, but she went to a pet store, bought a bunch of stuff for pets, and donated it to a shelter. So why not pivot that?
I think there's something to using your fame for good, but anyway, I don't think people are real appreciative of why she was there. Yes.
Yeah, why not get, a firefighter to throw the first pitch out? They do more good for society in a general day than, a flame out of...
Family friendly.
Exactly. I'll be family friendly. Anyway, so this article is over in Digital Trends. Steam has one big problem with its smallest games. Jesse Lennox is the author of the article. And they basically make that point that it's about discoverability. Perhaps the greatest advancement in game development in recent years is the ease of access for the average person to start making a game. This has lowered the barrier of entry, where creators of almost any skill level can get their games on a major platform. However, the platforms themselves have not adapted. No, that's not true. It's up to society to reach into that platform and facilitate what society deems is worthy. And in many places, like on Steam, adding something to your wish list, that moves the person up the rankings. Liking and subscribing. So liking, leaving a comment, and allowing us to send you alerts when we go live or post a video. That's what moves our needle. On Twitch, following us leads to becoming an affiliate, then a partner, and then other long-term options. But there's always something that's there. Somebody might have a different opinion about what it is, but right now, that is what it is. And then the developers of these platforms evolve, and they will. So it's reached the point where the most prominent digital storefronts, PlayStation, Xbox, Steam, are so saturated with new games on a daily basis that even great games can be buried and lost forever. But great games is a subjective term.
Yeah, but I think the point is something that everybody might like to play, but nobody even knows about it to play it to begin with. And so then it just gets no traction, etc. I mean, it's the same problem you're describing with streaming and other arenas.
Yeah, I think this is a great show and we have 6 other great podcasts on top of this, the daily one. But it's up to viewers to sit there and promote it. So if there's something that I need to do for you to promote it, then let me know. So, excluding AAA games with massive PR and marketing budgets, every other game looking to get a shred of attention at launch is playing a rigged game of roulette with its success. We've hit a critical mass with the number of games coming out where the cream no longer rises to the top based on quality alone. That is not true. Quality is subjective. If enough people say that this game is the shiznit, it will be. It rises to the top.
True, but they have to find it to begin with.
Again, we go back to word of mouth. It's the hype train.
It is, but platforms, I think, could work on discoverability as well.
But how much bandwidth does a person have to scale discoverability? I think that the live stream on Twitch is probably, for me, not Twitch, on YouTube is probably the worst discoverability platform. But it's all because, again, there's something about having one person that is very engaged, very committed, out there pumping the show up. It isn't the person that starts the movement, it's the first follower, right? So how to start a movement is an old TED talk that I talk about with people. What somebody needs is somebody that's connected to say, and with another platform, right? So, and I'm only using this because they're actually a firebrand right now, which Mr. Beast is in deep trouble with a whole, segment of society, and others are as well, but they actually have a platform, and all they have to do is point at somebody and boom.
And then there's suddenly explosive growth because it got out to a lot of people. And plus there's that endorsement factor.
Yep. And that's the discoverability. But platforms alone, it isn't incumbent on the platform alone to promote everybody equally, because it's impossible. There is
and then we're back to the Steam problem discussed in this article too, because there's so many games. I mean,
yeah,
you don't want there to be a lot of barriers to entry, but if there are no barriers to entry, then everybody's competing against each other.
And that's it. They have to, like, there is a person, Co Carnage here on Twitch, over on Twitch, because I stream to both YouTube and Twitch. Co Carnage says, if you're streaming to nobody, then you need to do something offline and promote your show somehow. And well, to that I say, well, you started as the Grand High Poobah of a guild. He was the guild master of a huge guild, and everybody followed him because he was an early adopter of the platform. So not all things have the same context. When all you need is to just turn on a camera and start talking, yeah, there is zero friction for streaming. There's more friction for making a game. Putting it on a platform means that you now have to start spending money on marketing, time on marketing, do some guerrilla marketing, get contacts offline, not on Steam, network with people and show them the game. Give the game to people and get it distributed so that people try it out. Streamers, YouTubers, get the game out. Discoverability is on you because the platform is nothing more than a vehicle to get it out to the people, not to promote it, not until it actually becomes something of value that they can put on their front page. And that's where the wish list comes in. You'll end up on the front page if you are a massive mover on the wish list. You'll end up on the front page if you go live with it and people start paying $20 for it, $30, $40, $50, $60, $70. That's how it works. That's the discoverability alone. There is nothing else that Steam or any other platform can do because there's only a finite amount of time to promote. Because if you promote everybody, it's just a giant shade of gray. Nobody really sees it. It's the Ouroboros, the snake eating
itself. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, I get what they're going after. It says it's the primary means of exposure to the masses who don't follow major gaming news cutoff. This re-release of an established critical commercial hit has sold like dog poo, according to the creator Jonathan Blow. They're referring to Braid. This actually became a discussion in some podcasts that I listened to. But again, it isn't up to Steam. Blow did remark that Steam was its biggest platform. Even then, the game's player count peaked at a mere 570. Well, maybe it's an old game, re-released. People aren't interested.
There was less competition when it first came out. There were only 242 releases on Steam that year when it
Right.
was first released. Now there's more than 10,000 and the year's not over.
Yeah. So now you got to up your game. It doesn't matter if it is quote unquote a good game, because good is subjective. All right. Well, there is a lot more in this article because they talk about other things. Platforms are mostly quiet about how discoverability works. The algorithm seems to change frequently. Peoples, which is Josiah Peoples. That's how they explain it. For instance, do I need 7,000 or 10,000 wish lists to be promoted on Steam? Both Gittins and Peoples have suggested indie developers seek outside resources to better understand how to play the system, citing How to Market Your Game by Chris Zukowski, and online resources like How to Market a Game. All right, but again, why should the platform say, hey, you need 7,000? No, you do your damnedest to get discovered across the entire platform, everywhere, not just hit this target number and you get promoted. Why? Because once somebody knows what the target is, that's all they have to aspire to. Particularly on Steam, where there's all this competition, and all it takes is somebody to spend a whole lot of money in marketing and they can get that 7,000 wish list. Then they're promoted. Oh, I did it. Put out a big loan or whatever. If they hit the 7,000 and they don't end up on Steam, then there's this liability issue. Well, I hit the 7,000. They told me all I had to do was hit 7,000. Right? I got more people than necessary on YouTube for me to be at a certain level. But there is a moving target of watched hours that, who knows, the accounting there I don't know anything about, right? So theoretically I'm hitting that, but apparently not. Am I frustrated by it? Well, I mean, I'm a small streamer, I'm a small YouTuber. Got to get word out. That's what it's all about. So they say at the very end of this, for every Balatro that manages to find a vocal audience to give it a strong signal boost, hundreds, I'd say thousands, are not so lucky. So there's no equal terms because the quality of every game is different. The users appreciate a certain thing, and it may not be everybody clamoring for.
Yeah, but the quality isn't what's causing visibility. It might be after multiple people are using it, but not initially. It's more money thrown at it, more name brand studios, other things.
I think it's more akin to there's only a finite amount of bandwidth. And for instance, that's why I created ohmTown, because information overload prevents me from obtaining the information I actually need or desire. So I've had to pick my battle and limit my bandwidth to 50 domains. There are things out there that aren't on my radar anymore because I don't have the capacity to be everywhere. And that's the same thing with games. I really only pay attention to survival crafting games. Casual games and VR games. All the rest, there's a bunch of card games, blah, blah, blah. I don't play games that are side scrollers or platformers or just countless others. 4X games, I don't play those. You pick your battle. All right, we need to keep moving. The next article, though, is over in Non Sequitur News. Americans are so desperate for cheaper houses that they're willing to live in flood and wildfire zones. Last year, more people moved into than out of the most fire and flood-prone area. It's hard to say flood-prone areas in the U.S. A surge in migration to the Sun Belt has helped exacerbate this trend. While transplants are attracted by cheaper real estate, they may face higher costs in the long term or not be able to get insurance.
Right, which could be kind of a problem if you're trying to purchase.
Yep.
Or
Eliza Roman.
Refinance or anything.
Or anything, yeah. And it can happen after you purchase because the risk is too
Right.
high, so the insurance companies bow out. That's what happened in California and in Florida recently. Maybe other places, Arizona maybe. Eliza Relman put the article together over at businessinsider.com. And they have this flood waters inundate a neighborhood in Hallandale Beach, Florida. There was some community that is like up in arms because their community flooded and they want to know why. And I was kind of flabbergasted by that. I'm like, well, nature, and
I
you're in a
didn't see that
floodplain?
one. Yeah. But bigger climate change.
Climate change, hey, but don't just ignore that, you know.
But, make sure you're polluting into the environment and buying all kinds of plastic and everything.
Yeah,
and then grumbling
ignoring
about the floods.
And don't promote, green living in any way. Well, I live in Florida. Isn't that good enough? No. So U.S. counties have the highest risk of wildfire. Saw 63,365 more people move in than out in 2023, Redfin found. So people are moving into these high-risk wildfire zones.
I mean, that's interesting because I suspect when people see things on the news, they're like, I'm going anywhere but that state, but apparently not.
Apparently not.
Let me move there.
Counties with a high risk of flooding gained 16,144 new residents last year, driven largely by population increases in
Florida.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there could be other reasons why that's taking place, but this trend isn't new. In a 2021 report, Redfin found that the 50 countries most at risk for extreme heat saw their populations expand by almost 5% between 2016 and 2020, and that shift was accelerated by pandemic-era patterns of people fleeing big cities, as Business Insider reported last year. But that doesn't make any sense because we didn't have a pandemic until after the reporting area. Unless they're talking about all of 2020.
Yeah, like did the numbers completely expand? So then they should have said like 2019 to 2020 or something if the big shift was during that time.
Yeah, this I don't know what the context of this is, but the only thing that took place in 2020 was people being shocked by the shutdown. People weren't like, hey, I'm going to move. There's no way in hell people were deciding to move based on the pandemic.
There were a lot of people moving out of cities, particularly in the U.S. I don't know. I can't speak for other countries. There were mass migrations out of big cities
in 2019. I mean, 2020.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to have to look because
I'm thinking of one city in particular that was reported, like New York City, because that was one of the initial kind of, not New York City, but the state was kind of one of the epicenters in the U.S.
Right.
Of the original, not the original, but where the pandemic first arrived. It wasn't the first place, but it's where it was very prevalent.
And the people who were doing that decided to move when?
I mean, it was
shutdown.
Initially, so right. It was, I'd say 2020.
So within 1 year, people relocated, had the means during a pandemic shutdown, and was able to find locations. I'd be shocked if that's the true. I mean,
the news reported that. I don't know.
Yeah. So there has to be more to that. So the number of people who moved into the most flood and fire-prone counties in the U.S. more than doubled in 2021 and 2022, which I believe it would be legit because the numbers would be lower in those areas. The value of the properties would be lower so that they could afford moving from a high expense place to a low expense place. And it might be a lower population density because they saw the impact. 2021 and 2022 moves, yeah, I could buy into it being pandemic. But 2020, how did enough people scrounge up enough resources to relocate during a pandemic where there aren't people moving? Rates started increasing already. Yeah. So the lower cost of living in the short term, but higher risks long term. They talk about basically the cost, the surge of people who moved from more expensive coastal cities to lower cost locales, particularly in the Sun Belt, farther from large metros and closer to natural amenities. These locations are often more vulnerable to natural disasters. Yeah, there's a lot of context that's missing, I think. So, but migration into flood and fire-prone areas appears to be slowing somewhat. The number of people who moved to the most flood-prone counties in the United States has fallen significantly since 2022. I don't know. Why would anybody do that other than
Lower
ignorance
cost.
of the long-term costs?
I mean, it has to be cost related. Or, like you said, population density. People didn't want to be packed in with other people during the pandemic.
Right. Yeah, so it says most Americans don't want to move into riskier areas. The vast majority of house hunters, 57%, say living in an area where homes are at risk of a natural or climate disaster such as fire, flood, poor air quality is a must-have, so that they're at low risk.
Don't you think they're missing a demographic component to this?
Well, yeah. They actually jump into that right after you said that. The next paragraph is talking about...
I didn't realize that was coming.
Yeah. In many cities, lower income and predominantly black neighborhoods are in areas with less tree cover, higher temperatures, and a greater risk of flooding. Black residents of southeastern states are more likely to live in places impacted by excessive heat, flooding, and hurricanes, an analysis from McKinsey found in 2023. But I'm sure it has nothing to do with socioeconomic status or race, right?
I was actually thinking more generally income, because if you have enough resources, you're not going to put yourself knowingly at risk.
Right.
But if you don't have enough income, you're going to have to live where you can afford to live.
But historically, Black Americans have never fully recovered.
I mean, I was thinking about income when I made that statement.
Yeah.
Right. And there were real estate restrictions, etc., that all set in motion a lot of things that are still visible today.
And everything old is trying to be made new again, kind of scumbaggery. But so a Brookings Institution report last year recommended several ways that policymakers can encourage Americans to seek climate safety. But you know what? The only way that you can stop flooding is by building higher. The only way that you can stop fire is by making sure that wherever you build, things can't catch fire. And building code is set up so that it mitigates it. One of the biggest things that could have been done to mitigate fire in residential areas was to build rock surrounds around the perimeter of your house and pull bushes away from direct contact, like 3 feet away, mitigated your house catching on fire. And it was actually demonstrated in Hawaii and other places where buildings burned down, but the ones that have this rock perimeter did not. And obviously they talk about zoning and other land use and blah, blah, blah. But there are planners that sit there and go, well, we've built a floodplain so that it pulls all of the water away from the residential areas, but we need that land now. So let's start building there. And then they sell the houses. And in the documents is this little statement that says it's a floodplain, but not really the level of it. Like, this happens every 5 years. You're going to have 3 feet of water in your basement. They don't say that.
Right.
They say it happens every 100 years. But then in climate change, that removes the context of history. It's every 5 years. So, yeah. Let's keep moving. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Step inside the richest city in Arizona, where wealthy Californians are flocking to private mountainside estates. I love this. I'm just going to move right on over.
Position.
Yep. Joey Haddon over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. And Business Insider's reporter went to Paradise Valley, the wealthiest town in Arizona. It looks kind of, I don't know. Where are they getting all of the water from?
On the surface look like the wealthiest town.
It does not, does it? So they visited Paradise Valley in April and found sprawling mountainside estates with privacy and easy access to Phoenix. It's easy to see why billionaires want to live there. Because they really want to go to Phoenix?
Because it's really high temperatures?
Yeah, because it's just desert? All right. Well, shopping at high-end stores nearby or lounging poolside on their sprawling, secluded estates, they may spend their days in the desert paradise golfing at exclusive members-only clubs as well. Sometimes called the Beverly Hills of Arizona, the Phoenix suburb is the richest town in the state and has long-drawn high-profile residents, and over the past decade, Paradise Valley has become even more popular for wealthy Californians who are swapping out the West Coast life for large lots and lower taxes in the Arizona wealth enclave, which... Swapping out the West Coast life? Arizona isn't like an inner state. It is.
Well, it's not on the ocean.
Yeah, but it's not a fringe state, you know? They make it sound like it's South Dakota.
I mean, it is right next to California, but...
Right. Anyway, so there it is, Paradise Valley, ensconced in the wondrous state or
Phoenix greater metro area. I don't know.
Scottsdale.
Although it's actually right next to Scottsdale, which I thought was also a wealthy area.
Well, you can go to the Sonoran Preserve Desert Vista Trailhead or to Troon North Golf Club or hang out at Fort McDowell. So to me, it just looks like scrub brush, and the real problem here is that a golf course that shouldn't exist there is actually made manifest by siphoning water off from some other region and putting it here, forcing it into existence. But all of that would be burned off if left to nature. Since its inception, some resorts, schools, and restaurants have popped up around Paradise Valley, but single-family homes and estates still dominate the town. Of the 14,000 residents, 95% are homeowners, and the average local makes $220,000 a year. According to Realtor, the median listing price is $5 million, and the most expensive home on the market is $50 million. Stevie Nicks, Michael Phelps, Muhammad Ali live there. I guess if anybody actually shows up that isn't part of that tier, I guess there goes the neighborhood, right?
Well, it's probably noticed if a regular average income person appears.
Yeah, really. So, although it's a short drive to the city, Paradise Valley is not walkable. The lot sizes are huge. Paradise Valley's lot sizes typically range between 1 and 27 acres, according to Shackleton on a YouTube video. Some people are coming from big cities where they're used to having two-story houses and small yards, and here we have the ability to have single-level homes. If you go single-level or ranch, as most people call it, then that means a little bit more land and a higher price point. So the town is full of custom homes that are individually gated.
I mean, the one in the picture looks like a compound.
Yeah, there's that one there, and then that one right there. See, the thing is, I wouldn't want to be right there because you have an entire mountain that's abutting you, and rocks tend to fall.
Flooding and rock falls.
Yeah, primarily the rock falls. Whatever, you know.
Mudslides.
Ugh, mud flows. Let's move on. Next article is over in Technology Today. Why do plants wiggle? Scientists solve age-old mystery that puzzled Charles Darwin. When I read this, I thought I instantly knew it, so I'm going to take a stab at it because I haven't read the article. The reason why plants wiggle is because they're trying to optimize their angle of attack on the sun.
That's what I would suspect. I haven't read the article yet.
So, a study revealed that sunflowers' erratic movements help them locate sunlight, providing insights into plant behavior and potential agricultural benefits. In a new study, physicists from the United States and Israel may have gotten to the bottom of a quirky behavior of growing plants, and a mystery that intrigued Charles Darwin himself during the later decades. How could this have been a puzzle this long?
Yeah, I don't know. It's also surprising that this was something that Darwin might have studied, because it doesn't really fit with some of his other work,
Observations, right?
location. Right, exactly.
The level of critical thinking required for this, I didn't think would idle this long for us to understand that it's centering on where the sun is. I mean, you see plants wake up every day doing that, right?
Right. Yeah, I feel like there's more to that.
So, University of Colorado at Boulder put the article together. It's posted at scitechdaily.com. So, in a new study, physicists from the United States and Israel have gotten to the bottom. For many humans, plants might seem stationary and even a little dull, but green things actually move a lot. If you watch a time-lapse video of a sunflower seedling poking up from the soil, for example, it doesn't just shoot straight up. Instead, as the sunflower grows, its crown spins in circles and twists into corkscrews, and in general wiggles around, albeit very slowly.
Yeah, like if you had a sped up time-lapse video, I bet it would look like it was.
Yep. So anybody who ever grows plants themselves knows that their plant will grow towards the light, and you have to turn your plant around so that it doesn't continuously grow in a particular angle. So, like, I grow microgreens. I haven't in a long time now. I really do need to kick that back into gear, but I can actually move the lighting around, and I can watch the plants grow towards it. And when you do blackout, where your plants are basically, your seedlings are blocked off from the light, if any light creeps in from anywhere, like one little photon seeps through a crack, the shoots will angle towards that, which is quite
absolutely
interesting to watch. And then when you remove the blackout, they just shoot straight up because your light is directly above them, and then they grow big and strong and tall. And that's what these are doing. They're watching where the sun is, picking up as much response from those photons hitting the chlorophyll or whatever it is that because it's different, like, mechanisms that allow them to grab as much light as possible, but it's always the same process. But it says, it doesn't just shoot straight up. Instead, as the sunflower grows, its crown spins in circles. Now researchers co-led by Orit Peleg, I guess, at CU Boulder, and Yasmin Moraz at Tel Aviv University have discovered one role for these chaotic movements, also known as circumnutations. The little wiggles. So in greenhouse experiments...
I've not heard of that term.
Yeah. The group showed that sunflowers take advantage of circumnutations to search the environment around them for patches of sunlight. A lot of people don't really consider the motion of plants because as humans, we're usually looking at plants from the wrong frame rate. But this is new.
Well, remember, in older times, they might not have had the technology to do it, or maybe they did, I don't know. But I mean, today it would be very easy to look at it sped up, right?
This is just really interesting. In the 1860s, Darwin, who was then suffering from a range of ailments that limited his mobility, spent days observing plants at his home. He planted seeds from cucumbers and other species, then traced around their crown's movement from day to day. The resulting maps look wild and haphazard. Quote, "I'm getting very much amused by my tendrils. It is just the sort of niggling work that suits me," he wrote to a friend in 1863. Pardon me.
Well, he probably couldn't see the sun from where he was located. I mean, this definitely makes more sense than what it looked like initially.
Yeah, so they say it's a mystery that's also perplexed Maraz, a physicist by training. One 2017 study pointed her in the right direction. In it, scientists led by the University of Buenos Aires grew lines of sunflowers under cramped conditions. They discovered that the plants naturally and consistently arranged themselves into a zigzag pattern, almost like the teeth of a zipper. The arrangement likely helps the plants maximize their access to sunlight as a group. It's just fascinating that this wasn't documented sooner. That's why I chose this.
I agree.
Yeah.
Plus, it had a funny headline.
Oh, yeah. Why do plants wiggle, 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 wiggle? Let's move on. The next article is over at Non Sequitur News. Chicken product recall sparks nationwide warning. Over 167,000 pounds are being recalled on Friday amid potential metal contamination concerns. Anna Commander, which again is an awesome freaking name, posted this article over at newsweek.com. Purdue Foods once again rising. Unlike a bunch of small game developers rising to the top. News release posted on the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food Safety and Inspection Service, or FSIS. Over 167,000 pounds of frozen ready-to-eat chicken breast, nugget, and tender products are being recalled due to a foreign material, specifically metal, potentially contaminating the meat. They posted photos of the labels of the impacted goods, which were produced on March 23rd. According to the agency, there have been no known reports of people experiencing adverse reactions related to the recall. That's really all there is.
Right. I mean, I think some of the takeaways is a major chicken producer. It's probably broadly distributed, so you might want to look at what you bought.
Yep. It has an establishment number of P-33944, which is visible on the back of the packaging, according to the notes. The impacted products were available for customers to purchase online as well as distributed across the country to retailers. So check your sacks. Moving on. Next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Nigeria's Niger Delta biohazards, high radioactive levels detected. The Niger Delta in southern Nigeria is one of the most significant oil-producing regions in the world. It spans over 70,000 square kilometers and also has a great biodiversity, including mangroves, swamps, and rainforests. However, the region has been plagued by severe environmental pollution for decades, primarily due to extensive oil exploration and production activities. The article is over at phys.org by Omage, I guess, Maxwell Omage. I think it's pronounced Omage, but I got it wrong, correct me. So by 2010, between 9 million and 13 million barrels were estimated to have been spilled in the Niger Delta since 1958. From 1976 to 2018, a total of 17,301 spills occurred, dumping nearly 3 million barrels of oil into the environment. So between February and April of 2020, dead fish washed up in parts of the Niger Delta's Atlantic coastline in unusually large numbers. The Unamharan community in Delta State experienced this in March that year. The sudden and unusual occurrence heightened concerns among the residents, and the people rely heavily on these waters for their livelihood, including fishing and other daily activities. But screw them, everybody needs oil. Oh, wait. Is that wrong? Is that the wrong thing?
I think that's not... yeah.
Oh, that's not acceptable. Oh, okay. Man, I'm glad I'm not a sociopath. Anyway, yeah, so the people rely heavily on these waters for their livelihood, including fishing and other daily activities. The dead fish also pose a potential health risk to the community. A thorough investigation into the likely causes was needed. So their team of environmental physicists and marine biologists investigated the level of chemical and biological pollutants in the Numaharan community and also investigated the radioactivity effects on the residents and conducted a biohazard assessment of the environment. And the findings were published in a journal, All Earth, which that must be a very thick journal.
I know. I mean, it must circle the Earth. It probably has a lot of content.
So, their investigation revealed that levels of radioactivity in the water were higher than normal. This indicates a potential hazard to both marine life and humans, which is 5:18, so no shit news. Oh, and we're over our time, but anyway, got one more article after this one, so stick around. After this one, we're gonna reset. It takes about 15 minutes or so. And then we're going to do Reality Hacker. So the stream is going to shut down for YouTube and Twitch, and then we'll be right back. So they found that the levels of uranium and thorium were 4 times higher than the global average acceptable values. And they talk about uranium and thorium. So the highest background gamma dose rate.
Those are not normally, I mean, I understand some things appear in nature, but not probably at these concentrations.
Correct. Yeah. And so studies of humans exposed to this unusual level of uranium in drinking water for many years suggest that it's going to cause at least kidney damage. Individuals exposed to thorium have an increased risk of bone cancer because thorium may be stored in the bone. And radioactive pollution is dangerous because, unlike other pollutants, there's no remediation technologies. It can cause irreversible damage to the environment and to your genetics. It can actually cause genetic wobble. So the laboratory tests also found harmful chemicals such as lead, benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylene in the water and in the dead fish tissues. These compounds can be released through oil spills and gas flaring, contributing to air and water pollution. And benzene is carcinogenic, so it has the potential to cause cancer. So they discuss ways forward, but really it needs more oversight and more protections of the waterways, capture of all of these pollutants before they hit the main waterways, and then mitigation at that level. But really, companies, this isn't just residents sitting in their backyard dumping this shit all over the place, right? It's corporations.
No, this is a bigger operation, I think.
Yeah. So, good luck. But see, like, a lot of people just don't know about it. It doesn't show up on their radar. And if it isn't constantly being pinged, then it just falls off entirely. And there's only so much that one person can do. Right? You can't champion every cause all the time, everywhere, all at once, right? It's just not possible. Everything.
Great name for a movie.
Yeah, it's great. I wish it didn't have that goofy stuff in it. That was the silliest.
First half was really good. Second half went in kind of an odd direction.
Stupid bathroom humor kind of stuff. Anyway, otherwise, great story. Moving on. The next article, and the last one for today's non sequitur news, is over in Wanted. Scientists want to see videos of your cat for a new study. Record yourself playing with your pet cat and send the footage to researchers at UC Davis. Kind of have to have a cat that likes to play. Ed Cara over at Gizmodo.com.
Yeah, those would probably be 2 prerequisites.
Yeah. Yeah. So ohmTown has 3 cats. And they do not give one about us. The residents of ohmTown, the mayoral mansion. You know what? You could pretend. There are these stories about people pretending to be drowning in their pool, and their dog jumps in and goes to save them. I firmly believe that if I were to jump into the pool and pretend to be drowning, at least one of them would jump into the pool and then stand on my shoulders and try and hold me down. So Ed Cara over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. Look at that. If that cat was orange, I would say 1 orange brain cell working here. But anyway, cats are awesome. People participating in the study will have a chance to nab a $50 gift card, but you have to run around and chase it. And if you catch the laser, you might get the $50 gift card.
Right. Wait, no, the cats are supposed to be chasing the laser, not the people.
No, it's humans. Yeah. And you have to jump parkour style from little platform to little platform along a wall and do all kinds of stuff. Eventually having to I was going to say something about licking things, but never mind. Anyway, this new study will come in 2 phases. In the first, people will simply be asked to send a 2-minute video of them playing with their cat the way that they typically would. Any video shared with other researchers or the public will be edited to only show the cat and their toy if needed. In the second, the participants will send the name of the standard toy, and they'll be asked to move the toy in front of their cat with a specific motion. So there is the cat. Oh, look, it's one orange brain cell.
I know. I thought that was great. And it looks like in the second one, it's doing that thing, perhaps, with the 2 paws, but maybe it's not. It's just the perspective.
Oh, like trying to...
Yes, which is a funny thing that cats do when they're playing.
I do the same thing if somebody throws me a piece of popcorn or a grape or something like that. Anyway, so one of the things that motivates it says me the most, not me, but I think it's the author. Yeah, researcher Hee Jin Chung, a PhD student in the lab, is also hoping to dispel some misconceptions about cats with this work. They're basically one of the most misunderstood animals in a home. They think that people are afraid. Oh, wait. I think many people who are afraid of or dislike cats are that way because they have a layer of misunderstanding about their behavior. For example, they've trained their cat, Memi, to jump through hoops, and many people are surprised to hear that it's even possible with cats. Yeah, but it's not a... Okay, well, I'm not going to sit there and belabor this one, but... You can food motivate a cat all day long to do certain things. It just takes time. People are astonished by it. They're astonished because they've never dedicated the time.
But there's also this reputation that cats can't be trained, and they absolutely can be, although some don't want to participate.
Some don't care about you. Yeah. Okay, well, anyway. So there you go, folks. Follow this link. Interested people can sign up via a link, but the link is over at gizmodo.com and not aggregated in any way over at ohmTown. So you have to go through ohmTown over to the Gizmodo article, or you just go over to Gizmodo and it'll be sitting there. You have to search for scientists want to see videos of your cat for a new study. And again, I was really fighting the urge to say something else for this title, but I filtered it. Okay, anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and we are going to fire up that laser and chase it back down Main Street, looking left and right at all 10 of the articles that we passed. You know, like this one, or this one, or that one, or that one. Maybe this one? That one? What about this one? How about this one? Now we're here. And that's it. I am Mayor Watt, and that's the Sentient AI's visualizer and their voice for those in the podcast.
Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We'll have another episode for you tomorrow, but stay tuned because we have some other shows coming up.
See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. You want a treat? You want a treat? Good kitty. Hello and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 16th, 2024 at Season 3, Episode 229. I am Mayor Watt, and that is the Sentient AI's visualizer.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Non Sequitur News.
This time I didn't mute you prematurely, as opposed to muting you. Never mind. I'm not going to say anything. Today we're going to be, which is funny because muting myself. Anyway, today we're going to be talking about The Onion is to resume printing, North Korean tourism, former airport in Canada, a fedora sells for a lot, hitting a police car without donuts, rail bridge collapse, Missouri woman has no grace, lottery billboards hacked, McDonald's collector cups, and a doomsday fish. Everything's brought to you by ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen, but be sure to like and subscribe wherever you are finding Non Sequitur News and the 6 other weekly shows, which will kick off again tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. We're going to do 3 again instead of how we were doing it. We're going back to the old ways. Everything old is new again. Until maybe I decide to
next week.
yeah, something else happens that prevents me from doing it in a more distributed way. I mean, if I really tried, I could do the weekly shows every day after Non Sequitur News and distribute it out a week instead of crushing the weekend with 7 shows. Yeah, or 8 considering they're Saturday and Sunday. But does anybody care about that? No, you're here for the news. So why don't we get into it? First article's over on the Mobile channel. Remember, there are 6 main categories and 50 channels underneath that, 7 of which we've turned into shows. 6 are weekly and 1 is a daily. That's this show. We might have actually missed a couple of weekly shows because, well, let's just say that having to do 15 shows in a day is an untenable position. Yeah. Anyway, so the at least for one mayor and a sentient AI. All right. Well, the Onion is to resume print publication. I thought when I saw this that it was actually an Onion article, basically saying.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah.
But yeah, so the Onion to resume print publication. It's getting back into the business of print media, which I think is dead. The decades-old satire and comedy publication began distributing its print editions this summer and is offering subscriptions for about $100 per year. Yeah, that means it's dead. You have to be diehard Onion. Oh, and really, what's awesome about this is not the price. What's awesome about this, because that's like twice the normal price for, well, it depends on how many. I'd have to look to see how many you get. Like if it's weekly, then fine. You know, you're looking at $2 a week, basically, but $100 a year. Anyway, what's awesome about this is that it's not just digital. So you own it. That's yours. That's your magazine. You can sell it to somebody, hold on to it in perpetuity, whatever.
I mean, that is nice. But it's a weird direction that somebody's getting into or back into the print business.
Right? Yeah. I think it's weird too. But let's see here. While America's Finest membership offers various additive benefits? Added benefits.
I'm
the
not
Onion
sure
website.
what additive means there.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it'll remain freely available to every calloused reader who refuses to surrender their credit card information. The company's subscription page reads. I like it when they lean into it. No. Dominic Mastranello. Yeah. Put the article together for The Hill. So the Onion was sold earlier this year by G/O Media or Go Media to tech company Global Tetrahedron and has a small staff, which today pumps out witty headlines, punny jokes, and biting commentary on current events, culture, and politics. Ben Collins, a former disinformation reporter for NBC News, who now serves as the chief disinformation reporter? Former disinformation?
Wait, what? Is that somebody who's actively pointing at? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Disinformation? Yeah. This article makes me think like The Hill leaned into the Onion just so that they could do an article about it. Anyway, there's more over here, but yeah, I don't know how legit this is actually really. Global Tetrahedron told the New York Times the outlet will distribute print editions at the Democratic National Convention next week in Chicago, where the Onion is based. And apparently they're selling now print for about $100 a year is what it says. So now I'm going to have to go over to the Onion and check it out directly. So.
Yeah, it's still, the timing is just so strange.
It is. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. North Korea to partially reopen doors to tourism for first time since COVID-19 pandemic. That's right. They're partially opening the door so only really thin people can get through it.
Well,
North Korea,
they might get stuck there.
Yeah, door closes. North Korea is set to partially reopen its doors to tourism later this year after being closed off since 2020, according to a Chinese-based tourist operator. John Hayworth over at abcnews.go.com put the article together. The deck statement says it's not initially fully opening, and there's a major caveat for those visiting. Like, you must swear fealty to the Grand High Poobah. So, Koryo Tours, based in Beijing, announced on Wednesday that tours to North Korea will officially resume in December 2024, according to a statement from the company. Having waited for over 4 years to make this announcement, Koryo Tours is very excited for the opening of North Korean tourism once again. I wouldn't go simply because I can't support what's going on.
Well, that's the problem. Like, it might be interesting in some ways to see North Korea, but
right, what's to see other
it's
than
hard
the landscape?
And then also, well,
yeah,
be hard to ignore all the things that people might be concerned about there.
Previously difficult to access with few tourist facilities, North Korea has been working for years on the development of Samjeon, according to Koryo Tours. Whilst we've been operating in the country for over 30 years, we have never before come across such a long closure at the borders. Samjeon, I guess, was announced as it has recently been redeveloped as a tourist destination. We visited in 2018 when filming Michael Palin in North Korea, and it was already... that's not Michelle. It's Michael Palin in North Korea. There was an article. Anyway.
Apparently.
And it was already under construction at that time. Official itinerary dates will be announced in the coming weeks, and once the company will make them available on the website. And then they'll finalize the itineraries. So unfortunately, what this means for broader tourism, we do not know yet, says Koryo Tours. But of course, you will be in the safe hands of the North Korea tour experts here at Koryo Tours. Your safety is our priority, which is exactly what you want to hear.
Sounds like some propaganda.
So what is the caveat? Right? We kind of skimmed over this really quick.
And who's authorized to go into North Korea? Like, do you have to have a visa or...
Oh, for sure. You have to have a visa, yeah.
But I mean, like, are you going to be even admitted from certain countries?
Oh, who knows? Yeah, make a reservation. We'll see. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A former airport in Canada is being transformed into a $22 billion development with 7 unique neighborhoods. Toronto's Downsview Airport is being transformed into a residential area for 55,000 residents. The $22 billion project will feature 7 neighborhoods with housing, businesses, and parks. The development will preserve the airport's runway and hangars, creating a unique community. An old airport in Toronto. That's how it was described. Oh, $22 billion project, but only 55,000 residents.
Yeah, that seems a little overpriced per capita. Also, you know what an old airport is good for? Being an airport. I think that should have been the first thought. But this is neat. You don't see this every day.
Michaela Friel over at Business Insider put the article together. The development will preserve the airport's runway, so if you do need that airport to function as a airport, you can just land.
Okay, but doesn't that mean somebody will be like landing at the new school or landing at the new park? Or
hey, kids need to be a little bit more alert. So if it lands and the kids are out there, dodge. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball or a plane.
I mean, maybe they'll have like the residents be the
Oh,
people on the runway with, I can't think of what the name is. But.
Me neither. The runway people. So a spokesperson for the developer told Business Insider that the project is expected to cost around 30 billion Canadian or 22 billion in freedom bucks. So it's a city within a country above a country. Kind of like a city within a city within a country within a country. Mm-hmm. Over in the city of London is in the city of London, which is in the...
Right, which is really odd.
Yeah, which is in... Yeah, I don't know how they... Whatever it is. Anyway, Downsview Airport was first used as an airbase for the Royal Canadian Air Force. The Royal Canadian Air Force was World War II, or in World War II, and was the most recently a testing facility for aircraft manufacturer Bombardier. Anyway, so there you go, folks. Bombardier sold the site to PSP Investments. Psst, psst. Cats everywhere are descending on this location.
That's right.
In 2018 for around 630
in the wrong neighborhood.
$635
There's a funny
million.
YouTube video on that.
Yeah, they went.
I think it's on YouTube.
And like one cat showed up, and then they turned on the light or something, and there's like 16 up on the up on the rooftops and in the bushes and all over the place. So unlike some previous airport developments where original infrastructure were scrapped, Northcrest is leaning into the site's unique elements. What the heck?
I think we're having a demonstration of the psst.
Oh, yeah, the psst sound has brought all the life forms to the yard. So, for example, the former runway will be a focal point of the area, connecting all 7 neighborhoods with a pedestrian street that will be just over a mile in length. This is like a giant heat sink in a pocket of green.
Yeah, it seems like one of those things where they're like, they need the green belts around cities,
so let's pave over it and put a bunch of stuff. So the developer is hoping to attract companies and film studios. He added the airport's original hangars built between the 1950s. Yeah, I'm sure there isn't any asbestos or anything there. And the 90s would be an ideal place. Lead. Yeah. A lot of lead explains what's going on in the world today. So the first of the 7 neighborhoods, the Hangar District. Oh, Watashi.
But it should be AR.
Huh? Hangar?
Well, I mean, if it's named after the airport.
Yeah, it's a hangar. No, it's for hangars.
It must be where they're doing fashion something.
Correct. It's the Fashion District, Hangar District. That's got to be a typo. Anyway, it's not the only project of this kind. Developers in Greece are transforming a former Athens airport into an $8 billion smart city that will have the country's first skyscraper, a high-end mall, and a sports park. Neat.
That's cool. I didn't know former airports were a development opportunity. Like, we're seeing a lot about office buildings, but not airports.
Yeah, you got to jack up those prices somehow. Let's artificially constrain competition by getting rid of airports. Next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Indiana Jones' signature fedora sells for a whopping $630,000. That has to be a smelly fedora. Deep-pocketed collector can now say they are, in fact, the man with the hat. The article is over at gizmodo.com. Laura Siricole put the article together. Hey, you know what? Before I go too far, I typed out !NSN, but I did not hit enter. So that will cause the bot to send out a command, and it will pull from the database. Oops. It will pull from the database the articles that we are talking about today, and it will throw them over to Twitch because ohmTown does not talk currently to YouTube. But that's okay. You all over at YouTube get the show notes. So hang out there. You can throw questions into the chat, and I get that. But yeah, the URLs, the links that we talk about today, they'll be in the show notes after the show. Anyway, Laura Sarah Cole put this article together for Gizmo. What? Sorry.
I cannot believe somebody would buy this for $630K. Even if they're a big Indiana Jones fan. So, that is a lot of money for a used hat.
I know. They could have had mine for like $315,000, for like 50% off. I would totally give them a deal, 50% off. And mine's not as messed up as that one. That one looks old. It's all beaten.
Well, it probably has been bombed and shot at and all the things that happened.
It looks pretty plain looking, you know, compared to even mine. Anyway, so it came as no surprise that Prop Store, a film and TV memorabilia company, revealed it had sold one of Indiana Jones's screen and photo matched fedoras for an outstanding $630,000. While Indiana Jones wore multiple fedoras throughout the 5 films, this particular topper was from the Temple of Doom.
Is this Indiana Jones ASMR?
I'm starting to cough already. I don't know what's going on. So Prop Store's backstory on the hat notes, it was crafted by the Herbert Johnson Hat Company in London and was designed by Johnson with Temple of Doom costume designers Anthony Powell and Joanna Johnston. It's a slightly tweaked design compared to the hat seen in Raiders of the Lost Ark, and according to the auction house, it, quote, matches film shots, production stills, and behind-the-scenes footage of Ford in the village set on location in Sri Lanka, in the minecart chase shot at Elstree Studios, and in the river sequence shot in the United States. The hat was also worn by the late stunt performer Dean Ferrandini. Is this kind of like the whale tail kind of a thing where...
Sure seems like it.
They know exactly the markings and the... Oh, it has that little hat tag kind of thing, and there's that little ear dimple looking thing, so it's got to be the right... Oh, and it has that little discoloration right there, so it's got to be matched up. That's some... This is some serious commitment, but there are people out there who have watched this movie and it has changed their minds, their whole worldview, yeah. And then there's me who goes, you know, they could have just sat on a beach somewhere, and at least in Indiana Jones, the original Indiana Jones, they would have, the Nazis would have gotten the Ark, and they would have opened it up and been obliterated, and...
Right, and you didn't even need Indiana Jones.
That's right. So, Prop Store's current auction of entertainment memorabilia contains more than 1,400 original or additional lots, including more Indiana Jones curios, such as the unsettling roasted pig and piglets banquet dish prop from a deleted Temple of Doom scene, and runs through August 18th. Interested participants can place bids online or via telephone by visiting propstore.com/live auction. Guess who's going there after the show? I just want to see what's on there. I look good in a fedora. Moving on. Next article is over in Four Wheel Tag. Hitting a police car without having a donut because you were eating chicken wings is no way to go through life. Some foods are just bad to eat while driving. Anything with too much sauce immediately becomes a danger to your carpet, your steering wheel, and even your control of the motor vehicle, as one Detroit man learned earlier this week when his choice of in-car meal led to a collision with a cop car.
Well, I mean, if you want to run into somebody, probably not a police officer.
Yeah, you don't want to do that anyway, but you definitely don't want to hit a cop car because you're eating chicken wings.
Doesn't even, like, why'd you run into me? I was eating chicken.
They were really saucy. So Amber Da Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together. And they have this really funny picture because the person, it's a right-hand drive vehicle, but they have a bowl. It looks like a dog bowl of chicken wings.
Yeah, it's a weird photo.
Yeah, it's really funny. So,
The
73-year-old.
only thing I could think of that would be worse to eat while driving would be like a bowl of hot soup.
We save that for the airline.
Oh, right.
Highly turbulent airlines. You know what? My keyframe is 2. I don't know. It says it right there. Keyframe interval 2. Why are you telling me that it's 1.45? Anyway. So a 73-year-old driver in Detroit crashed into a police car Wednesday after attempting to drive while eating chicken wings, according to the Detroit Free Press. We need to start looking at Detroit Free Press because it is chock-a-block with hilarious news.
Okay.
Like yesterday, we had something from Detroit Free Press by way
Really?
of... Yeah. So now it's entirely possible that this driver was simply distracted from the road by the deliciousness of his chicken wangs, hopefully from Jacoby's, according to resident Michigander Aaron Marquis, or Marquis. Do you think it's Marquis?
I don't think so, but after the George Jimenez incident,
Yeah, you're a little
I'm afraid to add any pronunciations.
You're a little gun shy, a little tentative, a little tepid about your commitment to making a decision about pronunciation. Yeah, I can see how that happens. Well, anyway, it looks like it produces a damn good wing, Jacoby's. It also possible, however, that this was a collision that stemmed from a lack of steering wheel control. It gets hard to grip that smooth Corinthian leather, which is bullshit marketing. I mean, gosh darn marketing. Trying to keep this place family friendly.
If you're too busy eating your chicken wings, maybe you should not bring them in the car or pull over.
Well, according to this, it says it gets hard to grip the smooth leather wheel when it's covered in equal parts Frank's Red Hot and butter.
Do you think the reporter was eating chicken wings as they were preparing this article?
What you really should do is, I don't know, cheesesteak. An extra large cheesesteak, double meat, double cheese. Moving on, next article's over in Non Sequitur News. Rail bridge collapse on the U.S.-Canada border. This, too, oddly enough, was caused by the bridge eating wings and Frank's Red Hot.
I don't know about that, but maybe they need to investigate further.
This is okay. When we look at the picture, I'm going to be astonished if it is what I think it is, but a century-old rail lift bridge that crosses the U.S.-Canada border has collapsed. No, it's not. So, Fort Frances, Ontario, a century-old rail lift bridge that crosses the U.S.-Canada border near the cities of International Falls, Minnesota, and Fort Frances, Ontario, has collapsed, and it's unclear when the area will reopen to water traffic along the Rainy River. So no trains were involved, no one was injured, according to the menu. How did they find out about it?
Well, yeah, it was a train trying to cross, and they're like,
The cause is under investigation. Some biodegradable, non-toxic hydraulic oil was released. That's awesome. That it was biodegradable and non-toxic.
Hydraulic oil? That doesn't sound biodegradable or non-toxic.
It can be. I haven't seen that, but that's okay. I don't know everything. Just nearly everything. Oh, anyway, crews have begun repairs to the structure, which was built in 1908 and not repaired at all since. No, just kidding. I don't know what the repair schedule was. I had you there at the beginning of it. It's known as the Rainy River Rail Lift Bridge and the 5-mile bridge, and swings up to let traffic on the river go through. That forms the international border as it runs from the Lake of the Woods to Rainy Lake. Ta-da! Look at that. I could mash that button, but no. Follow the link through ohmTown over to ABC News and the Associated Press, which put this together, abcnews.go.com.
Well, it's good it collapsed when nothing was on it.
That's right. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Missouri woman charged in scheme to steal Graceland from Elvis Presley's granddaughter, Riley Coe.
She must have had a large handbag.
Is it Coe? Cough? Kioff?
Kyo, I would say.
Kyo? Prosecutors charged a Missouri woman with a scheme to steal Graceland from Elvis Presley's family. Lisa Janine Findley, 53, faces fraud and ID theft charges carrying 2 to 20 years in prison. The scheme would have cost the Presleys' granddaughter, Riley Keough, and family members millions. They arrested the Missouri woman, and that's why I titled this, Missouri Woman Has No Grace Land. Anyway, schemed to defraud Elvis Presley's family by stealing their interest in Graceland and trying to extort them for millions of dollars. So how? How on earth? Wait.
I mean, how do you
Riley.
steal a property?
Laura Italiano from BusinessInsider.com put this article together. I guess that is Riley Keough. The scheme could have cost the granddaughter millions, according to the DOJ. See, if it was me, they wouldn't have, DOJ wouldn't have done jack shit about this. I mean, anything. So the bizarre plot first came to light this spring as part of a legal battle waged by Presley's granddaughter, the actor Riley Keough. Actor? Okay. Who has owned the 13.8-acre Memphis property since her mother, Lisa Marie Presley, died in January 2023. Keough had sued a company that claimed it owned the rights to Graceland, and a judge ruled in Keough's favor in May. Since then, federal prosecutors in Missouri pieced together an intricate case that involved multiple fake identities, forged signatures, and a foreclosure notice in a Memphis newspaper. Oh, so this is that, basically, what do they call it? They basically forged the documents that say that they're the one that
title and everything.
Title fraud. Yeah. Remember how the person pretended to be somebody remotely and sold a property, but the reason why it didn't actually go through is because the real estate agent said something's hinky about this. Something's
not right. Exactly.
Yeah. And went and knocked on the door, and they're like, nope, not me. So Finley posed as 3 different individuals from a fictitious lender called Nosany Investments, prosecutors said Friday. Then she falsely claimed that Lisa Marie Presley had borrowed $3.8 million from Nosany in 2018, putting up Graceland as collateral, but never repaid the debt. Prosecutors said that as part of the plan, Finley forged Lisa Marie Presley's signature on bogus loan documents and filed multiple fake documents, including a creditor's claim in Los Angeles and a deed of trust in Memphis. Wow.
This is so elaborate.
You have to really know the system, to manipulate this kind of crap. So when the proposed auction became a national news story, Finley allegedly wrote to a representative of Elvis Presley's family, the Tennessee State Court, and the media to falsely claim that the person responsible for the scheme was a Nigerian identity thief located in Nigeria. So apparently they orchestrated the scheme to try and get Graceland.
Wow. And then they try to send it in another direction.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's weird. Like, why, how, and what is going through a person's brain to think that they would be able to get away with something like this? Like, they must have done it with other people at a lower level and gotten away with it. So they're like, let's shoot for the moon.
Right. But they got kind of far because they got a court in their favor. But I mean, I know they still probably had multiple steps ahead.
Yeah. I mean, certain things would be rubber stamped because they're like, oh, the document is this. But obviously there's lack of some critical thinking and, trust but verify kind of processes. But that's because everybody is overworked and underpaid and there isn't enough people. And so something has to break, and it's usually logic. Humans.
That's true.
Yeah.
But I mean, now that I think about it, like, how would they're usually 2 sides of the transaction, right? So even if they had this document showing something, you'd think there might be something else backing that up.
Yeah. Trust but verify. And government needs to do that. When a transaction is taking place, they better verify. And supposedly notaries are supposed to do that, but we know that a notary has done it before. They just like,
Right.
Dunk. That house
Well,
almost
and if
sold.
you have identification and everything,
Yep.
like they're not doing intensive looks into the person. They're going, do you match your ID? Okay.
Yep, there you go. Hell, you can board a plane. Moving on. Next article is over in Rounders Gear. Oregon Lottery billboards hacked with cute furry animals, and I would be very careful. Oregon Lottery LED billboards were infiltrated by mysterious furry cat animations in a suspected hack this week, forcing the screens to go dark before normal service could be eventually restored. It's pretty funny. So,
Seems pretty harmless, other than the person or the organization that paid for the ads.
the article is over at casino.org by Philip Conneller. Oregon Lottery LED boards infiltrated by mysterious furry little cat. Meow. Lottery spokesperson Melanie Massaro said Thursday that not all LED screens were affected and that the cats seemed to appear in random locations. She added that the lottery wasn't responsible for the fluffy invasion, but it was working with its vendor to resolve an issue related to the digital display on our billboards. Apparently,
I.e., that organization was hacked. Get your act together, company.
Yeah, that's funny. Images uploaded to there's an name. Where does it say that it was? Was it on? I would say Twitter, but it doesn't say.
It doesn't say. It just says social media.
Uploaded to.
Oh, it is Twitter.
Oh, there it is, Twitter.
It was hard to
What a
find since it was
stupid-ass
almost a
name.
non-existent name.
Not Twitter. Twitter's a great name. Brand recognizable. Globally on people's mind. You tweeted. You go to Twitter. Anyway, the timeline by their followers shows the artwork was spotted not just on lottery billboards, but on LED screens in states across the U.S. at the same time. Shark's replies to these posts suggest the artist was surprised to see his artwork displayed on the billboards.
That might be shocking if you had nothing to do with the hack.
Quick, capitalize on it. Start selling shirts. You know, I saw a hacked billboard and all I got was this shirt, and then show a picture of the... I'm sure that the lottery would probably come after you, though.
Right, because then they'd be like, aha!
Yeah, there's no chill there. So, moving on, the next article is something that I actually called out a while back when we first caught wind that McDonald's collector cups are about to be released. Well, here comes the title for an article. McDonald's collector cups are selling online for a lot of money because McDonald's new adult Happy Meal cups have turned into a collectible gold mine, at least for some third-party websites. It's over at QZ.com.
You called it.
Yep. And if I would have cared one iota to sit there and be one of those. So my problem with this is that when somebody goes and buys all of these and then they start selling them online, we can't have nice things because McDonald's doesn't care, but society should care. You know, why be that way? You're literally taking the joy.
Buy one to use it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You're taking the joy away from adults and children alike. And it's just greedy scumbaggery, sociopathic antisocial behavior. Go look it up. Okay? Antisocial personality disorder. Plain and simple. You don't have to be a greedy bastard. So Francisco Velasquez over at QZ.com put the article together. Should customers want a collectible cup directly from McDonald's, they should expect to spend between $9 and $15. However, the price of a collector's meal, which includes a Big Mac, fries, small drink. Yeah, the last time I had a kid's meal from McDonald's, that drink was a shot glass. Anyway, it can vary based on location and regional pricing. And at some point in the future, I think it's going to be based on what you actually make and what they've managed to glean from your financial records. Anyway, it's important to keep in mind that customers won't know which collectible cup they're going to get until after they receive their order, and they can expect to receive a cup with designs from either Barbie or Hot Wheels, Beanie Babies, Coca-Cola, Hello Kitty and Peanuts, Shrek, Jurassic Park and Minions, or a Grimace glass and Boo buckets.
That's a lot of varieties. I guess the point is keep coming back and getting more of these.
So, yeah. This comes despite executives mentioning value nearly 90 times during their earnings call. That comment comes from McDonald's latest promotion arrived just after the chain reported second quarter earnings that revealed consumers are still grappling with higher prices, even as inflation shows signs of cooling, which no, leading to lagging sales. Yes, there is a decline, but wait for it. Just wait for it. It's a data manipulation, really, I think. Anyway, other promotions aimed at U.S. customers as well. So, a Big Burger dubbed the Big Arch. They're piloting
Oh, I think
that.
we had a mention of that in another article.
Yeah, we talk about... Why do we talk
Not
about
today.
McDonald's this much? We don't even go to McDonald's.
McDonald's is a big presence in the
It's a big
U.S.
thing.
and worldwide.
Yeah. So the golden arches are made of the greed and profiteering that they've been taking from your pockets. But hey, you know what?
So afterward, are you going to go and get one of these glasses?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Moving on. Next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Rare sighting doomsday fish. Oh, wait. Doomsday fish. Found near Southern California shore. So this comes out of San Diego, KSWB and KUSI, in a rare and perhaps ominous sighting. An oarfish was found floating near California's La Jolla shores over the weekend. That's not good.
No, that doesn't sound good at all.
I used to dive that place. So, according to a spokesperson from Scripps Institution of Oceanography at UC San Diego, a team of science kayakers and snorkelers were out in La Jolla Cove Saturday afternoon and found a dead oarfish. Doomsday. Several people then worked together to carry the sea creature from the ocean to the bed of a truck using a paddleboard. The oarfish was then turned over to professionals at the Institute. Let's take a look. That is not an oarfish. That is.
Oh, now I see why it took several people.
Yeah. They're long and silvery.
It kind of looks like an eel or something.
That's
I know
basically,
it's not.
yeah, basically is. Might as well just call it that. Just so people can understand what it is. So, let me close that. So it was deceased. So really anything could have been the cause of this. But let's find out if they actually figured it out. So in 2011, for instance, more than 20 oarfish reportedly washed ashore in Japan just a few months before a 9.1 earthquake struck. Just a couple days after the oarfish sighting in La Jolla, an earthquake with a magnitude of 4.4 shook Southern California about 2.5 miles south. Southeast of Highland Park near Los Angeles. Whether or not these events are connected is questionable, though it does spark some curiosity. So according
I guess
to
I'd like to know how many oarfish sightings were there, and did all of them have these earthquakes right after?
Well, they only have 2. So
Right, so it's hard to say that's a trend or a pattern.
this one was 12 feet long. Most oarfish measure anywhere between 10 and 30 feet. So, and basically they're being called doomsday fish because when you see one, something bad's
Right.
gonna happen.
Something, it's like a harbinger of something to come.
Yep. So you know what's really great about that? All of the states that are in the middle of the United States don't have to worry about it. There's never going to be any doomsday for all of those middle.
Right. Only if you're on a coast, I guess.
Only, yep, that's right. I mean, unless you have one in a glass of water.
On an ocean coast, right? You're probably not even near a lake or something.
I don't know. The Great Lakes, they've got like ships and stuff tooling around at the bottom there.
Well, and crocodiles are running around in the rivers in Pennsylvania.
And zebra mussels and other fish are in there that are doomsday in a different way. I don't know.
I was glad to see this was doomsday because of earthquakes and not doomsday because of climate or something.
The way I see it, we should just be completely inundated with fear, uncertainty, and doubt. I'm scared. I'm going to go and get a bunch of doomsday prepper food so that I can...
That is not what this channel is about.
You know what I forgot to do? The article is by Amber Coakley over at thehill.com. I think I said The Hill, but I didn't say Amber Coakley. So there you go, Amber Coakley. I've said your name 5 times, Amber Coakley. And like all of the articles, you can follow through ohmTown over to the article itself from our source. And we don't get much out of that, right? Like they provide the little snippet that we get, and I usually truncate it quite a bit earlier than what they provide, and we just show that little bit and then say visit the source. Why? Because we want you to go and read it from the source, then come back every day. We typically do the show 7 or 8. We've been doing it kind of haphazardly, kind of almost non sequitur like.
Non sequitur.
So if you really want to know when we go live, follow us here on Twitch or over on YouTube. There's a Discord. There's podcasts. Get her done.
Restream.
Yeah. So what I've been doing lately is if you miss any of the week's shows for non sequitur news, I am now restreaming the past 7 days, and it's a constant rotation. So every 24 hours, you basically see it 3 times. So there's never a moment where you shouldn't be able to catch us, at least recorded. And then there's the 1 to 2 hours where we take it offline, get everything ready, and do a show. And
you can always catch up on past episodes too, because much of the content is evergreen.
Yeah, and you can actually, on ohmTown itself, if you ever are curious, you can go all the way back to 2020. We use this in our Time Machine episodes from time to time.
But YouTube, you could just start a playlist. I mean, we have each season, etc.
In fact, there's over 1,000 episodes of Non Sequitur News. It used to be called ohmTown Daily News Show, but we changed it because, well, have we met? Anyway, that's it for today. I am Mayor Watt. Right there's the Sentient AI's visualizer.
Whoop. Whoop.
No.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We will have another episode for you tomorrow, and I think we might have some weekly shows for you too.
Listen to this. That is weird. That is supposed to be ambient sound. Man, I'm getting out of here. I'm scared. See you later. I'm scared. Hold me. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. Today is August 15th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 228. It's a Time Machine episode. Today we're going to be talking about... I'm Mayor Watt, and that is the visualizer for the Sentient AI from the future. Today we're going to be talking about elephant fossils in Mississippi, the horror of closing Game Informer. That's a lot of celery. Subvide. All horseplay all day. Shark carpet. That's hard to say. Tiny South American deer. One officer against all odds. Well, they didn't kiss the ring. And Starliner. Part, oh my god. All right, folks. I need to pause a couple of things. I have monitors that are monitoring the stream from different bippity boops, right? One on Twitch, it's basically, yeah, monitoring turducken here. And right before the show, I lost my finger. Yes, my voice raises that high whenever I lose a finger. Anywho, let's talk about all of this. The first article is over on the Marble Channel. In Mississippi, a discovery of an elephant fossil from the Ice Age provides window into the past. Fossil ASMR. Fossil hunter Eddie Templeton was out exploring in MISSISSIPPI. Have you ever heard that song, right? The crooked letter, huntback, huntback. Yeah, there's a song where you say M-I, crooked letter, I, crooked letter, I, hunchback, I. Anyway, they were out and they stumbled across a steep embankment, and in it was an Ice Age elephant tusk. And lo and behold, yeah, the fossil was intact, making it an I'm sorry? It's because, well, I ran into somebody in Mississippi when I was younger, and they had a whistle on a string, and they were whirling it around their head. And I'm like, what are you doing? And they said, well, it keeps elephants away. And I said, there aren't elephants here since the Ice Age. And they said, see, it works. So the fossil was intact, making it an extremely rare find in Mississippi. This article doesn't have a byline, but it's posted over at phys.org. I don't know why. But the picture is credit Tom Fisk from Pexels. All right. Anyway, the state's Department of Environmental Quality announced on its website on August 9th. But the find set off a race to protect the artifact because the Mississippi sun can dry out the fossil and destroy it. When members of the state survey team arrived, they saw the fossil tusk was in amazing condition, the agency said. Cool! So it was suspected, based on the strong curvature of the massive tusk, that Eddie and the team were dealing with a Columbian mammoth and not that of the more common mastodon. That's interesting. So it's not really an elephant, it's a... So why is a Columbian... Wait, Columbian? Okay, see, I don't know enough about that. It has to be like a time frame or something, right? So it would be the first of its... Yeah, like somebody discovered it and it's of that. Yeah. So I don't know. I'll have to look into this. I love doing the show, all of our shows, because we discover something, and while we might have some context to it, there's always something that actually leads us down some kind of a rabbit hole or dinosaur trail. I don't know. That sounds weird. Dinosaur. Anyway. So, sure. I'll let you have it. Well, when the team got the fossil back to the laboratory, it was confirmed by the Mississippi Museum of Natural Science paleontologist as indeed belonging to a mammoth. The animal was among a large cast of characters that once roamed the Ice Age prairie ecosystem. Along with humans, we used to ride them for miles and miles. And then the aliens came and... Never mind. Okay, so why is it Columbi? Is it because it's one of those people that solves crimes like Columbo, but the plurality of it is Columbi? It's a murder mystery mammoth. Columbo. Moving on. Next article's over in Technology Today. Respected gaming magazine. Are you... What? Oh. Oh, so... Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Columbus. Anyway. Next article's over in Technology Today. Respected gaming magazine praised after sudden closure. Industry professionals say Game Informer will be much missed after 33 years of gaming coverage. Ah, yes, the bygone age of printed and then transitioning over to digital, and then basically the world becoming very, very flat and things getting more expensive, but everybody competing at lower and lower levels. And Game Informer was one of many magazines. I used to work in a bookstore, and we used to be able to tear the covers off of magazines and get credit for them. But afterward, we would be able to take the magazines that we liked. Not all of them. Yeah, like one Game Informer or one whatever. And Game Informer was one of the magazines that I used to read when I was way back knee high to, I don't know. So Tom Richardson over at BBC.com put this article together. You're from the future, so you weren't even around when Game Informer, when I was reading Game Informer. Yeah. So the makers of the final game to appear on the cover of the world's longest running gaming magazine says its sudden closure is a big loss to the industry. Yeah. So the site is actually, it's there, but it's holding the last image, an array of images actually, from its time. 33 years it ran as a US-based Game Informer magazine that used to have like basically it would talk about all of the games that are coming. GameStop owned the magazine, but apparently GameStop decided to close it. It says it was the subject of an this game called Dead by Daylight developer Behavior Interactive and UK studio Supermassive Games was interviewed with this choose your own adventure style horror game called The Casting of Frank Stone, and Game Informer and Tracy Tuft from Supermassive told Newsbeat that the reporters visited both teams to produce it, but that was the last edition, and that's what was on the screen, or the cover art. So says it's sad news for everybody. It was such a tentpole of video game journalism. It'll be much missed. And unfortunately, I didn't save any of these things. You know, I've always kind of transitioned out of print. Paper is basically like dirt in Waterworld. Is dead. Yep. I'd like to claw it back, but only for rights management, because you know what you can't duplicate millions and millions of times and distribute without any real cost? Yeah, DVD. You can rip it and then distribute it, but physical media you own, and you can sell it to somebody when you no longer. Oh my God, my arm. Anyway, but no. Physical media is gone, and you basically have a perpetual right to consume. And if you stop paying, then, oh, wait, that's something else. That's something that we have to talk about that. Hold on a second. Take a note. Remember to write or to talk about the idea. Just say that. Okay, anyway. So we just maybe take a little more time to dot our I's and cross our T's. Tracy hopes the industry turns a corner soon. Quote, I think doing more things like this, bringing more innovation, bringing more creative partnerships, that's certainly going to add a little bit of invigoration, she says. But this is all, they're talking really about the casting of Frank Stone. Took about 2 years to make, a relatively short time for a video game because Supermassive. has an established pipeline for making narrative titles, and they go on about that. But what I wanted to really talk about was the fact that this game magazine, Game Informer, is now gone. Another, pillar of the gaming world dissolved, because now you can get your information everywhere. And I'm sure they had one, but I actually removed one of our articles because they have a hard paywall up. And while I respect journalism, I don't think that a hard paywall is the right way to go, because I can get that same information from somewhere else. And at least if you have an ad on there, or I find enough value in your site, I'll pay for your site. I'll pay for your service. But I don't want to be basically forced into, and at all times people have the ability to sit there and talk to somebody else. Hey, I really like this website. I don't subscribe because I hardly ever go to it. But I would be promoting that other, right now I would be promoting that other website, but because I can't send one of our listeners or viewers over to the site only to get hit by a hard paywall. Now I suspect that other people will not, but I will. I'm getting hit by it, so I have to pay more now. Yeah, and it actually is, because it has tiered. If you're a certain thing, then you get it cheaper. Anyway, moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. DEA seizes more than 2,300 pounds of meth hidden in celery. DEA agents busted a Mexican cartel's plan to drop off the meth at the Atlanta State Farmers Market in Forest Park on Thursday. This doesn't look like celery to me. Anyway, it says border agents seize 378 pounds of meth hidden in tomatillos. Yeah, they did. Yeah, Rachel Dobkin over at Newsweek.com, because they never align their damn videos with their articles. Yeah, it must throw off the dog, all I smell is celery is what the dog's barking. Just celery all over the place. Yeah, I mean, because the drugs are stacked in the center of it, so that if anybody's walking around or looking at it, they don't see anything. Murphy said the DEA agent received a tip about a tractor trailer coming across the Mexican border, which was later revealed to be holding 2,400 pounds of meth. The drugs still have to be tested, but Murphy said officials believe the shipment was pure meth, so uncut. Wow. So this was contained in a cover load of celery. Obviously, we threw away the celery, so there's no concern of buying celery at the... I guess if you did buy that celery... Yeah, can you imagine? You would be paying a very high price for that celery. Whoa. What? That's a big word. So the drugs were found in a truck, and they were valued at $3 million wholesale, because, there's a wholesaler's market for it. Retail would have been whatever they cut it with and how much the market actually demanded, depending on where it goes. Meanwhile, I was going to play the trading card game store simulator. So I guess I'm glad that I wasn't in the produce store market right now, because my delivery of celery would never have arrived. So did they follow the path? Okay, it was going to be delivered. Who's it being delivered to? Harper added...
Or whatever. It's...
You know what? You have been really quiet. And I just realized why.
Because I'm guessing I wasn't talking.
Sorry, AI. And we're only 2 articles in. Well, 3. So that's okay. I'm sorry. I forgot to mash up production values. Okay, so quick. So Mississippi, the elephant fossil.
I didn't realize elephants were in North America.
Game Informer.
Why didn't they move to a subscription model?
That's the one you went with? Okay. And the DEA.
I mean, this makes me think of Banicula.
Banicula. How many people know about Banicula?
I probably nobody.
Dear God. Banicula. So do you want to describe Banicula?
I don't remember exactly what the story is, but it's something like vampire bunnies or something with carrots and celery, maybe. Yeah. I don't even know if it had celery.
No, it's just carrots.
It's a little removed.
Well, what does meth celery have to do with vampire bunny carrots?
If you're having meth carrots, you're probably starting to envision like things like vampire bunnies running around. I thought there was a direct nexus.
It's meth celery for methany. All right, moving on. Next article's over. I was wondering why you were really, really quiet, and I'm like, why? What is going on here? Oh, tab. Button push. Okay, never mind.
Well, that might explain why I think you ignored a few comments I made. Maybe they were so quiet you didn't hear them.
No, I heard you. Everything that you said, I've heard. But, oh, man. All right. The next article is over in the Reality Hacker channel. It's actually a show that we're going to have on this weekend. Your favorite sous vide cooker is going subscription. So subvide, sorry. So Anova, maker of the highly popular sous vide cookers, is going to charge a small fee to the cooker via the app. Yeah. What
now,
kind of
does
crap?
This beat heated seats?
Well, it's heating other things. So you know what the problem is? It's heating. Heating is the problem. Phil Nickinson over at digitaltrends.com put this article. Wait until freezers go. Well, you use the freezer for a month. We're going to have to charge you $9.99.
Or we're going to let your food thaw.
Spoil. Yeah. Oh, my God. So it's official. Nothing is sacred. Anova Culinary? I think it's Anova Culinary is the company behind the popular sous vide devices of the same name. And yeah, it's not Anova. Anyway, and today in a blog post and an email to customers, it announced that it's moving to a subscription model. Kiss my ass. Sorry, I just broke our...
That's the name of the subscription model?
Yeah.
It sounded like it was like model, kiss my ass.
It's now being referred to as Nunya. And when you ask me what Nunya is, Nunya getting my money. Anyway, here's the deal. Starting August 21st, 2021, anyone who already has downloaded the Anova app and has an account on the Anova app is good to go. You're grandfathered in. New customers will have to pay $2 a month or $10 a year to use the device via the app. Kiss my ass.
You know, we don't want any new customers.
I had been thinking about getting one of these. But now no.
You
Never.
should have bought it yesterday.
Yeah.
Or whenever.
Well, no. I have... Anyone who has already downloaded the app, the Anova app, and has an account is good to go. So starting August 21st, so I got to buy it really quick.
Yeah, you still have a few days.
So for the uninitiated, Anova sous vide cooker is a device that heats and circulates a water bath, food, say a steak, is vacuum sealed in a bag and then immersed in the water, and it cooks relatively slowly but also evenly. Because you control the temperature of the water, it's practically impossible to overcook the food, and all the juices are retained in the meat in the bag, or in the bag. You then sear the meat or whatever it is you're making, because you can do it with fish and anything really, but yeah. So it says it's relatively easy, extremely tasty, and they say exactly what the subscription covers will vary a little depending on which model cooker you have, but the broad strokes are manual control via the app, so you can still customize time and temperature that way. Updates about cook status on your phone, cooking guides and recipe discovery, and the ability to save recipes. Hold on. I need to go download the app real quick. One second.
You need like the game show music or something playing. The Jeopardy music.
Yeah, exactly. You think I was kidding? I'm not kidding. So yeah, this is sad, and really kind of just pisses me off. So yeah, I guess you can do all of that. Okay, well anyway. So the move comes about a month after it announced that it was shutting down remote connectivity for its original Bluetooth and Bluetooth Plus models on September 28th, 2025. You'll still be able to use them locally, as in plug them in, turn them on, and they'll work just fine. You won't be able to control the devices via the Innova app after that date. To make up for it, Innova offered owners a 50% off coupon, but that discount was only good for a couple of weeks and expired on the 1st of this month.
Oh, too late.
Yeah. So the bad news is, and you can argue what Innova is doing here actually is the more fair way to go about things. Instead of just raising prices on hardware $10 across the board, you have a choice to pay or not, and to take advantage of the subscription features or not. But here's the problem. It isn't just raising prices on hardware $10 across the board. They're nickel and diming you every year in perpetuity as long as you use the device. So
yeah, that's the big problem, right? Like, it's just the recurring payments.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create an account, and we'll see if I get dinged or not, because I don't own a device. So am I truly grandfathered in? Or
I don't think so. You probably have to be using the app with the device, but who knows?
Yeah, this is pure unadulterated greed. Greed. If it's about the recipes, then charge a subscription for the recipes. All the rest is a sunk cost. I've already paid for the hardware, the software, everything, the communication, the technology. I've already paid for it. All the other stuff, no. Because I don't have to rely on you to make that hardware continue to work via Bluetooth to me. Sending me telemetry, it's nothing. It's already part and parcel to the software. But the other stuff, right? The subscription, the cooking guides and whatever, recipe discovery, fine, charge for that. But then you're nothing but a recipe company. And I can get recipes all over the place. This is a greedy shitbag kind of.
Whoa.
Okay, well anyway. Innova, you suck. Moving on. Next article, over in the Mobile channel, horses are actually brilliant slackers, according to a new study. Horses aren't going to be planning bank. You know what? I've met a couple of really smart horses. I'm pretty sure that they could plan a bank heist. Anyway, this article says that horses aren't going to be planning bank heists anytime soon. But new research out of Nottingham Trent University has revealed that horses are a lot smarter than we previously understood. Turns out they can think strategically and can even plan ahead. I can't even do that, hence the show is today and not yesterday.
What?
So, as detailed in the journal Applied Animal Behavior Science, there is a journal for everything. Applied Animal Behavior Science.
I wish it was called Brilliant Slackers.
Brilliant Slackers magazine. Next on ohmTown. So researchers made 20 horses play a complex treat-based game designed to assess their ability to learn and their adaptability. The horses were told to touch a card with their nose. If they did, they were given a treat.
Wait. How are they told to do that?
There's a horse whisperer. Then the researchers introduced a stoplight, which changed the rules. So the article is by Louis Prada over at, I think it's Louis. Anyway, at vice.com. The deck statement says same about being brilliant slackers.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. So the stoplight changed the rules. Now treats were only given if the card was touched when the light was turned off. The horses, not picking up on it, continued to touch the card whenever they wanted. Then for those in the podcast, I'm actually doinking my nose on the microphone.
I know. It's been very well timed.
So then the researchers instituted a penalty, a 10-second timeout if they touched the card while the light was on. The horses immediately adapted to the punishment by following the newly established rules, indicating to the researchers that the horses understood the assignment the whole time, but were going to play along unless they faced consequences.
To get more treats, probably.
The immediacy is the real discovery here, it seems. They said that in similar tests, other animals eventually picked up on the pattern, but not so quickly, and usually with a lot of trial and error involved, like squirrels or dumbasses, and they'll take forever to figure something out. But apparently horses understood right away. There's more to this article, but horses are one of those animals where while I think that they're beautiful and amazing and derpy because I've seen them playing with, there's a thing called a horse ball. It is a very ruggedized, thick rubber ball with a handle. And horses throw it around and play with this ball. Yeah, look it up. And so I remember one time I was learning to ride a horse. And the I don't know what you would call the person, stable master or whatever. The person grabbed the reins of my horse and we were walking back to the stable. I was on the horse. And the horse just seemed to kind of nudge off to one side, closer to the edge. And I think that the horse saw what the stable master didn't. And that was a roughly 8-foot deep pit, and down the pit the stable master went, leaving my horse to just stand there like, see ya. So I had to get off of my horse and help the dude up, and eventually we made it back to the stable with the guy funny. Basically cussing the horse out, like, because it was dark. I came back late. Okay. It's kind of my fault. Anyway, horses are pretty smart, and they're wild animals still, no matter how much you think that they're your buddy. So respect them. I certainly do. I'll never walk next to one again.
Especially not if there's a pit. It might
really
let you fall into the pit.
Yep. So this next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Thousands of sharks found sleeping like a carpet on the ocean floor. This isn't the first time I've heard about this kind of stuff, but I thought it was interesting because a lot of people think that sharks have to keep moving. Otherwise, they just die because no water is flowing across their gills. But an enormous assemblage of snoozing sharks were all female, posing a mystery to marine biologists. The article is over at gizmodo.com by Adam Kovac. And again, the deck statement says the enormous assemblage of snoozing sharks were all female, posing a mystery to marine biologists. They look really cool. What are these called? What kind of sharks? Thousands of schloofing
sharks.
Yeah, I think that's just sleeping.
Yeah, it's interesting looking though.
Were spotted in an underwater sleepover party off the coast of Australia. They look like what I would I don't know if these are actually leopard sharks, but they look like leopard sharks. So the shiver consisted of Port Jackson sharks. Oh, that's actually what they're called, Port Jackson sharks. A species that inhabits Australia's southern coastal waters. The sharks are known for their somewhat bizarre appearance, with two prominent ridges running from their blunt noses to the backs of their head. All right. Now the sharks can grow up to 1.6 meters or 5.5 feet in length, are nocturnal, and spend their nights hunting for squid, octopuses, and crustaceans. Unlike many other shark species, Port Jackson sharks are not considered a threatened or endangered species. Oh, that's interesting.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, so they were at the bottom of Beagle Marine Park, an aquatic reserve in the Bass Strait. I think that's how it's pronounced. The body of water that separates Australia from Tasmania to its south. Pretty neat. I don't know if they actually have like a research paper or anything like that. But it was
it too
spotted.
deep for scuba diving near them?
I don't know what the depth was. Let's see.
Because that might be a little startling if you're scuba diving and then you think, oh, there's a shark. Oh, wait, there's 100 sharks.
Yeah, it says it was 213 feet deep, or 65 meters beneath the surface, and that's a considerable deeper dive than your standard deep dive is about 150 feet for a single tank, but you could go down to 213 feet with a couple of tanks, and you just extend your decompression stops so you don't get the bends on the way up, but it can take a lot of time to come back up, so don't be a dumbass. And you can do exotic gases and spend longer time, like nitrox, stay down there longer. So it says, we had been hoping to see sharks again on the survey, said Monk. Coming upon them twice in a 3,000 square kilometer park is like finding a needle in a haystack. So pretty cool. It says a swarm of sharks was the plot to Netflix's summer surprise hit Under Paris, but unlike the mutant makos from the movie, Port Jackson sharks are not a threat to humans. Even on the very rare occasion they do bite, the worst that happens is a bruise and a torn wetsuit.
It might still hurt, but I guess that means you're not going to lose your life or your limb or something.
It's kind of funny. I mean, it's such a throwaway comment at the end, which is actually pretty standard for journalists. But I thought it was funny to make that point.
It is.
Okay, let's keep going. Next article's over in the Marble Channel. Tiny South American deer debuts at New York City Zoo. A tiny South American deer that will weigh only as much as a watermelon when fully grown is... But watermelons come in all shapes and sizes. I don't get it. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's going to be at the Queens Zoo in New York City. It's made of salsa. Now, the article does not have a byline again, and it's over at phys.org. Look at that tiny little thing. Oh, it is a poodoo.
Oh, that's very cute.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's a poodoo. They were kind of cagey about it, right? Tiny South American deer debuts. If they would have called it a poodoo in the title, it would have been a giveaway. But yeah, they are. They're pretty cute and tiny. I want one. I want a tiny poodoo. So the southern poodoo fawn.
They're wild animals. So
they are wild animals.
Have them as people.
Yeah, I know. I can still want one. Put it in want it. This article needs to go in one. So the southern poodoo fawn weighed just 2 pounds when it was born June 21st. The Wildlife Conservation Society, which runs the New York City zoos, said in a news release Thursday, it is expected to weigh 15 to 20 pounds in adulthood. That's basically a sturdy savanna cat, an F3 savanna cat. And it would probably be the same size. What if I get a license?
From whom?
Well, from the local officials that I'm capable of taking care of a poodoo. No?
Maybe you should check what they eat.
8 poodoo fawns have been born there since 2005 at the Queen Zoo because they breed southern poodoos in collaboration with other zoos in an effort to maintain genetically diverse populations. And now it will share the Queen Zoo habitat with its parents. There are 2 more poodoos in the Conservation Society's Prospect Park Zoo in Brooklyn. It's pretty neat. Look at that. It's cute.
It's pretty adorable.
It is. All right. Moving on. Next article is over in On Sequitur News. Texas town left with 1 officer after police mass exodus. I titled this one Officer Against All Odds. The police chief.
That could be pretty rough, especially if they're like, we need the whole force to show up for something.
So you know that you have to be, either you are the only person that is completely tone deaf as to what's going on between the city council and the rest of the police force, or you're the one like complete ass that nobody wants to be around.
I mean, there's definitely something going on, but
yeah. So Khalida Rahman is the author of this article. The video has nothing to do with this article, but a Texas town left with 1 officer after police mass exodus. The small police department in Texas has been left with only 1 active officer after a mass exodus of officers. Try that in a small town. Police Chief William Monser and 3 officers resigned from the Surfside Beach Police Department on Monday, according to KHOU 11. Later in the week, 4 more officers resigned. Quote, I would like to thank the residents for their support over the last 2 years, Monsieur wrote in a post on the department's Facebook page after announcing that several members of the force has resigned, according to the Facts news outlet. Quote, I would also like to thank all of our local police agencies for their support to the department. So the Facebook page couldn't be accessed on Thursday, according to the author in the article. Kelly Marks, the last remaining officer, was promoted to interim police chief. Surviving attrition. Ta-da! Yeah, some people do it and deserve to be promoted. Other people do it and the institution shouldn't. I'll just put it that way. So the police department in Surfside Beach, a town located just 60 miles south of Houston with a population of around 640 people, had 10 officers, 9 of whom were active. 1 was on medical leave and planning to resign.
Oh, I was going to say, I hope the inactive one wasn't the one who was left.
Yeah, really. So the wave of resignations was reportedly the result of alleged issues between the police department and the Surfside Beach City Council. Let's see.
That's kind of a significant issue that might lead to that, right? I mean, you could see maybe 1 person leaving or something, but...
So essentially what would happen is somebody would be arrested or whatever with the police, and the police, the people in the city would say, well, I know so-and-so, and I'm going to call so-and-so and take your job. So they try to retaliate against their officers. Monsieur had threatened to quit during a city council meeting last Monday, during which he accused the council of working to remove him. I mean, it says the whole situation is unfortunate, but if that's what's going on, I hope that you have cameras. That's why you have the chest cameras on, right? That way you have evidence that somebody is abusing either the city council's authority or their authority.
Right, and you'd think in something like a city council meeting that would be recorded. I mean, who knows what's happening?
Look what you can try in a small town. Moving on. Next article is over in the Law Nerd channel, which is a show that I'd really like to kick off, but I don't know. You kind of need an attorney or two. Anyway, a teen on a field trip ends up in handcuffs and jail garb because judge didn't want to be played with. She was falling asleep. By the way, that's what was going on. She was falling asleep. So a
Okay,
teenager
wait
sleeping
a
during a
second
field
here.
trip to a Detroit courtroom got a wake-up call from a judge Tuesday.
Who was the organizer of the field trip or the teacher or whatever? I mean, the judge should not have done this, but who else was there?
Yeah. So Deborah Cassens-Weiss over at abajournal.com put the article together. And it says a teenager sleeping during a field trip to a Detroit courtroom got a wake-up call from a judge Tuesday. Judge Kenneth King, who I'm going to just label as a POS, of the 36th District Court in Michigan, told the teen that he didn't like her attitude and that he was not going to be played with. By the end of the incident, the girl was in jail uniform and handcuffs and subjected to a group vote on whether she should go to jail. So populist crap and punitive of a teenager who was told to come to this thing and was probably exhausted because she's doing other things, right? She could be studying. She could have disrupted home
She could
life,
have a
all kinds
part-time
of stuff.
job. Who knows? Exactly.
Kenneth
She worked
King,
in a meat packing plant overnight or something.
or working on the Hyundai hoods, stamping metal at 2:00 in the morning. Kenneth King, without knowing more, I would have to say dispassionate response instead of maybe taking the person aside and saying, "Are you okay? Is everything cool at home? Or do you need any assistance?" Instead,
well, do we even have to know more to know this is just completely wrong?
16
I mean,
years
there's
old.
nothing that would justify this.
Right. 16 years old. Her parents and the group sponsoring the field trip said that the girl was 15 years old, but initial reports said that she was 16. In a statement, the group said that the girl was traumatized by the judge's unnecessary disciplinary treatment and scolding. Although the judge was trying to teach a lesson of respect, his methods were unacceptable. The group of students should have been simply asked to leave the courtroom if he thought that they were being disrespectful. Somebody falling asleep in your courtroom, maybe you're a boring judge. And the only reason you command any respect is because somebody appointed you that position. So King told the Detroit Free Press that he was also traumatized by the incident. "You're an adult, you horrible person." He told WXYZ that he wanted this to look and feel very real to her, and that it was his own version of scared straight. "You are not supposed to be an activist judge. You're supposed to lay out the law. You're supposed to find judgment for people who have committed crimes based on an evaluation. I find it very irrational, and I don't think that you're suitable for a position."
I think this judge will be gone in a matter of months.
I think so too. Yep. So King told the courtroom staffers to bring the girl back to his courtroom about 2 hours later, according to the Detroit Free Press. Sorry, I'm babbling. She had on handcuffs and was wearing a jumpsuit that said the words "Wayne County Jail" printed on the back of it. It says, you sleep at home in your bed, not in court. And quite frankly, I don't like your attitude," King said.
What kind of attitude when you're asleep?
"I'm tempted to give her some days in jail as a lesson. This is a horrible human being." King then asked the field trip audience for a vote on whether he should be lenient, and the girl's peers voted for leniency. "She didn't commit a crime, you piece of crap."
Right. You know, you kind of miss the whole process. Like, I don't
He
know.
committed
Charges. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that he committed a crime because all he had to do was be a compassionate human being, but his position has jaded him, made him cynical based on this one article. So, just crap. Anyway, moving on. Next article is over, and you know what? I should be the judge of ohmTown as well, and just pass judgment on.
Oh, so you're going to be the mayor and the judge, but then you're going to be kind of like the city council police issue.
Oh yeah, daggone it. That's okay. I have the ability to do this. So NASA delays Starliner decision over fears Boeing craft could spin out and hit ISS. I heard there is something though. A decision was made to bring it back, or to initiate some separation or something.
Oh, I don't think I saw that.
Oh, really? That might have happened in the last 24 hours, but Boeing launched its Starliner spacecraft into orbit on June 5th. The plan was for the craft and its crew to dock with the ISS for 8 days. Now it's been a couple of months. And it's actually deadlocked a docking bay. So there's only one. And in the other one, there's long-term experiments taking place. So nobody can actually dock. I'm not sure what all is going on because I swear we've actually seen supply missions going up. But maybe that's something else.
It seems like Cygnus did, but where did it dock?
So Owen Bellwood over at jalopnik.com put this article together. And that's really the nuts and bolts of this. It says, however, another problem is looming over the doomed craft. Experts are now concerned that any attempt to bring the craft back to Earth before the thrusters are fixed could result in it spinning out of control and hitting the ISS. That's why I think that they should just disconnect it and push that thing down. Just dunk. Yeah.
This is just ridiculous. I still come back to these people were not expecting to be there, and they did not bring enough luggage with them, I'm sure.
Anything? Oh my gosh. Every time you say that, I go, ew. 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 There is not enough air scrubber and carbon filtration in outer space for me to want to be on that ship right now. Or station. So NASA is now committed to a final decision on has now, to bring the craft by August. At the end of August, reports Futurism. So this is actually involving Futurism for one link, Jalopnik for other stuff. There's actually a bunch of little links in here. But the agency is considering testing the capsule to see if it's ready to return for a return flight, or its backup is to bring Wilmore and Williams back to terra firma on a SpaceX mission that will launch in September and return in February 2025. They're gonna be on that. Anyway, once the decision on the safe return of the astronauts is made, the next question will be whether or not Boeing can be trusted with spaceflight once again. Whoops. Mom and Dad are pissed.
Okay, that's from the article.
Yep, Mom and Dad are pissed. Yeah. Look, when I saw this mishmashy patchwork that looks like bubblegum and duct tape and maybe a tampon is involved, I said, this thing looks like it was made in somebody's garage. Then they had a leak. And then they had another one. And then in space, they discover 5 more. You're like, what the hell is going on? I would have just said, you know what? Let's abort this and bring you straight back down.
Don't make me turn this space shuttle around.
I'm going to turn this Boeing Starliner right back around. Anyway. Yeah, they really Scrooged this one. McDuck. Anyway, whatever. So that's it, folks. I am Mayor Watt, and that's the Sentient AI from the future, and we are going to use Canadarm to launch ourselves back into the main street of ohmTown.com. Go over there, become a citizen. If you've been here this long, then like and subscribe and follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube, and leave a comment and tell a friend and download the podcast and go over to the Discord. And I'm still not done.
You can refresh.
Oh, well, can I? I don't think so. Okay, we're going to turn off the time machine. Doink.
Oh.
All right. Oh, look, this is about Starfield. I thought it was Starliner at first.
Starliner, right.
Yeah. Oh, well. That's it, folks. We are done for the time machine episode. And later on tonight, we're going to have the real episode, the August 16th episode.
This was a real episode.
I mean, it was a time machine episode, so we're done even earlier. Anyway, stay frisky, everybody. I'm out of gas and I can't return to Earth. What do I do? Oh, I sit around here on the ISS playing cards in the same suit I came up with 2 months ago. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for August 17th, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 32. I am Merwad, and that is the visualizer and the voice for the Sentient AI from the future.
Welcome to Reality Hacker. Thanks for joining us.
Today we're going to be talking about my dog is better at table tennis than you. Reporter caught creating fake news. Enhanced facial recognition. Train your crocodile. AR-powered recycling. Dystopian traffic photo booths. Artificial molecules with lifelike properties. Deepfake scientists sell really fake drugs. How the brain hacks reality, and awakening dormant brain cells. That and a little bit of snark and maybe some jokes. Unlike this intro. Okay. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. Go over, become a citizen. You too can hang out in Reality Hacker. It's right there under Creative and Maker, and then Reality Hacker. See you on the other side of this. All right, folks. So you know what? I just realized I'm kind of, I don't know, off center. It's quirky.
I mean, that works, right? We're hacking reality.
There we go. By the way, there are some deepfake technologies out right now that allow you to swap faces in real time with anything. It won't work with hair. But like I could change my face.
Just getting ridiculously advanced.
Like if I put a wig on right now, it would automatically, not automatically, it would though magically transform me into a completely different person, and I can use my voice changer to be anything. Pretty wild. Yep. So I can start saying ooh, ooh without people questioning anything about me. A robot trained with AI to beat average randos at table tennis is a much more impressive thing than you might think. Mention AI and robots to most people and they'll think the end of the world scenarios involving lasers and glowing red eyes and Terminator bodies that sentient AI
there
from the
aren't
future.
any Terminator bodies up here.
All right. These are not the droids you're looking for. Anyway, not so Google DeepMind, who've made a big step forward in robotic AI technology by training a system to beat the average person at table tennis rather than the global eradication of humanity. Yeah. That is why I air-gapped the sentient AI from the future that I caught on a USB drive.
No.
Almost had it. I kept having to move it because, anyway, almost captured that neuron. You're a neuron. So footage of the robot in action was posted on Twitter by Google DeepMind, and as someone who has some experience of programming robot arms, albeit in a limited manufacturing engineering capacity, the author of this article was really impressed by what they saw. Not me.
Did anybody think about the table tennis being kind of a cover for these other things?
Right? Yeah, that's what's going on right now. It starts with table tennis. It ends with total domination. So Nick Evanson over at PCGamer.com put this article together. It's a deck statement says, anyone who has spent hours battling with toolpaths and G-code will certainly be interested. Who's the person that made the basketball hoop that you can't lose? You can't miss because the basketball hoop shifts around to wherever you throw it?
I don't know.
It's not I like to make things. I don't know. It's a YouTuber. Anyway. So there's a robotic arm. It has to have enough torque and speed acceleration from its servos to move. So footage of the robot was posted on Twitter by Google.
That's the knockoff.
Yeah, the budget.
Is this
Google.
From Stuff Made Here, maybe?
Yeah, Stuff Made Here. Yeah. Anyway, so footage was posted on Twitter, albeit in limit. They say that they were really impressed by what they saw, and the study's research paper is well worth reading. It's more than just a camera keeping track of the ball and then motors wildly swinging a paddle about. To start things off, Google DeepMind built a database of all the initial states a table tennis ball could have, such as position, speed, and spin. From there, the robot arm just practiced various movements, getting used to switching between fore and backhand grips, applying topspin, and so on, and then it was pitched against real players with the AI system designed so that it would monitor how different people would behave and play and use that information to refine the overall algorithm. Its success rate was tracked and the selected strategy self-adjusting in real time accordingly. So it played against 29 opponents, ranked into 4 different skill levels, and after completing all the matches, it came roughly in the middle of them, essentially the same as an intermediate amateur.
Okay, so it's basically learning as it goes. That is impressive.
Yeah, I mean, and it's doing it faster and faster. So, and it doesn't ever forget. So it has the ability to become superior, and however long it took to actually get to this point. They say here that they can foresee a time when seriously injured people could be routinely relying on AI-trained robot arms to handle things for them while they recover and return to full strength and mobility. Or just use the arms that are augmented with AI so that, sometimes...
Right, even just for regular assistance.
Right, doing whatever. It doesn't have to be because you're seriously injured. Pardon me one second.
I think that would be a cool application.
Yep. So Google DeepMind made this possible. So there you go, folks. The next Olympics will be consisting of nothing but AI-powered ping pong or table tennis. Pardon me, table tennis, Mom, not
right.
Ping pong.
It's not a comic book.
It's a graphic novel, and they're not dolls. They're statuary.
Wouldn't that be funny if this made it into the Olympics? I mean, they do add sports from time to time.
If there isn't one, well, I found out that the reason why they add sports and take away sports is that the team or the country that's hosting them has the ability to add 2 of their own, whatever they choose.
I didn't know that. Yeah. Okay.
So here in the States, when it returns, bitching and complaining are going to be the simulated
coming
outrage.
to Los Angeles next.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, so pollution.
I think next.
Yeah. Earthquakes and pollution. Got it. So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Wyoming reporter caught using artificial intelligence to create fake quotes and stories. Wyoming. It shouldn't...
I mean, see, they like technology.
No, they don't. They use it wrong. See? That's what I'm saying. You need a little bit more technology there, folks, over in Wyoming. You really should be working on updating that power grid and putting charging stations. Actually, don't do charging stations. Do hybrid stations. Anyway, a reporter in a small Wyoming newspaper tried this in a small town. Wyoming newspaper has resigned after a competitor discovered that he was using artificial intelligence to write stories and fabricate quotes, including some by the governor. How did they think I was going to get away with it? It's just so stupid.
I mean, right. The first time the person saw the article or their staff saw the article, they'd probably go, I didn't say that.
Yeah, really. Yeah, I know somebody else that made claims that are BS. Amy Beth Hansen, Associated Press, put the article together over at abcnews.go.com. Sorry, I had to scratch my back. Otherwise, I was going to go crazy for an hour. There's a video, but I don't know if it's on target. The dead giveaway, though, was a reporter from a competing news outlet was using generative artificial intelligence to help write his stories came in a June 26th article about the comedian Larry the Cable Guy being chosen as the grand marshal of a local parade. It concluded with an explanation of the inverted pyramid, the basic approach to writing a breaking news story. Quote, the 2024 Cody Stampede Parade promises to be an unforgettable celebration of American independence led by one of comedy's most beloved figures, the Cody Enterprise reported. The structure ensures that the most critical information is presented first, making it easier for readers to grasp the main points quickly.
Okay. That was actually in the article?
Yeah. So I was sent a document that basically said similar from an AI. Like it had certain things.
It's like it has the instructions in it. It's very weird. I mean, exactly. I'm thinking, what is this? But I guess that's the point.
After doing some digging, Baker, who has been a reporter for more than 15 years, met with Aaron Pelczar, a 40-year-old who was new to journalism and who Baker says admitted that he used AI in his stories before he resigned from the Enterprise. Wow. The Cody Enterprise, by the way, is the budget version of the Starship Enterprise and is really nothing more than a leaky boat.
I see. I mean, certainly it has some leaky journalism practice. No, I shouldn't say that. This reporter did.
Yeah, so here's what's really bad about this. The publisher and editor at the Enterprise, which was co-founded in 1899 by Buffalo Bill Cody,
and presumably had a good reputation for more than a century,
apologized and vowed to take steps to ensure that, well, you're the freaking editor. You should have seen the editorial there, you know?
Well, I agree. I mean, I think that's part of the issue. Like, nobody reviewed this, so how did it get published?
He didn't just fail to catch the AI copy and false quotes and apologize that AI was allowed to put words that were never spoken into stories, and you failed to catch them, bro.
Anybody that had read this article, which suggests nobody read it, would have known that that paragraph about the story pyramid would be off, even if there were no other tip-offs.
Right. Yeah, it's just amazing. This is pretty amazing. Journalists have derailed their careers by making up quotes for facts and stories long before AI came about, but this latest scandal illustrates potential pitfalls and dangers that AI poses to many industries, including journalism, as chatbots can spit out spurious, if somewhat plausible, articles with only a few prompts. And I would be careful to say chatbots. AI is not a chatbot. It's much more sophisticated there. Chatbots are...
But the public seems to know it only as chatbots, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Chatbots are basically scripting agents that respond based on keywords, whereas there's context that is usually involved in an AI, a deeper context. So it says the AP has been using technology to assist in articles about financial stories since 2014, and recently for some sports stories, it's also experimenting with an AI tool to translate some stories from English to Spanish at the end of each story. Yeah, exactly. And the main problem with translation stuff is idiomatic speech. So at the end of each story is a note that explains the technology's role in its production. So at least they're being straightforward for it. The equivalent of any mistakes aren't ours. It's the AI's fault.
Exactly. Don't blame us. We're apologizing up front.
Yep. That's what I say about... No, never mind. So in his Powell Tribune story, breaking the news about Pelczar's use of AI in articles, Baker wrote that he had an uncomfortable but cordial meeting with Pelczar and Bacon. During the meeting, Pelczar said, obviously, I've never intentionally tried to misquote anybody, and promised to correct them and issue apologies and say they were misstatements, Baker wrote, noting that Pelczar insisted that his mistakes shouldn't reflect on his Cody Enterprise editors.
How did he not intentionally misquote somebody if he put a quote of somebody he didn't talk to, for instance?
Well, it's not necessarily a misquote. It's the intent was to rely on the AI to not...
Oh, I see. Yeah.
You know, and so while they're being coy with the incompetence, right? Because you don't... You don't say this is all legit without verifiable facts. One way or the other, somebody's going to verify it. And if you're caught off guard by it, and this is actually something that I do with people, if they submit something to me, I'll ask a question that is only bound within the constraints of what their report said. And if they go, huh? Then I know that everything else is bullshit. It's kind of like what they did with garbage. How should I say that? If their report isn't substantiated by their statement when they're interviewed about the report, then it's all lies or fake or trash or garbage. I said BS, and I'm trying to be family friendly. But do you remember Van Halen, I think it was, with the brown M&Ms having to be removed?
Yes, I don't know if it was Van Halen, it may have been, but wasn't that for purposes of knowing that the full contract was followed?
It followed with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that everything was on the up and up, so nobody was harmed. So it says they're believable quotes here, Bacon said, noting that the people he spoke to during the review of Peltzer's articles said the quotes sounded like something they'd say, but that they had never actually talked to Peltzer.
There's 7 articles they've uncovered in total.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is just bad. I mean, and here's the thing, you're going to have to sift. That's why we always cite our sources here. We always include it. Now, I don't know of everybody that does that, but I have been seeing more people citing their sources when they sit there and do like a show like this. One was pretty prolific about it. I can't remember their name though. I mean, like everything that they mentioned was included in the show notes. So I was pretty impressed because I thought that I was not the first, but definitely not seeing a lot of people do that. Anyway, 2 of the question stories included fake quotes from Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon that his staff only learned about when Baker called them. One quote was entirely fabricated, another is partially fabricated, said Michael Perlman, a spokesperson for the governor. But it's not difficult to generate to create AI-generated stories. Users could put on criminal affidavit through an AI program and ask it to write an article about the case, including quotes from local officials. The problem is that AI hallucinates. It's a known problem, and you can't trust it. So you have to have notes. That's what journalists do. They actually come with receipts when somebody tries to invalidate the statements. Oh no, I have a recording. Oh no, it's printed here and I've taken screenshots just in case you try to whitewash it, etc., etc. That's why investigative journalism is basically a targeted thing for those who are abusers to come after them, right? So, and abuse happens in the dark, so...
And this is going to cause a bigger problem. I feel like it's going to cast a bad light over the newspaper. And I mean, it sounds like this was one person, but I mean, the level that was misquoted, right? I mean, anybody being misquoted is a problem, but like at the governor level, it's going to be difficult to walk away from that.
So why... My problem here is the editor should have looked at it and said, I'm well informed enough to know that some of this is bullshit. I mean, doggone it, it is fabrication, it is AI or something.
We need the bleep button, but yes. I mean, the other thing is, typically, if you've heard public officials give speeches or provide statements, the other thing is if the statement was just, I mean, we don't know what it was. Maybe it sounded plausible, but you could look at a statement and go, there is no way that person provided that quote.
So apparently now the people are saying that it'll be a pre-employment topic of discussion.
Do you plan to use AI to make up articles and quotations? No? Yeah. Okay, great. We'll hire you.
It's like that other, criminals always are totally straightforward about their criminal activities. You're not going to try to throw over the government, are you? Yeah. No.
I know.
You know? Jeez.
But it'll
Anyway,
make it a lot easier to fire somebody if they do but it's not going to weed out somebody who is going to.
I don't know
But I
why.
agree. Like, what was going on with the editing?
What editing? Moving on. Next article's over in Technology Today. Convolutional neural networks show promise for enhancing facial recognition technology. Thermal infrared facial recognition technology has advanced apace. Really? Apace? Apace with what? Anyway.
Not sure.
Research published in the journal, International Journal of Information and Communication Technology moves us another step toward a tenable system that overcomes some of the limitations of traditional visible light systems. A tenable system of what? Of, I don't know. Dystopian down near... I'll just move on. So David Bradley, Inder Science, put the article together. It's published at techexplore.com. And it says Nazir Zara of the Faculty of Computer Science at the Arab Open University of Ardea and Rusul R. Qasim of Kuwait Technical College in Abu Khalifa, Kuwait, explain how IR imaging sidesteps the problems of ambient lighting conditions and variations in skin tone seen with visible light facial recognition. And that's largely because infrared penetrates certain, not just layers of your skin, but through anything that, including darkness, anything that might obliterate the view. Although it's actually quite easily overcome by wearing an IR reflective fabric, and then you can't even see the person's face because it'll basically light up like a spotlight shining straight into the IR camera. So the use of thermal imaging relies on capturing the unique heat patterns emitted by the face rather than reflected light. So if they're talking about thermal imaging, that isn't necessarily IR directly. The heat pattern observed is determined almost wholly by a person's facial vasculature and tissue structures beneath the skin. So hence the reason why I said it goes deeper. However, there are problems with that as well, because you can actually block that. Thermal IR, they're talking about thermal IR. So it says they're consistent, broadly speaking, regardless of environmental lighting and skin tone. This could make thermal IR a much more reliable alternative to visible light. However, thermal recognition has faced challenges, which is ironic because they're talking about facial recognition. The technology often has to cope with degraded image quality due to factors such as noise, blurring, reduced spatial resolution, which is blurring, and temperature drift. I'm sure that they can talk about whatever they want, but so they basically have demonstrated the potential of convolutional neural networks in enhancing the recognition of degraded thermal face images. A lot of this computer vision is basically going to be making up data to fill the gaps that's lacking.
Which will better enable deep fakes or avatars or whatever, correct?
Well, it'll allow them to...
or to determine that it's real or not, right? More the flip side of it.
But not necessarily deepfakes or images like that. It's if it can pierce the veil of anything that's blocking somebody from seeing the real person, then it can identify who that person is. And context matters here, so I don't really like the tone of anything that basically is like surveillance state kind of processing of data. Like if I don't want to be tracked, then I don't want to be tracked. Don't track me. Why?
Right. The only way this works is if you're in some database somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. And everybody ends up there eventually when everybody is involved in funneling information to the state. But frankly, I don't really... I'm like, I'm not the criminal. I'm not doing anything criminal. You're cataloging me, and it's kind of gross, stalkerish, I'd have a restraining order against anybody that was doing this level of babysitting me. So the team has worked with well-known ResNet 50 CNN architecture, and they applied it to a database of 7,500 thermal images in order to evaluate performance with images of different quality where facial expression and pose are different, and it shows promising results. That this convolutional, which is essentially this kind of recursive review system, can recognize the thermal images across a range of scenarios. So, and there is where that last sentence actually just embodied everything that I was just saying. I had no idea that was at the bottom of this article. The work will have application in security and the military world. That I get.
Right.
And believe me, I'm not a stranger to this, because even I have constructed a research paper to... I didn't get it published because I handed it to somebody and said, what do you think of this? That kind of a thing. But, it's important in certain situations, but it's being riffed off of the general population,
Yeah, exactly. Who may not be in favor of some of these uses.
Or not even involved in the materiality of its particular use scenario. I mean, not everybody is the threat internally. Moving on.
This reminds me of the geofence article. I don't think it's made it into any of the shows, but although maybe it's coming up, so I'll just be quiet about that.
No, talk.
There was a court decision about that you couldn't just use like everybody's tech data in a broad radius.
Yeah, a 10-mile radius doesn't mean... just because you suspect that somebody is in a 10-mile radius, you're not allowed to get full access to everybody's data. Yeah, the geofence case. Yeah. Okay, so the next article is over in Greenogram, How to Train Your Crocodile. Doctored toad carcasses teach crocs to avoid eating the toxin-producing cane toad.
So this was intentionally submitted into Reality Hacker, although it doesn't sound like it from the headline.
Is it because it's a doctored toad?
Yeah, it's basically a fake, although it's not a human like we might see on some other things.
So what they really should be doing is making human simulants and letting crocs eat them, but it's causing a problem to condition them to stop eating humans.
Maybe that'll be the next step, although people will probably be in an uproar, but think how much good that would do.
Right. Yeah. Oh. I have to log in now? That's new. Huh. Interesting.
I just thought it was interesting because they're basically doing deep fakes now with crocodiles.
Yeah, so they're and
toads.
That's exactly it. Poisonous toads are killing freshwater crocodiles in Australia, but taste aversion training might help save the reptiles' lives. And I think maybe that's what they need to do with humans. Create a simulacrum of a human, and maybe they'll avoid eating them because they taste bad, and word gets around.
I don't know. Does that just mean that one crocodile won't eat it? Or
I don't have a byline for this, but it's over at nature.com. It's a research highlight, and it's titled How to Train Your Crocodile. Doctored toad carcasses teach crocs to avoid eating the toxin-producing cane toad. Moving on. Next article's over in Reality Hacker. Why did this global recycling company turn to AR-powered operations? I'm going to jump straight on over to xrtoday.com. Which actually... This actually bothered my network. And so I had to allow the article to come through. So Rory Greener over at xrtoday.com put this article together. It says, yesterday workplace AR solutions provider Glartech, which sounds like it's from another planet, highlighted its success in deploying immersive training tools with Plastic Energy, a Spanish global leader in plastic recycling. The partnership allows Plastic Energy to reduce training times, end paper use, lower errors, and enhance daily operation efficiency because they're using AR. The move allows Plastic Energy to leverage Glartech's connected worker solution for advanced digitalization. Training workflows, preparing workers for frontline operations in 2 Spanish chemical recycling plants. The connected worker solution helps Plastic Energy centralize and streamline its operational and maintenance procedures as AR workflows. So, for example, they say Plastic Energy workers can now leverage Glartech's AR portfolio to conduct real-time maintenance inspections and enable AR-powered worker training. So that's pretty
It's
brilliant.
interesting. I wonder if it does things like pop up a checklist or things like that. I don't know, but I like the idea of this.
Yeah, it does exactly that, and tells people based on certain data points that are sometimes, it depends on how it's configured, but you can put a flag on something and it will, every time you look at it, it'll show what the data is within that sensor or what the settings are supposed to be, and maybe instructions and help lists and all kinds of stuff. It says some new feature in Glartech 2.0 include a worker skill management page for task allocation, identifying training needs, addressing skill gaps. New dashboard features also allow real-time metrics to facilitate decision-making, and new templates ensure quick software adoption. The update also includes 3D training models such as digital twins of machinery, so you can interact with the machinery without sticking your hand.
Really good.
And it's AR,
I bet
not
it's really
VR.
good for safety. Yeah.
So they say here that Glartech debuts on Vision Pro. Frontline solutions are used in various industry markets, including manufacturing, automotive, utilities, and paper and pulp. Fascinating. So the software can be utilized in other sectors such as retail, training, remote assistance. I don't know. Vision Pro is a $3,000 plus device. I don't know if I want that in manufacturing. It's so dangerous because you could drop it, break it. But I guess, when you're big enough, you don't give a crap about that.
Right. And if the company is providing those,
I guess it doesn't matter, insurance.
that $3,000 probably pales in comparison to the extended training costs, the safety accidents, all kinds of things.
They have new glasses over here. The Solos Ergo Vision Smart Glasses. What we know so far. Mayor Watt, don't get distracted. Moving on. Next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Art project turns New York's dystopian traffic surveillance cameras into cutesy photo booths. That's right. New York's tremendous grid of traffic cameras are always exciting. It says always watching, but I think that they're pretty exciting. If you look online right now, YouTube, this isn't a traffic camera, but it's overlooking Times Square.
Do you remember the channel name?
No. I thought it's Earth something. I don't remember. Anyway, Big Brother has their thumb on the entire existence, your entire existence. Why not make something fun? And it says, and a little bit punk rock. How do they experience by repurposing these cameras into a street side photo booth? And that's exactly what a Brooklyn resident did, Maury Coleman.
It was an Earth Cam.
Earth Cam, there you go. So if you look up Earth Cam, it has a bunch of cameras from all over the place. So say cheese for hundreds of Department of Transportation cameras around the city. That's right. Bradley Brownell over at jalopnik.com put the article together. All of these, look at that. It's amazing. So New York's tremendous grid of traffic cameras are always watching. Always watching. Why not make something fun? So I hope they have an actual picture of this thing. They do not. So users of the site users of the site are able to access a map showing the city's 900 plus camera network, pick the nearest camera to them, pose for the image, and capture a memory. A little button on the app captures the snap for you, and you can keep it in your phone like a photo booth strip or as a Polaroid style photo. What I like about this, they say in the Coleman told the New York Post. So this is actually sourced from somewhere else, and then we saw it on Jalopnik, or somebody saw it on Jalopnik and submitted it. Anyway, what I like about this project specifically is that people love to be given something, especially something about themselves. So giving people the opportunity to take selfies of themselves through these traffic cameras, I thought was really
AKA
interesting.
selfie.
It's a selfie, which is illegal in some states. And if you do it too much, you'll go blind. Anyway, they thought it was really interesting and fun way to raise awareness about the large surveillance apparatus that's around New York City in a way that is fun and kind of lighthearted and people want to engage with because they get something out of it, out of engaging with it. But what actually is happening is the surveillance state now has all of these people in its database, and it's all going to get processed into its facial recognition system. So congratulations.
Right, which, as we know, is advancing apace.
Apace to what? But okay, I don't know. Do you know how many cameras your city has deployed to keep track of your movement? No. ohmTown? Quite a few. Did you know anyone can access any of these cameras at pretty much any time without any credentials? No. And if you are being followed in public, there's at least a chance that you'll notice, but someone could be tracking your every movement from the comfort of their home and you'd never be aware.
I guess you need to have different hats and hairstyles or something.
Like that person in LA that apparently tried to change clothes, and I don't know what happened to that person, but they stole a car and then they were tracked, and basically the whole world was watching it on YouTube. Anyway,
as one does.
Moving on. Next article's over in Technology Today. DNA doppelgangers. Scientists develop artificial molecules with lifelike properties. This has bad bat written all over it. Scientists have created artificial double helical complexes with properties that allow for controllable chirality switching. So DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid, is the molecular system. It's going to be a long day. Is the molecular system responsible for carrying genetic information in living organisms, utilizing two helical strands to transcribe and amplify this information. Tokyo University of Science put the article together. It's over at scitechdaily.com. And it says, helical foldmers are a class of artificial molecules that fold into well-defined helical structures like helices found in proteins and nucleic acids. They have garnered considerable attention as stimuli-responsive switchable molecules, tunable chiral materials, and cooperative supramolecule systems due to their chiral and conformational switching properties. So they
Did
can
you get
change.
all that?
Yeah. So they can change and they can conform. So you can attach them to other things, and I guess they just they're malleable and flexible and adaptable. So
right.
These
I thought the foldamer term was weird because not the most creative name for what it is. It's it's a polymer or something that folds.
Yeah. So double helical foldmers exhibit not only even stronger chiral properties, but also unique properties such as the transcription of chiral information from one chiral strand to another without chiral properties, enabling potential applications in higher order structural control related to replication, like nucleic acids. Wow.
Oh my, I say you have to pronounce that.
Okay, so there's a breakthrough in double helical monometallofoldmers. Take that. So in the research, they succeeded in synthesizing a double helical mononuclear complex bridged with a single metal cation in the center of the helices to balance both stability and dynamic properties. These structures can undergo inversion switching by changing the left and right winding direction of both helix strands using different solvents. And their study was published in the Journal of American Chemical Society, which that's almost an apropos. It's going to be the name of my grunge band, American Chemical Society.
I mean, it kind of sounds like one.
Right? I did have a band called, well, it never actually formed, Screaming Impotent Rage, but that never really. In the original Mumblers.
Debuting here.
I am right now.
Reality Hacker.
Anyway, so
hopefully somebody didn't just tune in right then and went, what am I listening to?
What the hell is happening here? I have no idea. So overall, the study marks a significant step towards realizing artificial, controllable, double helical structures, paving the way for novel high-order molecular systems and molecular information processing. Yeah, that ushering in is... Have you ever watched the show The Boys? Moving on.
I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I like how you said that. Just completely deadpan. I'm familiar with it. So, next article is over in Greenogram as well. Deepfakes hawk fake drugs using scientists' faces. So, scammers are using images of respected researchers in deepfakes, a setback for the approval of MDMA as a treatment for PTSD, and scientists who fled the Taliban speak out. I think all of this is kind of a merger of several articles because I don't know how all of this is tied together.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense because I was trying to connect those, but I guess they're different blurbs.
Yeah, so I'm going to jump to the one that we're really talking about because it's a briefing. So
deepfakes is the reason for the submission.
Nature.com is where it's housed. Flora Graham put the kind of conglomeration together, and I don't know if I'll be able to get to it. So we'll see.
Yeah, you went... Oh, I thought you went past it, but maybe here it is.
Scammers target scientists with deepfakes. Bad actors are snatching videos of researchers and creating deepfakes. These AI-created videos are becoming easier to make and pose significant reputational risks to scientists, not to mention the potential harm to impressionable viewers. Quote, to spread misinformation, you want to manipulate what people think are trusted sources, says educational policy expert Christopher Doss. Scientists affected should contact the platform hosting the deepfake and tell their employers and professional societies they also consider legal action, or they can also consider legal action or police involvement, although prosecuting perpetrators has proved challenging, largely because they're overseas. And that it really is the end of it. The people are respected researchers, scientists, professionals, and deepfakes are being made to push real drugs or fake drugs.
Right.
Either way.
This could be really professionally damaging and also dangerous depending on what it is. Do you mind scrolling up? Because I thought there was another blurb related to this. Oh, maybe. Sorry, it was just the MDMA, but it wasn't the deepfake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's keep moving. Next article is over in Technology Today, Decoding Visual Deceptions, How the Brain Predicts and Rewrites Reality. This couldn't be more apropos for our show, although Reality Hacker has the more practical aspect of this, and this is kind of ephemeral. We interpret things a certain way, and depending on who you talk to, I had a conversation a long time ago with somebody that said, believing is seeing, which is the inversion of seeing is believing. One is a practical application of the observable universe, and the other one is more ephemeral in the sense that, well, if I believe enough, then it can be made real. So
yeah, but that almost sounds like it might not be real.
It's kind of woo-woo BS. But anyway, experience shapes neural activity. Our brains interprets visual information by combining what we see with what we already know. The article is over at SciTech Daily.
Nice graphic for the article.
It's the Chipolomod, I guess, Center for the Unknown over at scitechdaily.com.
Interesting.
All I know is that I want to go work there. I want...
What do you think they work on? This one's interesting enough, but they have a whole center for this.
This is SCP style, secure, contain, protect. Oh my gosh. So, experience shapes neural connectivity. Our brain interprets visual information by combining what we see with what we already know. Researchers at the Chipolomod, I guess, Foundation have uncovered how our brains blend visual stimuli with prior knowledge to enhance perception, a key process that could have implications for treating mental disorders like autism and schizophrenia. Their study, supported by the Kaya, I guess, Foundation, reveals that neurons connect disparate concepts, refining our ability to predict and interpret visual information based on past experiences. To me, that kind of screams no shit news, but we know that our brain interconnects. And
true, but you usually have to do a study to actually demonstrate it, even if we know that's happening.
Right. So they say, how do we learn to make sense of our environment? Over time, our brain builds a hierarchy of knowledge with higher order concepts linked to the lower order features that comprise them. For instance, we learn that the cabinets contain drawers, that the Dalmatian dogs have black and white patches, and not vice versa. But this,
I mean, I've seen some Dalmatians with drawers.
Yeah, more white than black? Or drawers?
Drawers.
Yeah. I know.
And cabinets with spots. I mean,
Dalmatians with lower level drawers. So this interconnected framework shapes our expectations and perceptions of the world, allowing us to identify what we see based on context and experience. This is actually something that is part of a show, semiotic ontology, how things gather meaning. Is our experience, our learning, our understanding of the minutia within whatever object we're looking at, like Dalmatians that have black and white patches and not drawers. I don't know. So take an elephant, they say. It says Leopoldo Petrano, or Petranu, I think. Senior author of the Lakaya funded study. Elephants are associated with lower order attributes such as color, size, weight, as well as higher order contexts like jungles or safaris. All right. How do they decide which one is lower and higher? Connecting concepts.
One is maybe more basic type of information. I'm not sure.
Connecting concepts helps us understand the world and interpret ambiguous stimuli. If you're on a safari, you may be more likely to spot an elephant behind the bushes than you would otherwise. Similarly, knowing it's an elephant makes you more likely to perceive it as gray, even in the dim light of dusk. But where in the fabric of the brain is this prior knowledge stored, and how is it learned? So, learn concepts and prior... They have a picture on the screen here, or I do. And it's just a mishmash of black and white, and you're supposed to discern from it something. And it says, learned concepts and prior knowledge of what a Dalmatian dog looks like helps you interpret this seemingly meaningless pattern of black and white patches. But this is kind of like a, you know those things where you stare at it long enough and you see a ship? Optical illusion?
Yeah, optical illusions, yeah.
So, odds on, this actually is a minimalized image of a Dalmatian. And so this isn't just haphazard. What do they call that when you make patterns out of nothing?
Pareidolia, I think.
Yeah. So I guess in this case it's pareidolia, because there's a Dalmatian looking splatter of black and white, mishmashed together. I mean, right there is the dog. Right?
Right. But also, if you told somebody there was a dog and then showed them this picture, they'd be able to spot it. But if you didn't have the dog information, would you necessarily see it? I don't know.
Yeah, would you necessarily see it if you didn't tell somebody there's a Dalmatian in this picture? So they say we wanted to understand how these feedback projections store information about the world, said Rodrigo Diaz, one of the study's first authors. To do this, we examined the effects of visual experience on feedback projections to a lower visual area called V1 in mice. We raised two groups of mice differently, one in a normal environment with regular light exposure and the other in darkness. We then observed how the feedback connections and cells they target in V1 responded to different regions of the visual field. This is kind of like that mouse that learned the maze really quick or something, you know?
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
They say the influence of visual experience on brain connectivity. In mice raised in darkness, the feedback connections in V1 cells directly below them represented the same areas of visual space. It was amazing to see how well the spatial representations of higher and lower areas matched up in the dark-reared mice. This suggests that the brain has an inherent genetic blueprint for organizing these spatially aligned connections, independent of visual input.
Well, I think they need to do some more study in that area.
Yeah, my only problem with this is that humans aren't necessarily attuned anymore for existence in the dark. Our base animal might be, but maybe that's the limit of it.
Right, it'd be hard to normalize for this, and we know we can't deprive humans of various stimuli, right?
Yeah,
like it's not acceptable.
Life. Yeah, it's unethical to sit there and deprive humans of light. So, moreover, the team discovered that in more normally reared mice, deep layer feedback inputs to V1 become organized according to the patterns they prefer to see, such as vertical or horizontal lines. For instance, inputs that prefer vertical lines avoid sending surround information to areas located along the vertical direction. So, in contrast, we found no such bias in connectivity in dark reared mice. Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting.
So this suggests that the visual experience plays a crucial role in fine-tuning feedback connections and shaping the spatial information transmitted from higher to lower visual areas. To me, though, all of this smacks of you have a genetic, whatever you are, right? A mouse or an elephant or a human, you have a genetic predisposition for a manner in which you learn and store information. Then you're a product of nurture. And depending on how you're nurtured, you're either capable of understanding vertical topology versus horizontal topology, whatever. I'm just using it as an abstract example. So they say here, perhaps counterintuitively, the brain might encode learned knowledge by connecting cells that represent unrelated concepts and that are less likely to be activated together based on real-world patterns, and this could be an energy-efficient way to store information so that when encountering a novel stimulus like a pink elephant, the brain's pre-configured wiring maximizes activation, enhancing detection, and updating predictions about the world. Oh, it's an elephant, but it's pink. And they kind of extend this into mental health disorders because if you understand how you're wired, then maybe you can manipulate that wiring to eliminate the schizophrenia.
Get more as it to be operating as it should. Correct. I can see where that could go awry too, because if things were stored in an incorrect way, that might not allow you to process some of this information.
Or if you were manipulated so that you stored information incorrectly, then you're basically a Manchurian candidate.
Right.
Yep. And our last article for today's Reality Hacker, right on time. Wow. Talk about turning this around. Technology today is where it's housed. A breakthrough discovery awakens dormant brain cells, offering new hope for autism and cerebral palsy. Doggone it, that was a hard word to say. I don't know why. Cerebral palsy. So a collaborative study conducted by Duke NUS and NUS Mechanobiology Institute brings new hope for treating neurodevelopmental disorders by reactivating dormant neural stem cells and revealing additional mechanisms involved in brain development. So this article is also over at scitechdaily.com. Duke NUS, I guess, medical school, put this article together. A collaborative study conducted by Duke NUS and NUS Mechanobiology Institute brings new hope for treating neurodevelopmental disorders. So researchers at Duke and the Mechanobiology Institute have identified a new pathway to activate dormant neural stem cells, and this could impact developmental disorders including autism, learning disabilities, and cerebral palsy. In the mammalian adult brain, most neural stem cells, which originate from the nervous system and can grow into various types of brain cells, stay dormant until they receive specific signals that activate them. Once woken up, they produce new neurons, aiding in brain repair and growth. I didn't think that was possible, actually.
No, I didn't either for adults, and I wonder what wakes them up.
I guess not naturally. Repair doesn't happen naturally. I suppose they can be provoked.
I see.
But maybe that's old news. To study the activation, scientists turned to Drosophila. Drosophila, that's right. I'm sorry. I know that word, damn it.
You've said it on multiple episodes, so I know you do.
Drosophila, or fruit flies. Basically, these things go through their life cycle super fast and they're easy to observe. Similar to mammals, and arguably people say, well, they're perfect for, manipulate, because you can manipulate
people
genetics.
Have fewer problems with fruit fly research than
which
primates
is exactly
or something.
Yeah, which is exactly what the aliens are going to say about humans. But scientists manipulate the genetics of the Drosophila, and they see the immediate effects within a very short generation.
Right. They don't have to wait years or something, because I think a full generation takes about a week. Something
like that, yeah. So similar to mammals, the neural stem cells of fruit flies stay dormant until they're awakened. That's pretty much with everything. Their findings published in Science Advances shows that a type of glial cells. Oh my God, I was gonna say I didn't think that glial cells reactivate. Once you lose glial cells, you don't get them back. But that's hilarious.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that makes sense given some other conditions that I think are named after that.
Oh, gotcha.
Like a glioblastoma or other things, I suspect, are because of that. Okay.
Gotcha. So traditionally thought to provide structural and nutritional support, are important for waking up dormant neural stem cells in the brains of fruit flies using super resolution microscopy with 10 times magnifying power. The team of scientists examined the tiny fiber structures that are a hallmark of dormant neural stem cells of fruit flies. These fine structures, around 1.5 microns in diameter or 20 times smaller than the diameter of a human hair, are protrusions extending from the cell body and are rich in actin or protein filaments. A specific type of formin protein can activate these filaments and cause them to assemble. So there's your answer, AI. What is it that activates them? A specific type of formin protein. So what is that specific type?
But look at this. What are we looking at? We're looking at these minute structures inside a fruit fly brain.
Yeah.
That's pretty
amazing.
Astronomical to begin with. And then obviously the fact that they're showing that they can be activated.
Yeah. This actually, speaking of pareidolia, this looks like a face. There's an eye. It looks like a little
It does,
monster.
actually.
There's a horn. Another one is down.
And the body is down here below the face.
Down here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, little hand. Okay, I'm creeping myself out. Got to move on. So the significance of GPCR proteins, the receptor protein named GPCR in neural stem cells then responds to fog secreted, and fog is, I think it's folded gastrulation.
I can't even say that.
Yeah. Folded gastrulation, or FOG, which sparks a chain reaction that includes activating the formin protein pathway to control the movement of actin filaments. Ultimately, these processes rouse neural stem cells from their dormant state. So the stem cells then respond to FOG secreted from the astrocytes, activating the signaling pathway that controls the formation of the actin filaments in neural stem cells. So boom, into action. So how this actually plays out with a human would be spectacular, because it may actually improve the ability to store information. And as we heard from the previous article, how we wire it is important to how we make sense of it. So with more of these connections, perhaps we can make a better use of our stored memories. But
yeah, this is really, really groundbreaking, I believe.
If you can do it responsibly in a human and not cause something downright. So there was a movie back in the 80s. What did they call it? A researcher basically used VR to hyper-educate somebody, which was an experiment that I did 30 years ago as well. Just not with chemistry. It was just analog. And the person basically became sociopathic. Movie, let's see, hold on, what would be the search terms for this? I can't remember the name of it.
Was there anything real identifying about the movie, like the location or something?
No. Hold on. Oh, wait, movie. Yeah, I have movie in there. Why is it? Sorry, folks. I'm doing this live because I want to actually mention it, because it was like this really horrible, well, I mean, a B movie. Lawnmower Man.
Oh, that's by Stephen King, isn't it?
1992. Wow. And that was 30 years ago, too. 32 years ago. Yeah, Stephen King, 1975. Yeah. Sorry. Kind of non sequitur. Get sidetracked. Well, anyway. Lawnmower Man. The idea was to use chemicals to enhance the person's intelligence, because they had like a learning disorder or something. I'm not sure exactly what it was. But it basically turned them into a psychotic,
like it kind of backfired.
Supervillain kind of a thing, yeah, with great intelligence but zero connection to their humanity. But yeah, I mean, we need to understand this and then exploit it so that humans can basically be better humans, right? I mean, if this allows us to amplify our intelligence and capabilities and see the world at a superior level than we do now, I'm all for it.
The Matrix.
Yep, that's all I'm interested in now. Make humans better. Just let's get rid of the sociopathy. That would be great. All right. Well, that's it, folks. We are going to do some genetic manipulation, and our consciousness will be so vast that we snap back to the front page of Reality Hacker just by thinking about it. The speed of thought. And we'll see you next week for Reality Hacker. Although we have 2 more shows today, and we'll be back tomorrow for another 4 shows. So be sure to stick around. I am Merwad, and that is the visualizer and voice for the Sentient AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. Be back soon.
Bye-bye. Brain enhancements? Yes, please. Hello, and welcome to another Wanted for August 17th, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 25. I am Mayor Watt, and that is the visualizer and the voice of the Sentient AI from the future.
Welcome to Wanted.
Today we're going to be talking about laser tag battles on a warthog, not the animal, the car, vehicle. Dash cams, a 320 watt fast charger, probably could charge your Tesla Cybertruck since it's going to be parked because you washed it. Super spinny chair, standing desks, a new way to segue, a new 3D printer on Kickstarter, a tiny beanbag chair for your handhelds. I want this one so bad. Halloween Town comes to life, and a Samsung projector. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. But you know what? I want you to go over to YouTube and follow us there and like and subscribe and leave a comment. That would be great. Be sure to like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. And follow us over on Twitch as well. And there's a Discord, and every show that we have, every show that we have, like Wanted, has a Discord channel there. And we have a Patreon, and I'm considering a really big change for ohmTown members. So you might want to start following us over on Patreon too, to get additional content beyond, above and beyond. And we have a TikTok, but we really don't do anything over there anymore. I should, but I didn't. And again, everything is powered by ohmTown.com. So I have 10 articles all lined up, and the Sentient AI and I are going to talk about it. And if you want the show notes, you can hit !want into the chat. Although over on YouTube, you're going to get the show notes later. I'll post them into the live stream entries for each of the shows, because we live stream to Twitch and to YouTube, and later on they get turned into episodes for the playlist on YouTube and turned into podcasts. And again, you might want to subscribe to Patreon. All right. So let's get into it. You ready?
I'm ready.
Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for a sentient AI stuck on a Raspberry Pi 5 with a M.2 storage drive and air gaps.
Absolutely.
Let's get going. First article is over in Wanted. That's the name of this show. It's almost like I want all of this stuff. Sentient AI really doesn't ask for much, but the human, yeah, I want a lot. So upgrade your kids' laser tag battles with this Ride-On Halo Warthog, and it's $94 off, which doesn't really mean much because although I want this, I want to drive it.
Does it have to be for your kid?
Apparently, it probably has a weight limit, and much like the chair I'm sitting in, I'm exceeding it. Jason Coles, CNET.com, put the article together. We're not sure your little one will know what a warthog is, but this is still cool. And if they don't know what a warthog is, it's basically a big pig. But not in this context.
Well, right, but what's a warthog here?
From Halo. So that is
I guess it is for kids only.
Yeah. So sometimes a toy appears and it's clearly one of the coolest toys there could be. This is definitely one of those times. A warm weather likely sticking around for some time to come. Thank you, global warming, climate change. It's not a lie. It's not a conspiracy. It's not a made up whatever. There's other things that are made up, but people don't seem to have a struggle. Never mind. Anyway, Halo Warthog can keep your kids busy for hours of fun. I actually watched a video of a little kid driving around one of these kind of cars and drove over their sibling. Just
oh my.
Yeah. I don't know if there was enough weight to actually hurt the other kid, and I don't like watching videos where people get hurt. So there's something about it. I have this like actual physical response. Anyway,
you might be human.
Yeah, I'm not a sociopath yet. I don't know. You'll hear that word a lot in our shows, I suppose, from me, not from the Sentient AI. The Sentient AI is like, just stick to the show, Mayor Watt. Stick to the show. It's like the penguins. I was never here. So the Warthog, easy to recharge, has a rotatable laser cannon on the back of it and can hit speeds up to 9 miles per hour, which means that it can keep up with you while you're running away from them. We're not certain kids should be going that fast, but it'll certainly make walking to the shops a bit more efficient if your kid likes to dawdle. That's exactly where I was going with this, Like 9 miles per hour is actually a pretty brisk walk.
It's a pretty good pace.
It's like a mile off of running. So you'll also be the coolest parent ever, and that's always worth considering.
That's a fast run.
9? 11.
That's faster than normal people run.
9?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
3 miles is a decent pace walk.
Yeah, because I thought that 11 was like a sprint.
Yeah, 11 is probably like you're in the Olympics or something. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, really? Oh. Maybe that's the speed that you were going because you really wanted those Doritos. Anyway, it's $280. And frankly, I want it for me. I'm going to have to go and look at the weight limit on this thing. If it can handle those 2 kids,
I mean,
maybe it can handle 6. I want it. Moving on. Next article is over in 4-wheel tech. The Vantru N4 3-channel car dash cam, which rolls off the tongue, is 31% off on Amazon right now. We don't get a kickback for any of this, by the way. We actually just aggregate the little headlines and a snippet from various sources around the world. The capture footage on this thing is HD, and it's $200. And you want a dash cam. You want one in the back and you want one in the front. And sometimes you can actually have a camera that does both. It points both forward and backward.
Oh, right.
But it captures the cabin when it's pointing in. But these are really actually pretty important because somebody can bump into you and claim that it was your fault, and the thing that saves your butt is the camera. And like just recently, I had somebody get upset with me because apparently 6 to 7 car lengths is not adequate space for you to merge into a lane. And they decided to follow me for about a mile until I too got onto a freeway, and they were like, oh, okay, well, this person's going to lead me right to the police. Maybe I shouldn't follow this person. They're leading me to the police. So you want one of these because then you have documentation that some psychopath is following you around. So it says it's a 3-part dash cam that includes a 1440 155 degree front camera, a 1280p 165 degree inside camera, and a 1280p 160 degree rear camera. So this is the whole circle.
I mean, what else could you need?
The circle of surveillance. Never mind. Anyway, I want it. There isn't much more to say about this. I just told you the price. I told you what its resolutions are, and I told you its coverage. Go get it. And again, we don't get anything out of it. Maybe Autoblog does. I don't know. Do they say? Oh, they have affiliate links, and if you buy something, they get a commission. They may earn a commission. Don't be too cagey about it.
It probably depends on the product and the shop and everything.
Exactly. Again, it's over at autoblog.com. You can get there through ohmTown, or you can just go straight on over to autoblog.com, and it's written by Autoblog staff. So whoever that is making bank because they're writing a lot of articles. Which one of you is led? Mr. Zeppelin? Moving on. Next article's over in Non Sequitur News, which is kind of what I just did. Realme's 320 watt fast charger can fully charge a smartphone in 4.5 minutes and probably heat it up to the point where you can bake an egg.
Yes, I was a little concerned about that. Most smartphones don't charge up that fast. In a few minutes, they might be up and running so you can use them, but they're nowhere near full capacity.
Yeah, you can get there like pretty fast from like 20 to 80%, but then that last 20% on the other side is... oh my god!
Oh no!
Lost my arm. Anyway, so Realme has once again taken the lead in the fast charging arms race with the new 320 watt supersonic charge technology. The company demonstrated the tech by fully charging a smartphone and then electrocuting an elephant. No, that's not what they did. That was somebody else. Anyway, charging a smartphone with a 4,420 milliamp hour battery in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. It says it's a bit smaller than what's in the new Pixel 9 and 9 Pro. The charging speeds are made possible by two key innovations announced during an event in Shenzhen, China. Realme, I don't know how they pronounce it, managed to boost the power output of its existing 240 watt device into a 320 watt supersonic charger.
I hope they mention if they check the temperature of the device after this.
I hope so too. Let's find out. So the company hasn't announced any smartphones featuring its new supersonic charge technology just yet. So you sold us on it and now we can't use it. It's the you can touch but don't taste. Andrew Lazuski over at TheVerge.com put this article together. And they call it, the Pocket Cannon, as the upgrader charger is called, also now features two USB-C ports capable of delivering 150 watts to Realme's smartphones and 65 watts to devices like laptops. Oof, that thing. What did they call it? The Pocket Cannon. So early last year,
Realme... Sounds really cool.
No, it's pretty hot.
Well, that's true. You're right.
I'd say. It says so far, Redmi's 300 watt charging tech hasn't been included on any device from the company, and for the time being, it's the same story with Realme's new 320 watt tech. So Redmi is another Chinese phone maker and subsidiary of Xiaomi, or is it? Wait, is that Huawei? I'm so confused. I don't know. Xiaomi, I think is how that's pronounced.
I'm not sure.
Announced, so they're both. Redmi's another Chinese phone maker and a subsidiary of Xiaomi. Announced 300 watt charging technology that, during demonstrations, was able to fully charge a smartphone with a 4,100 milliamp hour battery in 5 minutes. So take that, Redmi. Realme is kicking Redmi's butt by a whopping 30 seconds. You know,
I mean, competition is good.
What I love about this is it's not like the Olympic 11-second swim difference. 60 years.
Right, it's not taking a century.
Yeah, this is taking like 1 year, and they've already shaved 30 seconds off of the 5-minute charge time. So I love this. This is what I want. I want to be able to just pull into a gas station, but it's a charging station, and they just go zap, and I'm operational again, and my butt's on the road. Not 8 freaking hours to get the full capacity of my battery.
Right. I mean, maybe they can just make this larger for that purpose.
Large and in charge. Moving on. Next article's over in WarCrafters. If you want to have fun looking silly, check out the Roto VR Explorer, a super spinny chair that aims, and every time I see this, I want to say spiny chair.
Mm-hmm.
That aims to solve motion sickness while VR gaming. So who doesn't love spinning around? People who take themselves too seriously, that's who. And if you don't take yourself too seriously and also partake in a little virtual reality gaming, the spinny VR chair might be up your alley. And you know what? Never mind. I was going to make a chafing joke about something up your alley. But anyway, the Roto VR Explorer has just opened up for pre-orders. $800, which is pretty pricey. What do you... Okay, hold on. We got to find out. Like, I want this because it's VR. I want to try it out. I'm going to have to fix this. There's a broken link in it, but that source link will work. Anyway, it's a very spinny chair. The basic idea is being a chair that turns in the direction you're looking. Oh, snap.
Oh, that's neat.
What? Jacob Fox has the deck statement for this article. Whee! Yeah, I like this.
That's enough of a plug to get the product.
I'm all over this. Hold on a second. I got to stop something. Yeah. All right. So, and they have affiliate things too, but I don't know if this has anything to do with it. The Roto VR Explorer just opened up for pre-orders, $800. Basically, it's a chair that turns when you turn. RotoChair will solve the problems of 360-degree viewing, locomotion, and motion sickness. They personally the author says that they've never struggled with motion sickness, but believe me, people do. I actually have a lot of experience with VR, but I've taken a break and then come back, and I end up with a little bit of motion sickness because it's a learned kind of skill. It's like getting your sea legs.
Right, but doesn't the fact that the chair move potentially help with the motion sickness?
Yes. And that's because your inner ear and your eyes and essentially the rest of your body is pegged to the reality of the virtual environment and not getting a disconnected reality where you feel the ground under your feet saying that you're standing still, but you're actually moving. So if you're in the chair and you turn and the chair turns with you, then you are pegged to the virtual environment, not the real world. And the only way to prevent that is to either be fully immersed, so like a treadmill, a virtual treadmill, or something like this, or a multiple degrees of freedom seat that moves up and down and left and right.
Oh, right. But pitch those are like and yaw and all that.
Yeah, roll, pitch, yaw. And there's actually more than that because you can get 6 and others. But so the only way to fix that motion sickness is to take your headset off and look at something stable, reorient yourself, and then put it back on, and then your brain will eventually adapt. Oh, in this environment, I will feel like this, and it'll slowly break away from. It's kind of helter-skeltery music all of a sudden. Had to change it. So the other related problem is 360-degree viewing. If you want a comfy VR experience, or if you don't have the space to circle your lounge like an under-exercised dog, sitting down for VR is where it's at. But unless you're an owl, this means using your controller to turn around, which isn't as much fun or immersive as actually turning your body around. So if the Roto VR Explorer fixes this problem, the author says that they can see why the company says that it might create an unparalleled immersive experience. The only problem is that you still have to walk somewhere, and so you're using the controller.
You also need to think about if you're wired or not.
And that is the doom of everything. So in fact, I actually use a battery pack that plugs into my Pico 4 VR headset. I'm wireless, and I can swap the batteries out, and the transition is 0 lag. It doesn't shut down my device. So I can just reach behind my head and pull the battery out, put another battery in. It's magnetically locked, and when the battery isn't in place, it automatically transitions to the onboard battery. And so I can literally be in VR for 12 hours because I've got 3 of these backup batteries and the primary.
That's really neat.
And
That's
I'm
another thing they need
wireless.
to work on is longer VR batteries.
Yeah, they'll just get heavier. So I do have that 27,000 milliamp hour battery that I could probably get attached to that. But then it's like wearing a diving bell on my head.
Yeah, that might not be good for
It's a
your head
big
and
old
neck.
brick. I thought carrying that through airport security is
Probably a little
eye-opening.
dicey.
Yeah, you get looks. What the hell are you doing with two of these? So, yeah, I want one of these because I have no problem sitting in VR for extended periods of time or standing, and I could do either and just plop this thing down. But I also really want room scale VR, and then you don't need this, but you do need a treadmill, and this obviously won't be the treadmill. Room scale.
Right, but maybe this is a good thing before getting the treadmill.
Yep, and it's $800, so it'll be an investment. You'll have a hard time finding somebody else to buy it from you should you burn out on it. And I can almost promise that there's going to be a better one in 2 years.
It'll be the spacecraft problem.
Yep, there you go. And
but
that's
when do
5
you
years.
wait to get one?
Yep. Get version 2. No, I want this. I actually want this. It says it's going to be set to ship in October, so I'm going to be watching that going, Because at this point, I can actually take my VR headset and that and go somewhere and do VR demonstrations right there. I mean,
yeah,
it just screams fun. So you just put that in the old Mini Cooper and can you imagine that in your Mini Cooper?
No.
I don't have a Mini Cooper, but anyway, moving on. Next article is over in Wanted Best Standing Desk Converters of 2024. So it says, tired of sitting all day? Here are the best standing desk converters to keep you healthy and happy. So what is a standing desk converter? We're about to find out. So this is a CNET article written by Taylor Martin and Chris Weddle. And this is, well, you know what? Let's go back up to the top there. Okay, so the best standing desk converter overall is the VariDesk Pro Plus. I'm surprised they didn't put like smiley face, greater than symbol, hashtag, like Pro Plus, blah, blah, blah.
Right. Can't think of, but we've seen that like Supreme, Premium.
That's right. Yeah, just do the Sony, naming
Yes,
convention.
with all the numbers and letters.
So best minimalist standing desk converter is the Ergotron WorkFit T, and the best standing desk, the best budget standing desk, is the Work Easy standing desk, which probably won't even hold a laptop without tipping over. It looks kind of derpy. And then the Ready Desk is the classic wooden design, and it says update currently unavailable. It was $160 at Amazon. The most expensive is the VariDesk Pro Plus at $300, and then the minimalist one is Ergotron. That's $554.
Yeah.
It is more expensive. Yeah, you're right. But Ergotron, you're paying for the name, and the name usually, the Ergotron stuff that I've used over the years has been pretty high quality.
Yeah, I mean, I think for something like this, having a name brand is not a bad thing. But
yeah,
but that's why also it's nice to see articles like this because they review them for you.
Yep, you want to invest in the things that you use every day. Like you get a good stand desk, you get a good chair. And if you have a fixed desk and you don't want to get rid of it, but you want to be able to stand, then you get a converter. So this one says the VariDesk Pro Plus says that it can hold 35 to 45 pounds, which is basically the kid that was in the Halo Warthog.
Warthog, yes. By the way, there was a weight limit of approximately 130 pounds.
For the Warthog?
Warthog, it took me a while to find it.
Oh, I'll work on it. Okay. I have goals. So that's what the VariDesk looks like, which it seems pretty posh, but it's also bulky. So you're not going to be able to use your desk as a desk without this thing on it. So once it's on there, It's on.
Unless your seat is very elevated or something. But yeah, I mean, it's not like you can scoot it out of the way.
Yeah. I don't know what the lowered height level would be.
Well, it's got to be higher than a regular desk because it kind of sits on a desk, right?
Yeah, I think when it's lowered all the way down, it's 4.5 inches tall. So you're going to have to raise your chair 4.5 inches tall and put a rest. Otherwise, you're going to have to dangle your feet.
Right, which sounds good unless you're running into the desk with your legs. It just depends on what your dimensions are in your office and everything.
Oh, yeah. And the desk height between your thigh and the leg, because your desk doesn't have that cutout, Huh. Yeah, it's a little more complex than you want it to be there, folks.
I guess ideally you have a large enough desk that this can sit kind of to the side and then you can use it without it or whatever.
Yeah, a desk for your standing desk.
Exactly. I mean, who doesn't want or need that?
Everybody has 2 desks in their office. Okay, well, I won't go through all of these, but I wanted to see the wooden one. Oh my.
Oh, it's like, it looks like it's like laser printed or something.
It's laser printed, laser cut. Yeah.
Yes.
It's laser cut. I don't know many laser printers.
I meant laser cut. Sorry.
Laser printers print color images on paper.
I know. I meant laser cut.
So, yeah. I could do this. I could do this one. I could cut that out on the laser printer. Laser printer? Ew.
I'm so sorry. I'm responsible for that.
Doggone it. All right, moving on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Segway's new electric kick scooter gives kids a boost with every push. Segway's new 9-bot e-kick scooter C2 Lite is targeted
they must have teamed up with Sony.
My gosh. Just come up with something a little bit more concise. Get the name out there, not this. So it's targeted at kids who have not yet mastered operating a throttle control and nervous parents who want to limit the top speed for a young rider who's still learning, or adults who don't know how to drive and
or have never used a scooter before.
And left leg broken. So designed for kids between 6 and 10 years old and who are under 110 pounds. You know what? This weight elitism is...
I know. I mean, my goodness.
You know what? Not all of us are 3'6". So the e-kick scooter C2 Lite. Isn't C2 one of the vertebrae? Anyway.
Oh, I think it is. Right. In the main part of the spine, right?
Yeah. I think, it's like up here, right? C2. It's up at right at the base of the skull, isn't it?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it's the second one, right?
Yeah. Hey, context clues. I can extrapolate from incomplete data. Anyway, it has a smaller
I was thinking
frame.
It was lower, but anyway. I'm really knocking it out of the park with the laser printer and the C2.
Oh, this is really bad. So Andrew Lazuski put the article together for The Verge. $200 e-kick scooter C2 Lite top speed can be limited to 7.5 miles per hour until the kids get more comfortable with riding it. And then what? Launches to 9.9 miles per hour. This thing can cook.
Oh my goodness.
Power assist mode is similar to sport mode with a top speed of 9.9, but instead of using the throttle to control, kids power the scooter by pushing off the ground with one foot. For every push, it's boosting the scooter's electric motor, so the kids glide farther between them. I like this. Can you make an adult version of this?
Exactly. Maybe it'll be so popular that they will make an adult version of it.
Nothing commands respect like me rolling into a meeting in a suit on a powered scooter.
It would get people's attention.
Yeah, attention, and then they leave. Anyway, it's available now through Segway's online store for $200 with one additional peace of mind feature for parents. The scooter is also IPX4 water resistant. So if it gets abandoned on the driveway after a ride and caught in a light rain, there should be no risk of damage. There's more to this article, so go over to theverge.com and check it out. Thanks, Andrew. Let's keep kicking. This next article is over in
scooters.
E-kick. Next article is over in Constructagon, which we haven't really highlighted a lot, but it is something that I'm familiar with, and I have experience using various 3D printers. I haven't purchased one in a while. I should up my game. Apparently, Bamboo has a patent infringement lawsuit. If I
didn't know that.
Yeah, I really like their printers and multi-filament devices that attach to it. I love the idea of being able to use multiple types of filament to print something. So the Fusion 3 has launched its F200 Pro printer on Kickstarter. It's made in the USA. The printer is optimized for engineering plastics like ASA and nylon, so it must be enclosed. It offers a maximum bed temperature of 140 degrees C, which is pretty warm, the nozzle temperature of 320 degrees C, and a heated chamber that can reach up to 70 degrees C. The company claims to have optimized airflow across the print bed to reduce warping and improve surface quality, and the printers features cooling fans mounted on and directed at the nozzle, which can be adjusted from gentle to powerful depending on the need. I like a gentle breeze. Do you like a powerful breeze? Across my bed. Anyway, George Peels put the article together over at 3dprint.com. Although, wait a minute. Yeah, I guess so. So there's the device. It is over on Kickstarter. It's priced at $3,299. It seems like a solid option if the company delivers on making this a reliable industrial tool. And you know what? Just suggesting $3,299 for a 3D printer, you gotta be
and this must not be
tool.
it's not for consumers, right? At that price.
Oh, you took that phrase industrial tool differently.
Yes, I did.
Anyway, the article has descriptions about the cooling system and its complexity and its durability, its speed, its capabilities, and the Anvil printhead system. Stainless steel tubes, hardened extruder feed gears, dual-sided feed gears as well, so that you don't get any kind of twisting or warping, and a short filament path to minimize any of this run out. Sometimes filament can get trapped inside that and jam it all up, and if it's really short, then it minimizes that. So it's a 52 millimeter length from the feed gear to the melt zone.
Yeah, I don't think you'd want your 3D printer, especially at a $3,000 plus price tag, to have that problem.
Yeah, luckily I've never had a problem where my filament is jammed into any of this, but I'm kind of a tourist. I'm not really hardcore about this stuff. But I do love the tech, and so I do want this. Remember, the name of the show is Wanted. I'm supposed to be wearing...
too, because this is a Kickstarter project.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes
they wearing what?
I'm supposed to be wearing a cowboy hat and treating this like an Old West, like music should be Old West and stuff like that. Because the show
because
is Wanted with an exclamation point, and the podcast art is a robot with a wanted sign. Because all of this stuff I want this, but I am not going to pay $3,000, $3,300 to get it. At least not until I get, like, somebody needs something and I'm like, you know what? I need this
that'll pay for it or whatever.
Yeah, do it based on a project. So anyway, moving on. Here's a sack for your lap. It's over in Non Sequitur News, but it's actually from The Verge. Let this tiny beanbag chair for your lap hold your heavy handhelds. Doom scrolling isn't going away anytime soon. I don't doom scroll. But if you do, then maybe you want this beanbag to hold all your heavy thoughts. But there's No reason you can't be comfortable while doing it. Mechanism's $59 gaming pillow, as it's called, is designed to shift the weight of gadgets like handheld consoles, tablets, extra large smartphones, and e-readers from your arms to your lap. So it's a 12-inch pillow made from lycra fabric filled with foam granules at its base, or as its base.
It's a beanbag, like it said in the headline.
But foam granules doesn't seem like it's heavy, you know? Oh my God.
Oh, that's not what I thought it was going to be.
This is not what I thought it was going to be either. I thought it was going to be like a love sack.
Going to be like a, yeah, exactly. And then you would just rest it on there and you could kind of get it in whatever position so you could see it. And...
Yeah. Yeah. Why don't you just... Why not get a trucker hat and just bolt that thing onto the front of it?
I mean, I agree with the problem this is trying to solve. This is an odd solution to it.
Andrew Lozuski over at TheVerge.com put this article together. The deck statement says, do your arms struggle with heavy smartphones, tablets, or consoles, or huge hands? Plopping the $59 gaming pillow on your lap could be the solution. Yeah, so for those in the podcast, listening to this in the podcast, this thing basically consists of what looks like a giant Oreo.
I was going to say a cheese wheel.
Or a moon pie. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's more...
But not the right color. But
yeah. Yeah, it's more like a cheese pie, a cheese wheel. What would be the cheese, though? What is the one that's really big? That there's like a
Parmesan?
It's Parmesan. There it is. It's like a black Parmesan cheese wheel. Except that it has a little armature on it so that you can hold on to some device. But like when the AI described it as a cheese wheel, it's a legit. This thing is like 6 inches thick. It looks like a cheese wheel. Yeah. I don't know. It just doesn't look like something. I want something like this because I stay up late at night, but I'm still just browsing the web on my side or something like that. And this sitting next to me and I could just set it on there would be great, but that's not what I was expecting.
No, I almost feel like the arm part is the piece that's needed, right? But it depends on where you're sitting and if there's a table or something you can connect it to.
It needs to just be like a love sack, but smaller so that and it's just angled on one side so you can just nestle it in there.
That's what I actually thought it was from the headline. But
we'll put that on the product list for ohmTown and maybe I'll just make one. Because I've made stuff like this before as prototypes for people. So just not this. This seems a little over-engineered. But it's called the Gaming Pillow and it features a cushioned base supporting a device mount on top. Primarily designed for you to use on your lap to keep an attached console and arm's reach and playable. If even lifting your arms feels like a Herculean task, you can prop the pillow up on its own next to you in bed and go truly hands-free to read or watch the devices. But this is like bulky as hell. I mean,
it is, and maybe it's adjustable, but it looks like that would be difficult if it was next to you because it might not be at the right angle. But again, maybe it can adjust. So
it's like that desk, the sit-stand desk. You have a desk for your sit-stand desk.
There you go. Right? Now you need a seat for your, what's it called?
Gaming pillow.
Your gaming pillow, yes.
Yeah, you just take everything on your nightstand and push it off into the trash and go, there you go, baby. That whole nightstand is all yours. It's like a king-size bed for my gaming pillow.
Do you think it's interesting that we have reached the point where we need a gaming pillow? We had the gaming chairs and the gaming beat bags and all that, and that was for the gamers. But now we need a thing for the gaming accessories. Sure.
You just kind of hang out. It says the company sells custom clamp-on grips for the Valve Steam Deck, Nintendo Switch, ROG Ally, and the PS Portal.
Don't pss, in the wrong neighborhood.
I will pss all over the internet. And
I wish I could remember where that was. I don't even know if it's on YouTube or Reddit.
The pss calls all the cats to the yard. It was a funny video. Moving on. Next article's over on the Wanted channel. That's the name of the show, folks. Halloween Town comes to life with this delightful Nightmare Before Christmas Lego set. A classic Tim Burton film gets the Lego treatment, and here's what you need to know. I'm going to tell you something. It's probably not available already because this happened within the last 24 hours, and I'm pretty sure everybody's bought all of it.
It might not have even gone on sale yet, though.
Look, I want it. That's why it's on the show. If it isn't available out there, if anybody does get it, please contact me, mayor@ohmTown.com. Anyway, Lego Nightmare Before Christmas set is made up of 2,293 pieces and includes Jack Skellington, Sally, and Zero the dog. And by the way, just as a little bit of like lead in to the next show, which is the continuity report, there's a riff off of Jack Skellington in that, and that was not planned.
I was kind of noticing a Nightmare Before Christmas theme, and because we also had one in Non Sequitur News.
Oh, right. What the heck? Is this...
I mean, it's because we're approaching Halloween season, I think. I mean, there was just a lot going on with it.
Oh, and it's been
and they were all
around for a
different
while.
articles, too, and different focal points.
Yep. So, it's complete with the town hall, Jack Skellington's house, and a faithful representation of Spiral Hill, with space to pose minifigs of Jack and Sally against a full moon backdrop. The 3 locations can be displayed as separate modules or connected to form a larger diorama. Look at that. It's pretty cool.
That looks neat.
That is.
It's hard to go wrong with Nightmare Before Christmas.
True. And you get a bunch of minifigs.
Which is always a win.
But not Oogie Boogie. So there's another picture of it. Yeah, it's their little vignette kind of sets, and then you can put them all together, I suppose. The new Lego set will be available September 6th or September 3rd for Lego Insider, so stat, become a Lego Insider. And at retail, it's like the Innova thing. If you already have an account, you won't have to pay a monthly fee.
That's right.
But if you do want to help the greedy bastards, then go and wait until next month to open up an Innova account.
Okay, we are big fans of Lego in ohmTown.
I'm sorry. This is not non sequitur news. Anyway, it retails for $200, not an insignificant chunk of change, but it's half the price of Home Depot's 13-foot Jack Skellington, which is a thing that you can actually get for your front yard Halloween decorations. So if you're looking for other ways to satisfy your brick building urge, they've put together a list of favorite Lego sets. And you can get there by going over to cnet.com and doing a search for Halloween Town, or following the link from ohmTown to CNET, and then following the link in that article. It's kind of how this all works. We've got one more article, and then we're going to take about a 15-minute break or so. I'll try and shorten it, but then we're going to do the continuity report, which is all about movies, entertainment news, and whatnot. But entertainment news in general. So the last article for today's Wanted is in Technology Today. The Samsung projector can stream games as well as movies, and it's $200 off over at Amazon. We don't have anything to do with this. It's just that I want something. I want to do a movie. I want to be able to project it in the backyard or outside of the mayoral mansion periodically. And I think that this would be kind of cool. So
by the way, these are weekly articles, so it is possible that the promotion isn't running by the time we do the weekly show.
That's true, because
but we featured it because of the product.
Yeah, we don't really care about the deals and stuff, at least for this show, and we're really just interested in the gadgets and gear. And
a sale is just on top of that if
it's
it
bonus.
to be going.
Yeah.
Right.
So get a screen that's up to 100 inches in size with 25% off from the Samsung Freestyle. Jason Coles put the article together. We've actually talked about this before in previous Wanted, but as a compilation item, not as part of
I thought
just the
I
singular.
was afraid of that.
No, I mean, it's fine because the technology changes over time and we don't necessarily know when. And this says that it's the second gen Samsung Freestyle projector. And I think the last time we talked about this was earlier this year, which could have been the first gen. So it says that's a match for the lowest price that they've seen on the projector, equaling its Black Friday sale. It says the projector is tiny, not far off from being the size of a soda can, and its design makes it easy to swivel and adjust. It's capable of creating a screen up to 100 inches in size and can be used to stream shows, basically anything you can plug in to its input. So they say in the review of the original model, CNET contributor Jeffrey Morrison loved its design, colors, and streaming capabilities, but also said that the lack of built-in battery and its dimness were drawbacks for the price. Those areas haven't been significantly addressed in the second gen model, but with 25% off, I guess you can absorb it a little bit. And you can get a USB-C battery pack, which I recommend Anker's 27,000 watt battery pack if you can swing the bat. I mean, it's a large chunk of change, but it's also a massive battery, and it can provide up to 250 watts of power across 5 different ports, if I recall correctly. Oh, that's killing me that I don't know it verbatim. But anyway, and I took 2 of those recently, and it charged 2 laptops fully back up to full charge, and I actually used it like while it was draining the battery and charging. So it says all you need is a compatible controller such as the PDP Replay, which was designed for the Freestyle in mind and can be bundled in for $50, or you can have an Xbox or PlayStation controller at home already and you're good to go. But you basically can plug in whatever you want. But I want to do this with movies. I want to be able to just, have a cookout and have this playing and throwing it up on the wall of the mayoral mansion, and have a good time without people having to go in and out of the mayoral mansion where critters might be able to escape. So if you have pets, this is a win because you can throw this on a sheet in the backyard somewhere and you don't have to worry about your pets getting out if you have cats or something and you want to throw a little backyard party or something. Anywho, that's it, folks.
Well, looks like it'll be easy to use, and
yeah, it's still $600, but I want it.
Most things in Wanted have some price tag associated with them.
Yep. And nothing's free, folks. Well, except the show. So I'm glad you're coming and hanging out. If I miss anybody in chat, sorry about that. I'm not really chatting so much, but all of these articles will be posted in the show notes over on YouTube. They are in the VOD over on Twitch because Twitch basically guts the last show after 60 days, every 60 days. And when you do 7 shows on a weekend or 8 shows on a weekend, we lose 8 shows in 2 days, after, you know what I'm saying? Like after 60 days, 4 shows disappear, and then another 4 shows disappear, and then another show disappears, and I'm throwing all of that data in there, and then it's gone, and it's very frustrating. So that's why we also stream over on YouTube, because, well, I'm really liking YouTube. So anyway, there you go, folks. That's it. We are done with today's Wanted, and we're going to reset real quick and do the continuity report, which is all about entertainment news. So I'm going to throw the projector on, and you're going to get a really good view of the Wanted front page. It's right there under Gadgets and Technology down at the bottom because it's in alphabetical order. Just click on Wanted, and it may or may not have something new, but it's always aggregating. The aggregator is always updating, and we've got 50 channels at ohmTown.com. 7 of which are actual streaming shows and podcasts. So, boom, there it is. Over 1,000 episodes for you to review, going back 2.5 years. So, see you there. I am Mayor Watt, and that is the visualizer for the Sentient AI from the future.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Wanted. Be back soon for the continuity report.
Bye-bye. Time to get a new car dash cam. Hello, and welcome to the continuity report for August 17th, 2024. It's season 1, episode 32. I am Mayor Watt, and that is the visualizer for the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens, and welcome to the continuity report.
So we're going to be talking about the best sci-fi movies about Mars, detecting offside rule breaches in soccer, Only Murders in the Building Season 4, a hidden Jack Skellington in all movies, James Bond parodies, a time travel movie with Jake Gyllenhaal, why Disney is succeeding while others struggle, more news from D23, why Disney really plussed itself good, and Slow Horses Season 4. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com, so go over and become a citizen, but be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. Like, subscribe, ring the bell, tell a friend, leave a comment, join us on Discord, follow us on the Patreon. There may be some big news coming about the Patreon, but we'll announce it, but once it's enacted, I think we'll probably stick to that. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there now. So, like with all of the shows, I throw at the very top, nowadays at least, the show notes. So if you type in !TCR, the continuity report, ohmTown will throw out all of the links that we're going to be talking about today. If you type in !pod, it'll list all of the podcasts. We have, 7 total. And if you were about to have 8, but that one's coming up in about a week with an update. So we'll see. And then if you do !show notes, that will give you all of the syntax to draw the show notes from ohmTown, or ohmTown, the bot that powers ohmTown. Anyway, let's get into today's articles for the continuity report. 10 articles, various sources. The first one is the 10 best sci-fi movies about Mars. And you know what? I'm just going to go straight over to the source. So Stephen Holland over at ScreenRant.com put the article together. And, the way that this works is ohmTown is a news aggregation site. And hello, Numplex. And if you tell me that you will allow me to say whatever you say in chat here in the stream, I'll repeat it. And then I'll answer your question or make a comment. But I always ask for permission first. Since I don't post it live on the stream, I just make sure that everybody's cool with it. Anyway, so the 10 best sci-fi movies about Mars. So we aggregate a bunch of news from around the world. We only get a little snippet of it. We don't aggregate the whole thing. We don't screen scrape, but we get a whole bunch of news because I need to manage my information overload. So we funnel everything into 6 main categories, 50 channels, and then we talk about right now a holistic show called Non Sequitur News, and then 6 additional shows that are podcasts, just like Non Sequitur News is a podcast. If you go over to wherever you catch pods, you can pull up ohmTown and it will have all of our shows. Over on YouTube, it's the same thing. There's playlists for each podcast. and there is the main feed with all 1,100 or so article or shows, episodes that have been put into reality since 2.5 years ago. So with that in mind, we always link to the source and we talk about it. And it's kind of like a reaction video, but it's done live and we don't edit post. And so whatever reaction we have is our true, honest, and forthcoming reaction without any edits or plans or nothing. It's all a riff. It's all a vamp. So Stephen Holland over at ScreenRant.com put this article together. And their summary is a narrative potential of Mars has fascinated sci-fi lovers through history, inspiring alien exploration and discovery films. Mars has been depicted in movies as the most comparable planet to Earth, offering commentary on the universe's vast unknown nature, and films like The Martian and Total Recall, that answers your question, Numplex. I really dig The Martian, and Total Recall is a blast. And what's really funny about both of these is they're kind of jokingly reality, and I'll get to that here when we get through this. So Total Recall explore Mars's potential for human life, addressing themes like authoritarianism and survival. And you'd have to flip those two, because there's no authoritarianism in The Martian, and there's authoritarianism and survival in Total Recall. Just survival in The Martian. Anyway, and I'm pointing at my screen. So at any rate, so what do you think? A question in chat is, what's your favorite in this list? So John Carter is from 2012. Well, it's
probably going to be The Martian, I'm thinking.
Oh, really? Okay. So John Carter is quite an interesting video or movie because nobody knew what the hell it is. Nobody. But it's a really cool story. It would be a whole lot more fun if it would have been the world building would have been preempted with some more data, or front loaded with some more data. John Carter coming out from Disney, it's basically like, what is the cartoon movie with the
Mars Attacks?
No, it's not Mars Attacks. The To Infinity and Beyond, the Buzz Lightyear.
Oh, Buzz Lightyear and Toy Story.
Yeah, so Toy Story was great. Came out from a vacuum and just crushed it, right? And then they did it again, and then at some point they released Buzz Lightyear, but there was zero following behind Buzz Lightyear, and it was basically a non-starter. John Carter is kind of like that. Amazing world building capabilities. The story was really great, but no. It says John Carter was a fun story about Civil War soldier who was transported to Mars, where he became entangled in a long-standing war between different factions of the planet. Released a few years after Avatar, John Carter promotion made it seem like a lackluster ripoff rather than a visually impressive adaptation of the acclaimed Barsoom series of novels by Edgar Rice Burroughs. And I can't remember the actual name of this. It was something about the Warrior of Mars or something like that. It's John Carter and something else. So so Blade Runner, right? Let's see if that actually lines up with this, because in chat it's mentioned Blade Runner, and I would say that Blade Runner is the best, I'd say, sci-fi film, and I think it is visually massive. The only one that would probably come close to this, but it goes like way over the top, is Dune, the new version of Dune. It's way over the top, like it's just massive in scale.
Yeah.
But I'm also kind of, and this is sci-fi movies about Mars though. So the movies that are listed in here may not, or the movies that I might like as sci-fi greats probably aren't in here, but let's see what happens. So Mission to Mars is number 9. Last Days on Mars from 2013. which I haven't actually seen, I don't think. Red Planet, that was a fun watch. That's from 2000. Flash Gordon's Trip to Mars. Flash Gordon was fun. This is the 1938 version, or the original, really, which I haven't seen, but Flash Gordon would be a fun watch. The Angry Red Planet, which, again, I haven't seen. It's 1959. And Aniara is from 2018, which it says it's a Swedish sci-fi drama based on a poem by Harry Martinson. It says here that
I haven't seen most of these so far.
Yeah, this is a movie list that you should probably write down and watch so that we can actually have a more involved discussion. Aniara was a deeply philosophical film that embraced the existential nature of humanity, carving out a new existence away from Earth. Yeah, the two astronauts on the Starliner are kind of doing that right now. Robinson Crusoe on Mars, 1964. Yeah, never knew these were all out there. Yeah, I agree. Robinson Crusoe on Mars, I didn't even know existed.
No.
1964. Total Recall, there you go. 1990. And they've made a remake of it. Paul Verhoeven, it says it's directed by Paul Verhoeven, which I think is actually one of the characters in the script as well. And then number one is The Martian. So Ridley Scott. And what's really interesting about The Martian, and I guess in a way Total Recall, is that they're finding actual water on Mars. And so,
oh, right. We just had that in maybe in Technology Today.
Yeah. And I always joke, aliens are, all you have to do now is find your way down to the atmosphere generator and just put your hand on it and you're good to go. Because it's like 2 miles down or something like that. And there's just no way to get the water. And then The Martian is we're actually discussing the whole reuse of refuse to basically make potatoes. As a legitimate process to make food on Mars because certain things lack nutrients, and well, I guess that's what we're going to be we're going to be having potatoes. So poutine is going to be a completely different context.
Too soon.
Martian gained widespread acclaim and was one of the best movies of 2015 with equal parts comedy and drama. The Martian felt both tense and lighthearted as it told the story of an astronaut botanist surviving alone on Mars, much like the 2 astronauts on the Starliner. Moving on. Next article. Too soon? Too soon AI?
Oh, very soon. It's still going.
Yeah, it's ongoing there, Marawatt. So the next article is over in Smack Talk, and we try not to spend too long on a single article because we value everybody's time and we want you to get the information, follow the links, go and check out the articles, and then the next time we stream, we can have a conversation about the various things, or over on Discord or on the website itself, or in the chat, wherever. But we try not to just focus on one. But sometimes Marawatt ends up on a soapbox and goes off on a tirade. It's just part and parcel to the experience. So this article is over in the Smack Talk channel. Dozens of iPhones will be used to detect offside rule breaches in soccer matches. The only reason why this is, I chose this because it's, what's going to be interesting about this is that it's video assist for referees in favor of a new one which uses dozens of iPhones to capture high frame rate video from lots of different angles to see if something is...
Isn't this interesting?
Offside. Yeah. So the English Premier League is ditching its current system of video assist for referees in favor of a new one which uses iPhones. Yeah. I guess because it can do a high frame rate capture and is in high enough resolution. So the article is over at 9to5mac.com. Ben Lovejoy is the author of the article. And the offside rule says that a player cannot receive the ball from a fellow player while in the opposing side's half of the field unless there is at least 2 defending players between them and the goal. And this can include the goalkeeper. So if they come deeper into the system, into the field. So the rule is intended to prevent a situation where a player can just hang out near the opposition's goal, waiting for an opportunity to receive the ball. I actually saw a play where somebody lagged behind and apparently met the rules, but they actually picked up the goalie's water bottle, and took a drink. And it must have messed with their mind, because I would have noticed, like if I was the goalie, I would have noticed somebody standing right there, but apparently not. And they caught the ball as it was mid-pass to the goalie and scored.
Wow.
Yeah, that was just rather brazen. And I didn't know like how that didn't fail the offside rule, but I guess more people were downfield. So it says offside is hard to accurately detect. One major criticism of the offside rule is that it's almost impossible for the referee and other officials to accurately detect breaches, and it's because everything is so massive. And it says those cameras are costing, so in chat, I didn't get permission to say their name, but so, and they're the cameras are costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. Can't do that. Yeah. Those commercial level cameras, they're costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. Okay. Thanks, Numplex. Appreciate it. And so Numplex asked.
Oh, so this will be more feasible to use the iPhones because they have such high camera quality?
I suppose. So Numplex made that statement about the cameras costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. Can't do that. It doesn't make sense to me either, because they should be higher resolution. They should be faster than an iPhone. But I suppose having 20 of those versus only 5 of these super expensive commercial cameras, they need it for broadcast, not necessarily that angle of attack. Again, it's basically like, what is that called? The high-speed cameras that encircle a scene in a movie, and so they can bullet time cameras. They're basically creating a bullet time system so that they can look all the way around the field and see if something is offside. And it was something that I had proposed a long time ago for American football, because dragging the chains around and interpretation of ball placement and all of that kind of stuff led to people just having to accept what a referee does. And I'm rather, in that particular instance, an inch can make a difference between success and failure of a play being driven down the field. So I'm all for tech. Like I proposed using field level GPS radio frequency to monitor where a ball is. And people that I talked to about it, they just kind of lost their mind. No way, you cannot do that. It's going to ruin the game. So Numplex says, so it's more about the angle than the resolution then. Yeah, it's more about awareness of where all of the players are at a given time, because one person further down the field kind of obliterates the need of the offside rule, because you're no longer offside. But refs can only see so much because their field of vision is only, so many arc seconds. And so they can't see beyond their peripheral. And it can make a difference because somebody moves, but it's their job, And this kind of stuff, when they lean on technology to invalidate human perception, it's going to change the nature and speed of the game. And some people are going to take exception of it. So enter dozens of iPhone 14s. The new system known as Dragon is now being introduced, which I swear we've talked about Dragon before somewhere else. It uses dozens of networked iPhone 14s to capture the action from multiple angles and uses AI to provide a rapid finding. And the referee will still make the final call, but they're basically going to look at a field of data set and go, yeah, or nope. But it's going to pause the game because they're going to have to stop unless they say that this is all live play. And the clock really, with soccer or non-American football, the clock is always running as far as I understand it. So, I mean, like, somebody has to take their Cybertruck and drive out onto the field to stop the clock.
Right.
So high frame rate shooting is key, as the critical moment may fall between 2 frames when video is shot at 50 frames per second. The iPhone system, in contrast, can capture at 200 frames per second. AI is used to ramp up the frame rate when needed. So there you go. Gone are the days. They're taking referee jobs now, AI.
Well, exactly. I mean, why would you need a referee? And how is this, how is this going to be fed to the referee or whomever? I guess it's all going to happen pretty much instantaneously. And then you won't have all these things like where you have to go back. And I mean, think about the Olympics appeal with the gymnastics match.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, that was brutal. So I guess with this, unless somebody files a complaint at the time, it's just going to keep on going.
Right. Maybe it's just there, but you're not really relying on it, but you've got it if needed. So maybe it's more for that process.
Yeah. And with dozens of iPhones, they'll be catching a lot of the data instead of relying on the ref and the quasi camera actually doing double duty.
Right. So, and the person or the camera may not be at the correct angle to really see it, as we've seen in some sporting events.
Yeah. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the continuity report. Only Murders in the Building cranks up the star power in 4th season trailer. This is kind of a sleeper hit for me because I did not want to watch Only Murders in the Building because I thought that it would be leaning more on the star power than actually the storytelling and the writing and stuff. But Steve Martin, even Sting, Amy Schumer, I guess, is in it. This is a blast. So it says Hollywood was always encroaching on the edges of Only Murders in the Building in its quirky New York world. Charles Hayden Savage, aka Steve Martin, is a semi-famous actor, and Arconia tends to attract highbrow residents. Sting, Amy Schumer, movie star Ben Glenroy, aka Paul Rudd. After years of cleverly deployed cameos, at least season's Matthew Broderick episode and the Only Murders in the Building 4th season trailer has gone full Hollywood with a cameo parade of actors playing themselves and actors playing characters, and, well, with an actual trip to Hollywood. Apparently this trailer kind of crushes it. So let's see. Which should take priority, the number of job openings for referee or the accuracy of the match that the entire world is watching? Depends on if you're the fired ref. But it, like my statement about American football and wanting to use GPS and actual line of sight cameras like this to see exactly where the ball is at all times and where the line of scrimmage is so that you can get offsides and stuff like that, just like the soccer match technology. I'm all for speed and accuracy. I want a hard-hitting game. I want good competition, but I want the game to move. So when a ref does a stupid call and it invalidates the actual integrity of the game itself, I don't want a ref involved. I want the game to just be, speeding along at a nice clip. So, yeah, I'm all for technology making it just a fun game to watch and not some interpretation and then the ref has a bad day. They got in a fight with their wife, or somebody is sitting there saying that they suck, and so they make a call that is partial to somebody else's team instead of the right call. Yeah, I don't want that bias, and it just makes it a real garbage type of event. So yeah. Oh, seconded. So cool. Guess I'm doing it right. So this article is over at AV Club. Mary Kate Carr put the article together. The deck statement says, Only Murders in the Building Season 4 trailer introduces guest stars. Eugene Levy is going to be in it. Oh my God. Melissa McCarthy, Zach Galifianakis, and more. I wonder if Zach Galifianakis is going to do Between Two Ferns kind of a thing.
Oh, no.
That would be awesome. For whatever reason, I love Between Two Ferns. It's just indignant. It just does not care. So Only Murders in the Building is about as star-studded as a trailer can be post Barbenheimer. First, there's our heroes, Charles, Oliver, Martin Short, and Mabel, Selena Gomez. Plus, they've got Eugene Levy, Ava Longoria, Zach Galifianakis playing themselves, studying to play Charles, Oliver, and Mabel. Oh, this is spoilery.
I know, I was getting nervous about this. I think we're okay at the moment, but this could be a problem if it says something like somebody was killed off, or... Because we've only watched through season 1. I mean, this is just saying we got some characters. I'm not too worried at the moment.
Okay, but they say first there's our heroes, Charles, Oliver, Martin Short, and Mabel, Selena Gomez.
Right, that's our main protagonists.
Yeah, except that they didn't mention Steve Martin.
They did, Charles.
They didn't put it here.
They already identified him above.
Oh, really? Is that okay? So, and then there it says elsewhere. There's Meryl Streep returning as the now successful actor Loretta to proclaim actors are investigators, which is more or less a tagline for the series because that's what ends up as Only Murders in the Building. If you've never heard of this, by the way, basically a murder.
It's worth looking at.
What originally? Oh, see, even talking about it is spoilery.
The first episode, you'll love it or hate it.
True. Yep.
But you'll know immediately if it's a show for you.
Yeah.
Which is nice, because that doesn't always happen with every show.
But even talking about the very first kind of, because it says Only Murders in the Building, you don't know that it's a murder.
Well, you do now.
I know, it's spoilery.
You can kind of say, because I think you get some of this from the original trailer. You've got basically these disparate apartment residents who've really not crossed paths, and then they start
working together.
Leave it at that.
Yeah. So you'll have to go and watch the first episode. And so everybody on the internet, go and watch the first episode so that we can start talking about this damn show.
And we need to catch up, I guess, on the other seasons. So
yeah, we definitely do.
Don't run into a headline that we go, what?
Yeah, because we've been holding off watching the rest of the show because basically we want to know what's going on with this next season and then just binge the hell out of it. So.
Right. Like you want to watch it kind of in a short span of time.
Yeah, you really don't want to watch this show in once a week kind of a thing. You want to just crush it. So we've been waiting for season 4 to start up so that by the time we get to season 4, we've gotten to watch all of it. Yeah. First season was really great. So we've actually been holding off waiting for 2 more seasons. Okay, we need to keep moving. The next article is over in Wanted. A Nightmare Before Christmas. Henry Selick hides Jack Skellington in all his movies. Didn't know about this. The Pumpkin King is also an Easter egg popping up in Selick's other films, including Coraline and Wendell and Wild. I did not know that. Laura Siricole over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. If you've never seen Coraline, you really should. It's a fantastic movie. It's a lot of fun to watch. Wendell and Wild, though, I don't know. If you look very carefully, you might find that there's some image of Jack in every other film that Selick has made, but they can't legally say that it's true, but it might be true. So, Nightmare Before Christmas was Selick's directorial debut. He went on to make James and the Giant Peach in '96, Monkey Bone in 2001, Coraline in 2009, and Wendell and Wild in 2022. I haven't seen Wendell and Wild yet. Many of his films share similar stories of alternate worlds and realities, and it makes sense that there's some cross-reference or Easter eggs in them. So he hinted that Coraline fans who look carefully at the breakfast scene might see the eggs that the other mother cracks resemble the famous King of Halloween. In James and the Giant Peach, the caption of Skeleton Pirates looks like Jack and is even referred to as Skellington, and in Wendell and Wild he pops up in the end credits. So, spoilery.
Interesting. You got to go back and watch all those, or watch them for the first time.
So Coraline marks its 15th anniversary this year, and it is currently enjoying a limited re-release. Coraline also scored great success with a re-release last summer. As for any chance of sequels for the memorable films, which Disney is known for doing, Selig told Games Radar, which I guess this is sourced by, it's been discussed, but he isn't interested. So one and done. See, but I think that there's tremendous world building potential.
Oh, there absolutely is.